Welcome in for everybody tuning in on YouTube. Thank you for being here for the 150th episode of the Dean Withers Show. If you don't know what we do here, we debate Trump supporters until we rage quit, which is typically around that 4-hour point. And the goal of these live streams is try to figure out why there's so many people on the right that still support this maniac sitting in the Oval Office running the country, and hopefully try to pull as many of them to the right side of history. Now, we have our very first Trump supporter already loaded in to the stream. Their name is Sunny. Sunny, how old are you?
I'm 19 years old.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic to you. You told us you would support Trump with confidence. You were like, oh yeah. So I got to know why. Why do you support President Donald J. Trump, Sonny?
Well, I felt like, obviously for candidate-wise, definitely better than Kamala.
Kamala is how you pronounce her name, and I definitely contest that too, but go ahead.
You're good. 2016 to 2020, I feel like he did a great job as a president.
Okay, so did good in his first term. That's why you support him.
Main thing is prices.
Okay.
And that's why I voted for him again.
How would you say?
Not again. I didn't vote for him. I was too young. But
how would you say he's been doing in the last 170 days? Good or bad?
So far, I would say not the greatest because he was fixing a pretty poor economy.
Really? The economy's only gotten worse since he's entered into the office. So if he was fixing it, wouldn't we have expected it to get better?
It's a lot to fix when you had Joe Biden running the office earlier.
Well, I know it's literally gotten worse since Joe Biden was in charge. So if the economy was like really bad, terrible, and there's a lot to fix when Biden was in charge, well, then this just means it's even worse and there's even more to fix 170 days into Donald Trump's second administration. Like, for instance, long-term unemployment, excluding the pandemic, is the highest since Donald Trump's first term. Inflation has skyrocketed close to 3% in the last year, and it's just gone crazy since April. The price of everything you buy in the grocery store is more expensive today, with a couple of exclusions of like iceberg lettuce and lemons, funny enough. Quarter one GDP growth was negative, which didn't follow any global trends and was onset because of his terrible economic policy. We had crashes in the stock markets because of his tariffs. I mean, like, something is definitely not going too well here with Donald Trump's second administration. And even when you want to reflect on like the Biden-Harris administration, I understand at points the economy wasn't too good, but that was because of the pandemic. That wasn't because of them, right? They were the ones fixing the issue. But now in Donald Trump's second term, the reason that we've had stagnated GDP growth, a reduction in investment, and higher grocery prices isn't because of any external variable, but it's literally because of him and his economic policy.
Man, you spilled a lot on me. But no, I'm just gonna go back on the same point. The Joe Biden, terrible president. Then we get Trump's got to fix all of that mess. Dude,
all right, buddy. What's one bad thing Biden did? Lay it on me.
It's one bad thing he did. Illegal immigrants.
Okay, illegal immigrants is a word. Well, it's a phrase.
You know what I mean.
No, I don't know what you mean. I want you to.
We don't
also, for everybody in the chat saying that he's 16, this guy's literally married with a kid. Okay, so he's not 16, guys. Calm down. I don't know why they're saying that. You're married with a kid. I'm sorry. The chat could be just totally off sometimes. Anyways, now go ahead and continue here. So what did Joe Biden do with undocumented immigrants that is like super bad? Give me
allowing a bunch of the illegal immigrants into the U.S. open border.
Open borders. Okay, how did he open the borders?
Not a lot of security down there. I mean, millions. Illegal immigrants.
So are you saying that he walked into office, there wasn't a lot of border security, and he did nothing about it, and he left the borders open? Or are you saying when he entered into office, he rescinded that security and opened them himself?
Sorry, what'd you say?
So did he personally open the borders through action, or did he just let them open, leave them open by being inactive?
I mean, I really don't know if there's a right answer. I would say just inactive. I feel like he didn't really care much about it.
Okay, so then if you're telling me that he just kind of sat back and did nothing and left the borders open, does this mean that the borders were opened by Donald Trump's policy in Trump's first term?
No. Joe Biden, new president, new rules.
Okay, well, no. He has to create the new rules, meaning he has to take action. So what action did he take? What new rules did he create that opened the border?
I don't know specific rules. All I know is illegal immigrants. A bunch of them flooded into the U.S. once he became president.
Okay, so you're just saying we saw an increase in undocumented entry in America while he was president. Therefore, the noise. Therefore, you could assume that he caused it because he was president. So does this mean because at the end of Trump's term in April of 2020, we saw a 14.8% level of unemployment, and that happened in America while he was president? Because he was president, we could just basically assume that he caused it?
Can you repeat that question one more time?
We had the highest level of unemployment in the last 100 years happen in America under Trump's first term. Can I say that Trump caused that simply because Donald Trump was president while it happened?
A lot of times, because you know how when I said you're talking about you think the economy has gotten a lot worse once Trump has his second term, and I said, you know, he's fixing a lot of mess that Joe Biden created.
Okay, well, Joe Biden couldn't have created this mess because he literally wasn't president yet. This happened in April of 2020. Okay, the highest level of unemployment that we've had.
I was bringing up his second term so I can
The question that I asked you was about his first term.
I don't really know.
You don't know? Well, okay. Can you repeat the question that I asked you?
Huh?
Can you repeat the question I asked you?
No, you kind of dumped a bunch of stuff on me.
Okay, I'm gonna re-ask it again. That's fine. In April of 2020, during Donald Trump's first administration, we had the highest level of unemployment since the Great Depression and the 1920s and 30s. Okay? The level of unemployment was 14.8%. Can I say that Donald Trump caused that simply because he was president while it happened?
Ain't that because of COVID?
You're not answering my question. Can I say that he caused it simply because he was president? Or is that something I can't say because of COVID?
I would say Trump did not cause that because of COVID. So no.
So I can't say that he caused that just because he was president while it happened. So why can you say that Biden caused an increase in undocumented entry into America simply because he was president? You have a contradiction in your logic here, okay? This correlation causation fallacy that you're giving me baselessly is blaming, right, an increase in undocumented entry into America under Biden because Biden was president when it happened, but then not upholding that same logical fallacy as it relates to things that have happened in this country while Trump is president is contradictory.
Well, Biden's whole year, he didn't do nothing to that border. His whole term, 4 years.
Well, apart from that being false, you're not responding to my argument.
You said, can you blame it on Trump because it happened in his presidency? You know, I said it's because of COVID.
Okay.
And
so
I said
you
no.
can't just blame it on Trump. So then what is your argument that Biden caused an increase in undocumented entry into this country? Because now we understand that you can't just say that
not
because
an argument,
Biden
it's
was
facts.
president.
It's facts. It's not an argument. It's facts. It's open borders. Everyone's getting in. Legal immigrants.
Open borders. Okay,
yeah.
so your
Just
claim is that we
facts.
had
Open your
open
eyes.
borders under the Biden-Harris administration. Did we have open borders under Trump's first term?
To be honest, man, I was 10 years old, so I don't know.
You were 10 years old in 2019?
You said his first term was 2016 to 2019. So yeah, I didn't even have my permit yet.
All right. What year were you born in?
05.
Okay. All right. So you don't know if we had open borders under Donald Trump's first term?
Correct. Hold on. Sorry.
Okay. So then how do you know that we had open borders under the Biden-Harris administration?
Because I got older and started doing more research and just like hearing more stuff about it.
Okay.
And
So how did the Biden-Harris administration open the border?
I don't know how they opened the border. All I know is they
So
didn't.
if you don't know how they did it, then how do you know they did it?
Because it's facts. Look, I mean,
No, you're
millions.
just assuming it as a fact.
So are you saying that the border was secure?
I'm telling
Or
you that you haven't been able to
this
give
is
me
not-
an argument for the idea that the border was open. And then you're just saying it's a fact, baselessly. So are you ready to know the truth? Because I could give you the truth. Here's the truth, okay? So we had backlogged ports of entry into the country at the southern border, onset because of the pandemic, which caused more immigration to America, and Title 42, which shut down the borders due to the public health emergency of COVID. So we had more people coming into the country, and we had lower levels of entry into the country, meaning the lines at the legal ports of entry were backlogged like 10, 15, and even 20 years in some circumstances. And because the legal means of entry into the country were so unattainable because they were so backlogged, and then you had Trump shouting that the border was wide open, that incentivized thousands of undocumented immigrants to come into this country with the use of illegal means. Okay? So this had nothing to do with policy implemented by the Biden-Harris administration, and all to do with A, the legal means of entry being incredibly unattainable because of terrible border legislation and because of a backlog created by the pandemic, and B, Donald Trump screaming and shouting about how attainable the illegal means of entry are. And if you're asking me, well, Dean, what was the response to the Biden-Harris administration to this? Well, they worked with the Republicans in Congress to try to pass a bipartisan border bill to make the legal means of entry into this country more attainable by hiring more judges to run more courts, to allow more legal immigrants in, to naturally disincentivize undocumented entry. But then Trump saw that bill and he saw it as a threat because it was a good bill that would have actually solved some shit. And then he told Republicans to vote against it so the issue would continue to persist so then he could convince you of all these lies. So that's the truth side.
Okay. Could I? Because I had another question. I joined because I got. Can I know your opinions on abortion by any chance?
After you respond to everything that I just said about immigration under the Biden-Harris administration, sure.
I'm just gonna say I can't answer that because I'm at work right now.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate you for coming up. We're going to move on to the next guest, guys. For the 8.1 thousand people over in here on TikTok, appreciate you guys for being here. If you find yourself in the queue, go ahead and take a look at those rules on screen right now. Make sure that you're at least 18 plus American MAGA and ready to debate if you're trying to join the live stream. Welcome in, Rubes. Are you following the rules? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, so I'm British, if you can't tell.
Banned. Second rule, you got to be an American. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. Just give us a minute to get that next guest loaded in. We got Chloe. Hopefully connected to the live right now. Y'all, everybody follow the rules or you're going to get it banned. Chloe, are you following the rules?
Hi.
Hi. Are you following the rules? Do you support Trump?
I actually want to...
Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everyone. Just give us a minute, guys. Let's go to get that next guest loaded into the box. Y'all follow the guys. Like, I don't know. I'm not going to make an exception for you. You know, like, we got to ban everybody. That's how we disincentivize people that aren't supposed to be in the queue from being in the queue. You got to be following the rules if you are going to get on the live. What's up, Jake? You support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Age?
24.
There's a big difference between 18 and 24.
Yeah, I saw the number on there and it scared me.
Okay. I believe it. Here. 1 second. Let me thank a handful of people here. Yo, Brittany, thank you for the first donation of the day with the $10 over on Venmo saying, keeping a great voice for a generation. Brittany, I appreciate you more than you'll ever know. Thank you for the $10. You are awesome. Guys, show some love to Brittany in that chat. As well as Kate with the $10 as well, saying happy 150th episode. Thank you, Kate. Everybody, show some love to Kate and Brittany down below. I appreciate you both. You guys are awesome. As well as, let's see here, Justin. Thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you so much for the love, Justin. Saying, can we please take a moment of silence for the innocent people who lost their lives in the Hiroshima bombing on August 6, 1945. Wow, yeah, today is August 6th. Yeah, thank you so much for bringing that up, Justin. Good point. Yeah, guys. The one and only times nukes have been used on Earth to bomb a civilian population. Thank you so much for bringing that to my attention and letting me know it's the anniversary, Justin. As well as Lola, thank you for the $15 over at PayPal as well. Let's get 250 Justin W's, 150 Lola W's. Show some love to Kate and Brittany as well for the 4 of y'all that have donated so far this stream. I appreciate y'all more than you will ever know. Now, Jake, I'm going to give you the mic. Why the hell do you support Donald Poopy Trump? Wait, Donald Poopy Pants Trump.
So, I mean, I'm a first responder, and I feel like everything that he's done for the first responders have been very great. And, I mean, everything he does is just amazing whenever he comes to the first responders.
Yeah, what has he done?
So, I mean, he's already working on the no tax on overtime. I mean, especially for us who, for first responders, doesn't really, like, we put our lives on the line and everything, and he's helping us out with all that. He supports us almost in every way possible. And
okay, so you're telling me that he supports
really
you. So you're telling me that he supports you via no tax on overtime. So first and foremost, you could only claim that up to a particular point. I think it's like $13,000 per year. And second point, you understand that this goes away in 2028. So it only is going to apply to you for 2 years. And third point, because of all the cuts in the bill, like the cuts to Medicaid, the cuts to food stamps, the cuts to energy production, the cuts to intellectuals in the arts, the cuts to the DOE, etc. The Center on Budget and Policy Priority tells us still yet the average American and everybody making below the average American is going to be worse off, even in consideration of no tax on overtimes because of the big beautiful bill and all of the cuts in it that included no tax on overtime. Now he left. I guess he has a call to respond to, so we're going to move on to the next guest, you guys. If you're going to come up here and debate, please don't just leave. It's kind of annoying. But let's move on to the next guest right now, everyone. Go ahead and take a look at the rules on screen, y'all. We're going to throw them up right there. Only join if you're 18 plus, American, MAGA, and ready to debate. If you want to leave, if you want to kind of skip the queue that we have built up here, go to put a MAGA with your age down below in the chat. But once again, we are, we're being super cutthroat today. And, there's 0 exceptions to the rules. So if you're going to be in the queue, make sure that you're following the rules. If you're not, you're going to get banned. So we get our next guest, Jacob, loading in. We're going to also pull up a handful of other people as well. Let's try to get a debate going here super quickly. Let's also go to get Golf Fan loaded in. Go to put a MAGA with your age down below in the chat if you want to skip the line once again. We're going to get, let's see here, Caden loaded in. Okay, it looks like there's a lot of people in the queue that aren't joining. Hello, Caden. Are you MAGA? Caden's not even here. Shocker. Wow. Okay, moving on to Dom. Here we go, everybody. Just give us a minute, y'all, while we're loading on getting that next guest loaded into the stream, everybody. We got Ims loading up. We got Care loading up. We got Arthur loading up. We're loading up everybody in the queue. Hello, welcome in, Cares. Are you following the rules? Are you MAGA? No, it doesn't look like they are. Arthur, are you following the rules? Are you MAGA?
Yes, I am.
That is a very obvious kid. Get fucking banned. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. We got Pascal loading in. Here we go, everybody. Phenomenal. Welcome in, Pascal. Are you following the rules? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am a Trump supporter.
What time is it?
2056.
2056. That is 8:56 p.m. Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. Follow the goddamn rules. Hello, Caden. Do you support Trump? Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Go to put a MAGA with your age down below that chat. Jess, thank you so much for the $10 over at PayPal. Jess says, hey, Dean, thank you for humbling ignorant folks. I appreciate you for that love, Jess. You were fantastic, quite frankly. Let's get 100 Jess W's down below while we're looking to get that next Trump supporter loaded in. All right, we're like still spamming people up here. Hopefully we'll have like one person that sticks, One person. Bryce,
hey, how's it going?
Bryce and Aldia?
Oh, I'm not Bryce. No, D, nope.
Bryce,
But I am
Bryce,
MAGA.
Bryce?
I'm 19.
Okay.
I'm 19.
Okay, I'm gonna need you to
All
swipe
right.
in and out of the app. You got a bit of an echo.
Oh, there we go. How's that?
Test. No, it's still there. Do you have like headphones or anything connected?
Hold on. Let me try something real quick.
Okay, all right. It's maybe that I don't know, maybe screen
All
recording.
right, there we go.
something.
How's that? Is there still an echo?
Test. Now look at that. It's fixed, Bryce. So Bryce, go ahead and take it away. Why the hell do you support Donald Trump as president? He's a terrible guy with a terrible character. He's lying to the American people, concealing the Epstein files, not pulling through on his promises, like ending the Russian-Ukraine war, cutting the price of groceries. He's violating the Constitution, an authoritarian maniac, and he's taking money out of your pockets. Why would you support this guy?
So I do come from a wait. You said money on my pockets?
Yeah, he's taking money out
Hold
of
on.
your pockets, Bryce.
I never knew about that. When did that?
I mean,
start
where do you
happening?
think the billions of dollars that our government is raising from the tariffs is coming from? It's coming from the consumer.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. All right. But I do support Trump because my whole family has been, well, you could say redneck all these years. And ever since Trump's been in office, we've loved them. But I'm starting to differ with my options here. I just need a good reason to not be MAGA anymore. Are you able to provide me with more reasons, or at least some proof?
Well, it's a little bit difficult to gotta give you a reason to not support Trump when you can't really give me a reason why you do. And it really depends on what your priorities are and what you care about. So what are your priorities? What do you care about?
So I do care about the future, like housing costs, the cost of everything basically in the future for my own kids when I do have them.
Okay, so you
That's
care
what I'm
about,
caring about
you
most.
care about a future for your kids. Okay.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
if Donald Trump was not nominated into office, then you would have had Kamala Harris giving you a $25,000 check to buy your first house. So, that's definitely pretty valuable for your future. B, if Donald Trump was not put into office and Kamala Harris was president, I'm going to go and cut myself off there because this guy's 16. Goodbye. Got to be at least 18. Banned. Dude, okay, can we, I don't want kids up here. Like, please. I want adults. Okay. Come on. Let's make sure that we're following those rules, guys. Let's, please, everyone. I beg. Hello. Are you MAGA, Leslie? No, Leslie's, wait, did I say, are you MAGA? Okay. No, Leslie was not MAGA. Oh, geez. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. Looking for one debate. One debate. That's right. One debate, everybody. We got the chosen one loading up in. Oh, my God. Oh, my goodness gracious. David with the $250 donation over on Venmo. Holy shit, David. Oh, my God. Get the fuck out of here. Banned. David, thank you so much for the love, man. That is insane. I'm gonna be honest, David. I do not deserve a penny of that. That is so much money, David. Man, why are people coming up here and playing music? Shut the fuck up. But no, seriously, David, I do not deserve a penny of that. That is so much money. I'm incredibly thankful to you for that. That is like absolutely insane. David, if you're still watching, just know that I really appreciate you, man. If we could please seriously show some massive, massive love to David in all of our live comment sections while we're working on getting that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box to have a debate, that would be very meaningful to me. David said, Dean, dog walk these MFers today, will ya? Dude, David, just for you, man, I got you, okay? I'm going to start dog walking these fuckers. You got it, Mr. David. Show some love to David down below in that comment section. Oliver, hi, are you MAGA? No, Oliver's not MAGA. Chat, leave the fucking queue if you're not going to come up here and have a debate, okay? They just please, come on, follow the rules. Hey, what's going on, Sam? Do you support Trump?
No, I'm independent.
Okay, then don't join the queue. Only join the queue if you support Trump, everybody. I'm going to go to keep the rules on the screen. I don't understand why y'all aren't following them. I don't understand why you guys can't just look at the phone screen and read before you hop in the queue.
Spit in my mouth, spit in my mouth, spit in my mouth.
Dude, literally banned. It's so annoying. Moving on. Everyone just give us a minute here to get that next guest, Eli, loaded into the box. Here we go, everybody. Just give us a minute, guys. If you want to skip the line, go ahead and put a MAGA with your rage down below in the comment section. Moving on. Nina with a $5 on Super Chat saying Trump just told CNN he didn't know that Maxwell was transferred to a minimum security facility. Oh my God. Yeah, what a liar. And of course, Maxwell didn't indicate him in her 9-hour deposition at all, right? Looks like she got her amenities. A minimum security prison, better treatment, temporary immunity, and in turn for just not indicating Trump whatsoever. Cameron, I appreciate you for the giraffe. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you, Cameron. Welcome in, Eli. Do you support Trump? All right, moving on, guys. All right, it doesn't look like anybody wants to debate. On a real note, if you guys want me to keep it real, the reason why we have so many trolls when we have close... Batman, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't mean to join this live.
Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, guys. If you're in the queue, make sure that you're following the rules. The reason why we have so many trolls, folks, is because Donald Trump is a terrible president, and everybody knows it. And then the Trump supporters that are still going pro-MAGA on the internet.
Help me! Help! I have 3 days to live! Help!
And the only reason why we still see people going for Trump on the internet are because they're literally they're just literal rage baiters, But there's not a single argument for Trump that can withstand even the smallest amount of intellectual pushback. So that's why we have close to 12,000 people in the TikTok live stream right now, but don't have one person that's willing to debate.
No way, I'm in here.
Hey, David.
My God.
Hey, David, do you support Trump?
Yo. I don't know why. I just saw this in my FYP, man.
Banned. Moving on. You know what you didn't see for whatever reason? The rules overlaid on top of my face. You support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
21.
Okay. What time is it?
It's 1803.
Banned. Moving on to the next guest. How many times are we going to have to play this game, y'all? How many times are we going to have to go through it until you guys realize? I appreciate you for the love, but banned. How many times are we going to have to go through this, chat? How many times? How many? How many times are we going to have to sit here and go through this? Jared, you support Trump? Banned. Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. All right, Rita, do you support Trump?
My friend does.
Banned. Yo, Yay Lover, you support Trump? Banned. Banned. June, thank you for the train. I appreciate that. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. We got Caleb loaded into the box. Here we go, everybody. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded in. Mario Kart, I appreciate you for that, Coral. That is incredibly kind of you. What's up, Caleb? Do you support Trump?
Nah.
Okay, banned. All right, everybody. We're going to do a quick exercise. So, everybody, follow this exercise right now. Look and me. If you're on YouTube, this exercise is it for you. This is only for the people on TikTok because they have the rules overlaid on top of my face. For everybody on TikTok, look at me. Okay? I want you to look up here. I want you to read that. What does that say? Only join if. Wow. Wow. It says only join if. Now, what does it say under that statement? Only join if. It says 18 plus. Okay. What does that mean? You got to be an adult to join the live stream. Well, now let's read that second line. What does it say? American and MAGA. Wow. So you have to be an American citizen that's an adult, and you have to support Trump and be MAGA? Okay. And now what is the last thing it says there? Ready to debate. What does that mean? You got to be an American citizen that supports Trump, that is at least 18, that's ready to debate if you're going to join the queue. Now, if you join the queue and you're not following the rules, you'll get banned super duper quickly. And why? Because this is a debate live, where we're supposed to be talking to Trump supporters about why they support the president. And, one thing I will say is that today seems almost impossible to get a single debate. So I'm actually going to take off the overlay while I say this. I want you all to take note of that fact, that we could have over 13,000 people in the TikTok live stream without one single person being able to get up here and tell us why they support Trump. MAGA is dead. They're losing their steam. They're losing their social support. And I think the fact that there's not one singular person out of a group of 13,000 that's willing to come up here and defend the president proves it. So even for all the Trump supporters out there that are scared, that aren't willing to join, you can't even contest what I'm saying. You have to be able to acknowledge that I'm right and that MAGA is losing social support. And the evidence is the fact that there's not a singular American adult that supports the president that is willing to join the stream right now. MAGA is dwindling. It's so annoying when this happens, for sure, but we're absolutely suffering from success. Think about how insane that is. We all know how crazy MAGA is. We all know the ways that MAGA has personally impacted our lives. But look at this. Over 13,000 people. Not one Trump supporter. Let that give you hope. Let that give you hope, you guys. Yo, DIE, go to mute that mic, man.
Hey, hello.
What time is it?
3 p.m.
3 p.m. What state are you in?
What?
What state are you in?
Oh, I'm from Chicago.
Chicago's not a state. Have a good one. Moving on to the next guest.
Fuck you.
All right. Banned. Follow the rules. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Everyone. What's up, Trust? You support Trump?
Hello. Yeah, no, I fucking don't.
All right. And get out of here because you got to follow the rules, guys. Follow the rules before you attempt to join. We're going to move on to the next guest, Tyler Erickson. Right now, everybody. We got Tyler Erickson loaded in. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, out of you.
I'm 31.
All right, Mr. Tyler Erickson. First, before we hop into our debate, I actually want to ask you a question. How do you feel about the fact that we have 13,000 people in here, and it's now taken me 33 minutes to find one single person that supports the president? And how does that make you feel about, the efficacy of the presidency? And does that make you kind of do a double take on if you're right?
It doesn't make me feel any type of way because most of the people in here are probably on the left side. They're not supporting Trump because they're supporting you. And you being on TikTok Live talking about Donald Trump every day is making money off him, which is a part of supporting Trump. You are literally showing his name and making money off of his name. That is literally you supporting Trump.
I have a question. Literally every Democratic politician in politics in the last 10 years has in one way or another made money off of Donald Trump's name by like either running fundraisers, PACs, super PACs to pay for, like canvassers, to pay for polling, to pay for their own campaigns, to fundraise, to run against Trump, to run against his cronies in Congress. So does this mean that you think every Democrat ever in politics in the last 10 years supports Trump? Feel free to unmute, Tyler.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, what do you think the word support means?
I believe as a whole, support's kind of a word that, you can use because I don't have to support every single aspect of what Trump says, right? Like I can support some things that Joe Biden did, correct? And not be a leftist, right?
I have a question. You now have been donated a handful of roses as you're mentioning Joe Biden's name. Does this mean that you support Joe Biden since you're making some money off of the use of his name?
I haven't donated any roses to you.
No, you've been sent a couple roses like in the last 30 seconds, and you just mentioned Joe Biden's name. Does this mean that you support Joe Biden? Does this mean that you support Joe Biden because you've made a couple pennies off of his name?
I supported our president no matter what because I'm an American citizen. Whether or not I like the president or not does not mean that I don't have to support them or I do or don't support them.
Well, now you're kind of reframing what support means. I want to ask you another question. There's a lot of historians that will make like documentaries about like Nazi Germany and Hitler, and then they'll make money off of that documentary. Does that mean that all of those historians support Hitler?
Is that not supporting their name? Is that not supporting their name?
No, I don't think that you know what the word supports means.
Listen.
Like answer my question.
It's a part.
Answer my question. Like even like school teachers.
If you
can you stop interrupting me?
If you
can
make
you stop?
money off Jeffrey
Tyler,
Dahmer,
you were still interrupting me. You were still interrupting me. Thank you.
Okay, you go ahead.
Okay, so college professors will talk about Hitler. They'll talk about Dahmer. They'll talk about some of the worst people that have ever existed, and they'll teach their students about them. Imagine like a history professor, and then they'll get paid for their time professing. Does that mean that history professors in college support Hitler?
Yes, that is supporting. Yes, 100%. If you're bringing up their name,
what's a Nazi?
If you're bringing up their name, look, if somebody makes a profit off something, you know how people made the Dahmer TV show, correct? And they profited money.
Yeah.
Do you think that's supporting? No, I'm talking now. You're interrupting.
No, because
Do you think that's supporting?
I need to be able to finish out my like line of thought there. So you did indeed affirm that like history professors that get paid for their professing that will like, teach kids about Hitler, they support him. I have a question. Would you say that a fair definition of what a Nazi is somebody that supports Hitler?
Not necessarily, because there's different when you see somebody with a swastika, does that mean they support Hitler? You know for a fact they support Hitler, or could that just be
if it's a
part
Nazi,
of them being racist?
If it's a Nazi swastika, they're going to support Hitler. They're going to support Nazism.
Then I don't think every single person that has a swastika means they support Hitler. But if you're talking about somebody who is a bad person,
how about this? What do you say? How about
this?
Let me re-ask you a question. Because that's not smart. I'll find another way to go about it though. Would you say everybody that supports Nazism supports Nazi Germany and supports Hitler as a Nazi?
In what aspect are they making money off something? Are they making money off talking to people on TikTok Live? And
hopefully
they're not supporting this person. Like you're sitting here, you're asking people if they support Donald Trump.
So why won't you answer the question?
You are supporting.
Why won't you answer the question?
You are supporting Donald Trump.
You seem now to just find yourself in a position where you cannot you cannot deal with my intellectual
pushback. Taking it off topic.
No, I'm not taking it off topic, and I'll demonstrate it.
Yes, you are.
I'm not taking it off topic, Tyler. I'm demonstrating the absurdity in your logic. Please don't interrupt me and allow me to finish speaking. I'm going to count down from 5. If you do not be quiet by the time I'm down to 1, I'm going to mute you and treat you like a kid. I don't like to treat adults like children, so that's why I'm giving you the opportunity to voluntarily stop talking yourself. 5, 4, thank you. Now I'm going to go back to my argument. Okay, so I asked a very fair question. I said, would you generally say that people who support Nazi Germany, Nazism, and Hitler are Nazis? Obviously, right? The fair and like responsible answer to this question is yes. Right? Is there anybody watching the stream that disagrees that it is fair to say that anybody who supports Nazi Germany, Nazism, Hitler are Nazis? Okay, that is very fair. We've now agreed on that. We've had 50,000 people agree that it's fair to say somebody that supports Hitler, Nazism, and Nazi Germany are Nazis. Okay, neo-Nazis to be more specific. But yet you told me that if you talk about these things in any sense, as long as you make some money off of it, you therefore support them. So this means that history professors that will teach about Nazi Germany, Hitler, and Nazism support Nazi Germany, Hitler, and Nazism. And because it's fair to say people that support Nazism, Nazi Germany, and Hitler are Nazis, does this mean that according to your perspective, all history teachers ever are Nazis?
Is it my turn yet?
Yeah. Answer the question. Does this mean, from your perspective, all history teachers ever are Nazis?
See, you're asking a one-lane question of, okay, just because support means this, that means you support the whole in general. No, I said that you're making money off of Donald Trump. You're making money. So you are performing a type of support. You sitting here making money off Donald Trump's name is a type of support.
Right. And now it's not. And now I've proven that idea wrong with the use of an example where we implement your idea to show that it's absurd. Because if your idea was right, no, don't stop interrupting, Tyler. Because if your idea was right,
just interrupted me.
I let you finish speaking. Did you have anything else to say?
No,
because if so, please say it. Okay, go finish.
I said, you sitting here supporting Donald Trump is literally making money. You're supporting him right now by putting his name on TikTok Live. There's 13,000 people in this TikTok right now. His name is right here. People are paying you to sit and listen to you debate other people about Donald Trump. You are supporting Donald Trump right now on TikTok Live.
Okay, so
you can look up every single definition of it.
You didn't have anything more to say. You just repeated yourself. That's pretty funny. So you were done talking, right? I didn't interrupt you. You just wanted to moan and complain and act as if I was interrupting you. Then when I let you finish, you just simply repeated yourself. Come on, bro. Okay, we got it the first time.
You don't believe that,
Tyler? From this point forward,
that's supporting.
I don't, and hopefully I'll be able to explain why again. No, re-ask the question. Re-ask the question for the 10th time. Please do it. Okay.
Google it.
Okay, Tyler, is it my turn to talk? Is it?
I don't know. I mean, you go ahead.
You don't know?
Do
you have anything else to say, Tyler?
It's all good.
Okay.
You're making money off Trump. It's cool.
Okay, point number one.
You're making money off Trump.
Okay, so you do have more to say. Get it all out, buddy.
You're making money off Trump. That's cool.
There we go. We heard you the first 10 times. You want to say it for 11th time?
You support Trump.
Okay.
You support Donald Trump.
Now is it my turn to talk?
Donald Trump.
Oh, now he's crashing out. Okay,
Dean
this is a crash
Donald Trump.
This isn't a conversation. It's a crash out. So we got to do the whole mute thing. Okay, now I'm going to respond, Tyler. That's great. So, Mr. Tyler, we've already demonstrated how, conceptually speaking, your idea of support here is lame, contradictory, and false. Because if we were to accept the idea that we could say that person X supports idea or person Y simply because they talk about them in any manner whatsoever and make money off of it is incredibly absurd. And I gave you a great example. History teachers talk about Hitler. They talk about Nazi Germany. They talk about the Holocaust, okay? And we would obviously say that therefore, in accordance with your view, they would therefore support Hitler, support Nazi Germany, support the Holocaust simply because they talk about these things, okay? Point number one, that's absurd on its own. But point number two, therefore, the conclusion that all history teachers ever are Nazis that support the Holocaust simply because they teach about the Holocaust and then make money off of their teaching is absurd. So I've now successfully I've taken your idea of what support is and what it means, and we've absolutely shit on it and thrown it out the window. So now we need to replace it with a better idea. So what does support means? Okay, it means to advocate for, positively reflect on, or push for acceptance of. I would say that's a vague, workable definition of support. To advocate for, positively reflect on, or push for support of. And when I'm sitting up here with Trump's name on the screen, asking people why they support Trump, I'm very obviously doing the opposite. I'm advocating against Trump. I'm pushing for support against Trump. I want less people to like the guy. I want less people to want him in power. So we've now taken your idea here, and we've shit on it, and I've ate you up, quite fucking frankly, Tyler. And then one last point here. You've brought up the whole money thing a couple times. You're fucking jealous that I'm able to make a livable income and pay my bills because people watching the live support me so much that they'll go to the link tree in my bio and support me on Venmo or PayPal. And in the process of paying my bills, I'm explaining to everybody watching why everybody that holds the same beliefs you do are abundantly false. I mean, I get it, man. Just everybody, put yourself in Tyler's shoes, for instance, and imagine how much shitty this must feel. Imagine that there's somebody that sits on the internet all day with a crowd of like 15, 16, 17,000 people, and they're able to effectively dismantle and shit on like everything you believe. That would piss you off. And then in the process, they make money? Oh my God, you'd hate them. You'd be so jealous. And that's all that Tyler is. Speaking of the money, Jeff, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you, Jeff. That's incredibly kind of you. As well as Caroline, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, for the support for Trump. Let's go, Caroline. Then Tyler 6 minutes ago with a $15 over on Venmo saying, fuck this, Tyler. Happy Wednesday. I appreciate you. I appreciate you too, Tyler. Everybody show some love to the Tyler 1.0 down below in the chat for the $15 donation. And then Crystal with a $5 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love. No, you're not. And then Chloe with a $3 on PayPal. Thank you. And then Jess with a $10 over on PayPal. And Taylor with a $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. More money for my bills. I appreciate you for the love, Taylor. You are awesome. Take it away.
Hey, just to clarify, I'm not mad at you for making money. I think you're smart as fuck. But I'm still here to tell you that you are making money. And what you said about a history teacher, if a history teacher was sitting on TikTok Live, making money and getting donations by talking about Jeffrey Dahmer, whether he was trashing Jeffrey Dahmer, exploiting whatever, doing whatever he was doing, he would be supporting Jeffrey Dahmer.
What? No, that's insane. Think about it. If there's a history,
if there was
a history teacher running a TikTok live, educating people on the Holocaust, critiquing misinformation, and promoting the idea that the Holocaust is a historical fact, and he like made money through donations, would you say that this history teacher supports the Holocaust?
Yes, 100%.
Has a history teacher ever taught you about the Holocaust?
Not on TikTok Live, no.
I know, but like in school, they're still
getting money for it.
Oh, your history teacher in school got money from it. So why would you let somebody teach you that literally
He
supports
didn't get
the
money
Holocaust?
specifically for talking about Hitler.
Yeah, actually, he specifically did because it was a part of the curriculum.
No, it was one percentage. You have Donald Trump's name on your screen right now. Your whole narrative is how Donald Trump is bad.
Joe,
he's
thank
a
you so
bad
much for the
president.
gold mine.
Do you
Right.
support Donald Trump?
Right.
You want people to come on here and debate you. You are
Right.
making a profit of it. I
Right.
never
Oh,
once said
speaking
that
of
I
the
was
profit,
buying-
yo, Jin, thank you for the $30 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Jin. Jin says, I've always been very politically educated, but I still learn new stuff from you every single day. Keep it up. You're doing awesome work. Thank you, Jin. I want to see 300 Jin W's down below in that chat. Thank you so much for the love. Oh, Trump has talked about Kamala Harris. Therefore, Trump supports Kamala Harris.
He does, 100%. I think they all intertwine. I mean, our country is so... Hold on. Let me finish.
No. Trump has talked about Epstein. Does this mean that Donald Trump supports pedophiles?
Let me finish.
No, Trump has talked about pedophiles. Does this mean that he supports pedophiles? He's talked about criminals. Does this mean that he supports criminals?
Has he sat on TikTok Live and made money about pedophiles?
Yeah, he's made so much money off of like publicly speaking, being the president. I mean, half of his net worth is literally from Truth Social alone, right? And he's talked about Epstein. Does this mean that he supports pedophiles? Why do you support a president that literally supports P3 You fucking sick, twisted POS. Why would you ever support a president that, by your own logic, supports P3 Oh my God. Oh, my name's Tyler. I love Trump, and Trump loves P3 Do you see how insane your logic is? I want you to backwalk it now. Because if you just start defending the idea that you love a man that loves P3 oh my God, I think I may just have to remove you. I might, Tyler. Like, that might just be taking it one step too far, buddy. Unmute the mic. So, do you love a man that loves P3
You literally sit on TikTok Live and make money.
Right.
Donald Trump is not sitting on TikTok Live making money every day. I'm solely talking about you.
Well, now
and you can't
exactly. It's
focus on
only
the
about me.
fact that
It's only about me.
you're-
It's only about me.
Yes,
it is.
Yes, that's
my
what I
name's
came on here
Tyler.
to say,
I'm
that
not
you're
logically
making
consistent.
money.
I'm not logically consistent at all. I don't apply
It's
to my
literally-
logic to anybody but Dean. I just specifically don't like Dean because he
Did I not
specifically
come on
targets
here to
my
talk
beliefs.
about
Get
you?
punked.
Did I
Get
not come
pushed.
here to talk to you?
Yeah, but the logic that you'd be underpinning your beliefs about me with better
No,
be
I'm
all-encompassing
literally
and applicable
talking about
scenarios.
you. I'm talking about you. I'm talking directly to you. You make money
Oh my
supporting Donald Trump.
Yeah,
on
talking
TikTok
about the
Live.
money. Cammy, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo saying this is actually hilarious. Thank you. Thank you. Trinity with the $3. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate that. Alyssa with the $5. I appreciate you so much for the love, Alyssa. Shaylee with the 5 and Crystal with the 5. I appreciate you guys so much. And then Ben, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Let's see 200 Ben W's down below in that comment section. Ben says, I think Tyler has a hard time understanding the difference between critique and support. Obviously he does. And then Diana, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo for your patience dealing with Tyler the Delulu. Thank you so much for the love. Heidi with the $20 over on PayPal. This is for educating everybody on the live. Tyler's uneducated. Define support. Yeah, you won't be able to do it. Thank you for the love, Heidi. Let's get 200 IDWs down below. And then Karina, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for the love, Karina. You are awesome. Karina says, I support you because you have the courage most people don't. It takes guts to speak up and to take action, and that's exactly how real change happens, through people like you. I appreciate you so much for the love, Karina. You are awesome. And then also Glenn with the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Glenn. Glenn says, Dean, love supporting your debates. This donation is in hope to shut the guy the hell up. And then Tony with the $5 saying, thank you for helping me understand politics more. I appreciate everyone so much for the donations. Yo, then Timothy, thank you for the $28 donation over on PayPal. Holy crap. Timothy says, have all of these MAGAs been taught in a school in a swamp with water damage books? Keep schooling them. I appreciate you so much for the love. That's incredibly kind of you. Then Dylan with the $10 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Dylan. And then AUR, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on Venmo, saying you're a great inspiration to all the youth and a professor to grown-ass adults. I appreciate you. Thank you for the love, Ariello. You are awesome. Now that we got all the donations out of the way, all the money I'm making off of my support for Trump, I'm going to go ahead and say, stop the rage bait. We've already been through the circle. You are just too dense and too unintelligent in order to even conceptually follow the points that I made to critique your beliefs there. So I'll go ahead and answer the question on top of my head. Tell us why you think Donald Trump is a good president, or scram, quite frankly.
Let me ask you one question before I get out of here.
Oh, no, I think I want you to answer this question. Oh, are you too scared?
Okay.
Are you too uneducated to give
because-
us one reason why he's a good president?
No, I have multiple different reasons why I personally voted for Donald Trump.
So let's hear one.
One, he doesn't put the gay community first. That's what I am 100% with. I don't care whether somebody else is gay or not. I literally don't care. I don't hate anybody. I don't even hate you. I don't hate any left person, right person. I'm not affiliated with anything. I told you yesterday, I'm in the middle. I'm on my own side. I don't believe that our government, left, right, I don't believe either side cares about us, about normal everyday citizens. I don't think they care about us at all. Not one bit. And if they did, our country would not be in the shape that they're in. They're scared. Both sides are scared of unity. That's why we're on here divided, arguing. They don't want us to, love each other. They don't want peace for us. Peace is bad for them. Unity is bad for our government. They don't care about us.
Okay, Tyler, we're going to just stick on the first thing that you said. You said that you support Trump because he doesn't put gay people first. Okay. Where does he put gay people?
100%. He puts them with every other human in this country. He doesn't care whether you're gay or not. He literally doesn't care what your
okay, so would you say that the LGBTQ plus community puts gay people first?
I think they put themselves in a position where if you don't agree with it, then you're a bad person, or you're this. You can't have it.
Wait, I definitely agree with that. Yeah, if you think it's wrong to be gay, you are a bad person.
No, I don't think it's wrong to be gay.
Would you agree that people that think it is wrong are bad people?
I don't think they're bad people. I think everybody's entitled to their own opinion. I think some people just
would you say
aren't
people that
open
think would you say people that think it's wrong to be black? Would you say they're bad people?
100%. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, nobody can control what they are. I don't think gay people can control
Okay. So
who
just
they are or what they
I
are.
want to clarify
I
here.
just don't want to see it
I
everywhere.
want to clarify here. So you're saying people that think it's wrong to be black are bad people because one, people that are black.
If anybody thinks it's wrong to be black,
Tyler, stop it. I just want you to affirm or deny the following argument. So you think that people that think it's wrong to be black are bad people because one, you can't choose to be black, and two, being black doesn't hurt anybody. Is that would you say you agree with that position?
100%. And I don't think that about gay people either. I don't think gay people choose to be gay.
Now just replace the word black with the word gay. People that think it's wrong to be gay are bad people because one, you don't choose to be gay.
Who said that though?
And
Who said that?
And two,
Who said that?
And two, being gay doesn't hurt anybody else. Can you agree to that position too?
Yeah, who said that?
Okay, so you
who said being gay makes you.
So you just affirmed.
No.
You just affirmed that you think people that think being gay is wrong are bad people. Okay, but earlier you told me that you don't like the LGBTQ plus community because they think if you think being gay is wrong, you're a bad person. But you just affirmed that you think that too.
I never once said that I did not like the LGBTQ community. I said I don't think we should put them first. I don't think that we should have it in every single movie that comes out. I don't think we should have it in every single aspect of life that little kids, it shouldn't be in school all over the place that little kids are being targeted now, seeing this shit every single day. That's what I don't believe in.
Okay, so what are kids seeing in school
I don't
every
care
day
if
that you don't believe in?
I don't care. Huh?
What are kids seeing in school every day that you don't believe in? Be specific.
What do you mean?
I mean what I said. Specifically, what do kids see in school every day that you do not agree with as it relates to gay people?
So have you seen any kids have to go to school and see their teacher as a transgender teacher?
So they have
a man dressed as a woman.
So okay,
yeah,
well,
100%.
So
that's what I don't agree with.
Okay, so first and foremost, being trans isn't being gay. Second of all, being trans doesn't mean you're a man dressed as a woman. And third of all, you're saying that you disagree with trans individuals being teachers? So you're saying that a cis person should be hired over a trans person, not because of their qualifications, expertise, background, or merit, but simply because of the fact that they're cis. So I just want to make it clear, when you hear people like Charlie Kirk or Ben Shapiro say that, oh, the left is terrible and they're not hiring people for jobs, he left. They're not hiring for people for jobs on the basis of their merit or qualifications, but rather because on the basis of their race, that you actually agree conceptually with what they're describing. That we shouldn't be hiring people based on merit, but rather based upon immutable characteristics of being. Yeah, buddy got cooked and ran. Bye, Tyler. Bye, Tyler. I agree with the rest of the chat. Oh, the whole chat is saying bye, Tyler. Yeah, he left. He got pushed. We're going to move on to the next guest. Here we go, everyone. Just give us a minute to get that next guest loaded up into the box, y'all. We got Jared loaded up into the phone screen. Dude, there's a bunch of y'all that have been supporting me over on Venmo, PayPal, and YT Super Chat. Let me go and thank a handful of people. PAR, thank you for the $20 Super Chat over on YouTube, saying, is this guy really that dumb or is he just trolling? I don't think he was trolling, so I'd shoot for the latter. Thank you, PAR. And Valerie, thank you for the draft. That's very kind of you. Galio, let's get 200 PARWs. And then also, oh my God, let's get 500 Don W's down below in that chat. Everybody spam W Don. Don just donated $50 over on Super Chat. Holy crap, Don. Thank you so much for the love. They say, I hope you're having a good Wednesday. Was a Trump supporter once upon a time, but after listening here, it's changed my mind. But I still don't side with your views on abortion. Love you, my dude. You know, honestly, Don, I'm really fucking proud of you for at least making the concession that you no longer support Trump. And I say this with a smile on my face. I hope one day I'll be able to convince you of my views on abortion. And you are like more than welcome here, right, Don? You are more than welcome to be here. I hope you listen in. And I want people to continue to spam W Don in that chat just for the fact that you've already gone from not supporting Trump. It shows maturity. It shows an ability to change your mind based upon reason and fact. And I just now really hope that I could also change your mind predicated upon reason and fact as it relates to abortion, man. It's all about progress here. I appreciate you for the love, Don. Welcome in, Jared. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do support Trump, mainly for Hello?
Go on.
Mainly for Section 8 housing and the sentiment of his mass deportation. Not necessarily how he's doing it, but the end goal I support. But I mainly want to talk to you about something you said yesterday.
Okay,
that is
so you don't want to talk about
unbelievably problematic, in my opinion.
What did I say yesterday?
So you were speaking to someone, and you were speaking about how. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous. Things that children do and people under the age of 18 who aren't that developed, it should be downplayed.
What?
Yesterday, you were speaking about how someone was defending a rapist or a grapist, I apologize, and you said that it is not that big of a deal because they were under the age of 18, they're still young, and they still have a lot to learn.
Oh, absolutely not. No,
crazily
I remember the
problematic.
conversation that I had. I don't know why you choose to misrepresent it so much.
Did I misinterpret it?
Yeah, 110%.
Okay.
So I had somebody that came up here. They were like, they had just turned 18 years old. And I asked them the question, you know, like conceptually speaking, can like 16 and 17-year-olds consent to sex? And they were like, yes, right, they can. And then my response to that is to say, like, I understand you were literally just 16 and 17. So instead of like attacking you with hate, I'm just going to try to explain how, no, it's actually not true that 16 and 17-year-olds can consent to sex and why. And I obviously think that there's going to be a big difference between if like an 18-year-old says that 17-year-olds can consent to sex, and if like a 25-year-old says that 17-year-olds can consent to sex, because this 18-year-old was literally just that age. So instead of approaching them and being like, holy fucking shit, like, oh my God, I'm going to attack you and hate you, I instead took a more educational approach by being like, here's why.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Because I heard that yesterday when I was just passing through, and that's from all the other stuff that I've heard about you, it did not sound like how you behaved previously. So I just wanted to make sure that I was misinterpreting it.
Yeah,
Sorry for wasting it.
Yeah, no, I just took a more educational approach with somebody that is like really fucking young, and held a belief that is incredibly harmful. Probably because they're like really close in age to like 17 or whatnot. And I just like took an educational approach and explained to them why they're wrong. You know, I like, and I think that's fair. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Now, you told us that you support Trump because of the sentiment of mass deportation. I'm not so sure what that means. What does that mean?
So the end goal of getting a better process for undocumented migrants to have a better life in America. The mass deportation, the violence that is being exhibited is not necessarily, or is not enjoyable. I don't appreciate it at all in the slightest.
Okay. So you
But I
just
think
told
the
us
end
that
goal-
you support the sentiment of mass deportation because it gives undocumented immigrants a better life in America. No, it doesn't. It sends them out of the country for a worse life than they had.
It's a start, though. If there's an alternative that you can present, then I would appreciate it. But the only way that I can think about it is it's a start.
A start to what end?
To having all the undocumented migrants get a better life in America.
Are you saying like we're gonna deport them all, then they could come back in the legal way?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
And we
I
can
should.
kind
So
of
I should be able to.
alter and-
I should be able to convince. I should be able to convince you of the following argument in like literally 3 seconds. Okay. So if ultimately like you support the conceptual goal of like deporting all undocumented immigrants, then just having them come back into America with a legal means of entry. Well, just hear me out here. What if we didn't deport them and we just gave them said pathway to residency or citizenship in America already? Okay, number one, this is going to be significantly faster and less expensive to do because we don't have to pay for an operation of mass deportation and then have them wait in a line and not work or pay taxes in our country for 20 years. And point number two, it's going to be significantly better for the economy because once again, instead of forcefully removing 8.3 million of our laborers and 12 million of our consumers, and according to the Center on American Progress, reduce our GDP by 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollars per year, they could continue to contribute. In fact, contribute more the moment they get residency or citizenship, since they'll be incentivized to pay taxes. So more of them will work over the table since they'll be able to claim federal benefits, and they'll be able to garner and get higher wages from their employers since they'll have more bargaining power to use and hold against their employers. So if you support that end goal of having them like legal in the country, you should absolutely support mass amnesty.
So what is the main relevant obfuscation from what I supported or from what I proposed and mass amnesty?
Yeah, for sure.
What is the main
the main difference is going to be cost and efficiency. because your operation is going to cost significantly more and take significantly longer since the undocumented immigrants don't want to be deported. And then they're not going to be able to contribute to the economy for 20 years. So we'll go without the $100 billion in taxes and 1.1 trillion through $1.7 trillion contributions to our GDP per year for like 20, 30, 40 years. Instead of just mass deportation, instead of mass amnesty, where they continue to contribute, they continue to pay taxes, they make more money, they contribute more, they pay more taxes right now, today, tomorrow. So that's like the big difference, and that difference should be obvious.
Yeah, that's why, because I feel like a lot of people on my side make the false claim that undocumented migrants are more likely to commit crimes, which is not true. And that's the main reason that I supported mass deportation, is because I just thought that it was the best starting point to giving undocumented migrants a better.
Do you see how like mass amnesty is better though?
I do. Yeah, I do.
Okay, so you no longer support mass deportation?
I do not. I no longer support mass deportation. I appreciate you explaining that to me.
Awesome. Yeah, man. Is there anything else you'd like to go over?
Not really. Again, I appreciate you being respectful.
Yeah, man. I appreciate you for being respectful. Thank you for coming up here and asking good questions.
Yeah.
Have a good rest of your day, man.
You too, man.
All right. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute here, y'all. All right. We're going to move on right now. You guys go ahead and put a MAGA with your age down below in that chat if you'd like to join up. You know, it's funny how like quickly like the tides can change in the stream. Like we'll have like Tyler up here who's just like screaming at the top of his lungs, being so anti-intellectual, so dense, so annoying. But then we'll have somebody like Jared that comes up and is asking like legitimate questions and just really trying to achieve a goal and like seeking truth and then acknowledge that there's a better way to achieve the goal. Well, welcome in. Do you support Trump? All right, they left here pretty quickly. So we're going to throw the rules back up on stream. Everybody, go ahead and take a good look at them if you're trying to join. Make sure that you're 18 plus, American MAGA, and ready to debate, y'all. As well as if you're watching over on YouTube, I did see that we had some audio issues. If your audio is cutting out, just refresh the stream. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? All right, they left once again. Guys, go to put a MAGA with your age down below in that comment section if you want to come up. We're going to go to get the next guest loaded in right now. Everybody. We got Eric Baxter loading up into the queue. Quite freaking frankly. There's also a handful of donations that I got to read off here. First in...
Phil Sean.
Eric, hello. Do you support Trump? Okay, no one's on the mic. Goodbye,
up,
Eric. Oh, God, no, they spoke after I kicked them. L, bruh, L. Moving on to the next guest, Crummy. Interesting name. James, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo 8 minutes ago. James says, keep up the great work from one of your boomer fans. James, thank you for being here, man. Thank you. Everybody show some love to James. Welcome in, Crummer. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do support Trump.
Age?
20.
Okay. Time? Yeah, what time is it, bro?
I don't know.
You don't know what time it is? Banned! Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. Once again, thank you, James, for the $20. Then Alyssa, 7 minutes ago with a $4. Thank you so much. And they said from a gay trans person, thank you. Well, thank you for the love, Alyssa. As well as Sarah with a $10 over on Venmo saying, I got to see straight people everywhere and in the media, so like equality, bro. Yeah, I didn't bring that point up to Tyler. I mean, I could have, but he skedaddled out of here rather quickly, so I didn't even get a chance. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate that. Let's go and get that next guest loaded in right now. We got the real Don loaded in. Let's see who else we got. Robert with a $3 and Chloe with a $5 and RM with a $1. I appreciate you guys. Then Jacob, this just came in, brand new. Jacob, thank you for the $25 donation over on Venmo. Jacob says, I sometimes wish I disagreed with you so I could have the privilege of having a productive and intellectual conversation with you. Keep fighting and much love. Jacob, thank you for being here. You're awesome, bro. Everybody show some love to Jacob down below. I really appreciate your $25 as well as your message, man. I appreciate you for supporting me, supporting the stream. Welcome in. Anyways, welcome into Real Don. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Come on, man. You see the profile picture, Dean.
Oh, yeah. A lot of people pop up here with that as like a troll, though, so I still ask.
Well, yeah.
Okay, so that's not a troll. You're literally ultra MAGA?
Yep.
Okay, I want to rip my eyes out.
I think you should.
Whoa, that's pretty hateful and vindictive, don't you think? Is this an expose as MAGA the party of hate because you tell liberals that you think that they should rip their eyes out?
No, I just support people who want to do things, and you want to do it, so I want to support you.
Okay, so why do you support me ripping my eyes out, but you don't support adults getting sex reassignment surgery?
Who told you that I don't?
Yeah, the profile picture did their pal.
I mean, you can be MAGA for many reasons other than that.
Right. Okay, take it away. Why are you MAGA?
Well, I mean, for the most part, because I'll just say listening to liberals and listening to you, Mainly listen to you, Dean. It makes me wonder.
No.
Do you have a nice little shiny booty hole, Dean?
Whoa! Okay, that went from like 0 to 100 like real quick. Okay, all right. Okay, we're gonna move on to the next guest. Holy crap. Okay, all right. Welcome in, Alex. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, how old are you?
What?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, what time is it?
It's 12 a.m.
12 a.m. Banned! Guys, if you're going to try to join the live from the queue, y'all make sure that you're at least 18 plus, American, and MAGA. But let's go to move on to the next guest right now while we're getting them up here. First and foremost, Diego. Thank you for the $25 donation over on PayPal. I appreciate that, Diego. Diego says, love your work, amigo. Bro, Diego, thank you, man. That's so incredibly kind of you. And once again, thank you so much for the $25 donation. Everyone, please show some love to Diego down below. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then what other one here? Tyler. Holy shit. Tyler, thank you for the $50 donation over on PayPal. Tyler, that is so incredibly kind of you. That is so much money, man. Holy crap. 500 Tyler W's down below. Thank you, Tyler. Tyler says, to help Dean's sanity with dealing with people that refuse to be reasonable or to listen. From a 45-year-old father and husband. Keep it up, young man. Tyler, I want to be like you one day, bro. I appreciate you for being in here. You're awesome, bro. Everybody, please show some love to Tyler while we are hopping into this next debate. All the love to you, Tyler. All the love to you. And welcome in, Damo. Do you support Trump? Banned. Rules are on the screen. W Tyler's and W Diego's are on the chat. Once again, I appreciate you both. And we're going to go ahead and try to find that next guest. Here we go. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hello?
Hi.
Yes.
Okay. What time is it?
15:45.
15:45. Okay. Wow. What is that? It's like 2, right? That's what it is? It's like 3:45? Okay. What state are you in?
Colombia.
Okay, Colombia is not a state. Goodbye. Follow the rules. Follow the rules. All right. We're going to move on to the next guest. Follow the rules. Follow him, please. Okay. So going to get that next guest loaded into the box. We're going to go to get them loaded in right now. If you're in the queue, make sure that means that you're MAGA, you're from America, and you support Trump. We're going to go ahead and try to get that next guest, Eric P., loaded in right now, everyone. In the meantime, quickly, I'd like to thank Aurora for the $15 over on PayPal. They say this is perfect background noise. You know, I agree. When I'm not doing these streams, I'm also listening to the streams while I do other work and whatnot. Thank you for the love, Aurora. You are phenomenal. Thank you so much. Everybody in that chat, please show some love to Aurora down below. As well as Caleb, I appreciate you for the $5. Show some love to Aurora and Caleb. And then Emily with a $20 over on PayPal. Thank you, Emily. 200 Emily W's. Emily says, the fact that his first point of supporting Trump has to do with LGBTQ+ tells me all that I need to know. No, I agree. No, it's just like they support Trump because they're bigoted. Yeah, like the first word that comes to your mouth when somebody asks you why you're MAGA is gay people. Like you definitely, that is telling me all that I need to know too, Emily. That's an astute observation that I can agree with 110%. And then also Joy and Trenton, I appreciate the two of you both for the $5 over on PayPal. Appreciate that, Joy and Trenton. Welcome in, Gabriella. Do you support Trump? Sorry, not Gabriella, Gabe. Gabe, do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay. Sorry for calling you Gabriella. Your name is cut off right after the Gabe, and I just assumed it said Gabriella. That is my fault. How old are you?
25.
All right, Gabe. Why the hell do you support Trump?
I really just wanted to see what your take on doing these in this way. Like you're end up getting aggressive. It kind of draws an aggressive crowd.
I would actually say that I don't tend to get aggressive unless people are aggressive to me because I give the energy that I get. And then even in a lot of circumstances, I don't give the energy I get. In a lot of circumstances, I'm a little bit nicer than the guests are to me. Even like most of the time, I'd say like 9 out of 10 times when I have like a really rude, dense guest up, it's not aggressive. I get a little sassy, I have a little bit of fun with it. And then that like 1 out of 10 times where I do get aggressive is because I like have a guest that is like literally defending like pedophilia, rape, like sexual exploitation of minors, etc.
Sure. Makes sense.
Yeah. So why are you MAGA, man?
I wouldn't say I support Trump. I don't know what would you consider MAGA?
Yeah, a Trump supporter.
Trump supporter
Yeah. So why do you support Trump?
I don't support a lot of things about him, but as a person, but I do think in comparison to the candidates that he was against, it's the best option we have.
Okay. Well, I mean, even that's a claim that I'm willing to debate. So, yeah, why do you think he's, give me an argument that the country would be worse off right now if Kamala Harris had won the election. Let's hear it.
I think there's a lot of policy around. I mean, this is not stuff that hasn't been debated, right? So I'm not going to have a new argument for you.
Okay.
If that's fair.
So what's the argument?
A lot of policy, primarily around education and, gender identification in youth.
Okay. What policy did Kamala Harris run on related to gender identity in youth?
I don't know that Kamala did, but the party as a whole.
Who did Donald Trump
Tim
run
Walz
against?
Tim Walz to be specific, and
Who did Donald Trump run against?
Kamala.
Okay. So Kamala Harris didn't have any policy that related to gender identity. So then,
would you agree that JD Vance has major political impact on the country?
Actually, no. I wouldn't. He only has major political impact in the country insofar as what Trump wants him to do.
Okay, and what do you consider political impact?
Like political impact in the sense of like being able to motivate like change in like a government.
Okay. Would you say that political figures are a major leader in societal function?
Yeah, they definitely can be. So, like societally speaking, what did Kamala Harris advocate for that would have made a massive social shift that was negative?
I mean, I think that there's become a really hard boundary between conservative and liberal that I'm not personally for, and I think
that you
that's
answered
why
my question though. So what would the social impact of a Harris presidency have been that was so incredibly negative? And like, keep in mind that you're gonna have to give me like a pretty damn compelling negative social impact here, because if you could agree that like the president, political figures can influence the country socially, then you'd have to accept that because Donald Trump has been held civilly liable for rape and he's serving in the most powerful position of power known to mankind, that he's socially shifting America to be more accepting of and to normalize rape. Because like Donald Trump went on a podcast and boasted about perving on like naked teenage girls. Like you'd have to agree that because he's now president, that he's like shifting society to accept the normalization of like sexual exploitation of minors. Okay. Like because Donald Trump just lies a lot about everything ever, he's just pushing for societal impact of people to be more accepting of like anti-intellectualism and lies. Because he's said like a shit ton of racist shit and has never taken racism seriously and has never like held himself accountable or apologized for any of it, like the birther myth with Barack Obama, he's now shifting society to be more racist. Okay, right? So like, in other words, you're basically going to have to be able to describe a social impact that Kamala Harris and her administration would have had on us that would have been worse than shifting society to normalize rape, to accept pedophilia and sexual exploitation of minors, and to normalize lying and racism.
Okay, I mean, if you're arguing, are you a supporter of Kamala as over Trump or as a candidate in general, out of curiosity?
Over Trump, but this shouldn't be relevant to the question that I asked you. Now, please answer the question that I've been asking you. Please. Like, please. I'm literally begging you to, like, just strictly answer the question that I asked you, insofar as answering the question of what would the social impact have been of a Harris presidency that is worse than everything that I just described to be true of Donald Trump's social impact.
I totally get that. I understand what you're saying, and I agree that I'm getting there, if I may. I agree that there are a lot of pitfalls and downfalls in Trump's character, and that is why I do not agree with him as a person, as an individual. As a policy writer, I do think that with Kamala in office, there would have been a major shift towards a lot of very leftist movements that I think would have had significant societal shifts.
Be specific.
Such as education, border policy, and I know those are hot.
Even that's not specific. Be more specific than that. I was like so specific with the social impact of the Trump presidency. I broke down the civil court that owned libel for grape and how this would promote the acceptance and normalization of grape and grapists in society, how this would push young men to basically accept that if they go out and grape a woman, then they could still like aspire to achieve their goals and be powerful and possess wealth and privilege. And, you know, I broke it down with like racism too. I gave you specific examples about the birther myth and how Donald Trump has never taken accountability for that, has never said that it's wrong. So he just promotes the normalization and acceptability of racism. And then when I'm asking you for what the negative impact, socially speaking, of a Harris presidency would have been, which is the reason you told me you voted for the guy that is now going to be reducing the after-tax income of everybody making at or beneath $51,000 per year and spending the most out of any president in modern American history, signing the most expensive bill into law ever. You're telling me it's because of the social impact of a Harris presidency if she was elected, but you can't even be clear on what that social impact would look like. So I'll ask you at this point to either be clear on what that social impact would look like if Harris was elected that makes the grapists better than her, or I'll just simply ask us to move on and for you to give a new argument. I just feel like right now you're significantly kind of beating around the bush, stalling, because you can't give a clear answer.
No, I think that's accurate. I can't give you a clear answer on that. You know, you are well more researched in this topic, and I'm not going to skirt around the subject anymore. So I'll let you move to the next guy, but I appreciate the respect.
Okay. Well, Gabe, I mean, I hope the fact that you can't give a clear answer makes you reconsider the fact that you're right, because it might mean that you're wrong. But I appreciate you so much for coming up here with a level head. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now, everybody. We're going to go to get DK127 loaded up in the box. Here we go, everybody. Everyone, just give us a minute to get that next guest loaded in right now, guys. Welcome into Sport Trump. Oh, that would be
no.
Small kid. Moving on. All right, everybody, the rules are very simple. Make sure that you're 18 plus, American, and support Trump. If you want to join up in the live stream and have a debate with us today, we're going to move on to the next guest, Isaac, right now. And while we're moving on to Isaac, there's a couple people I'd like to thank. Jessica, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Saying I love listening to your debates. I only wish that I could do as well with my Trumper, quote unquote, friends. Dude, Jessica, tell them to join up. I'd love to chat with him. Thank you for the $10, y'all. Show some love to Jessica down below. And welcome in, Isaac. Do you support Trump?
Nah, man.
Okay,
I support a new party that.
We're going to go to put the rules up on the screen. Only join if you're 18 plus, American, MAGA, and ready to debate. If you want to skip the line, because there's a lot of people in the queue that simply don't follow the rules, just let me know down below. And while we're looking for that next guest, I want to give a huge shout out to Miss Chloe for the $50 donation over on PayPal. Chloe, that is insane. Thank you so much. You guys have been so kind today, literally popping off with the donations. I love each and every single one of you. And Chloe, thank you a billion times over. Let's get 500 massive Chloe W's down below in that chat. Chloe said, making my dad feel shamed for ever supporting Trump. Thank you. Seriously, I was tired of that man. Fuck yeah, Chloe. Dude, I would love if you could get your dad up in here if he still happens to support Trump. I love talking to the parents. Thank you for the love, Chloe. Show some love to Chloe down below. As well as Emily. Thank you for the $30 donation over on PayPal. Emily didn't leave a message, just the love. Let's get 300 Emily W's down below for the $30 donation. Chloe and Emily, y'all are based, okay? And welcome in, Knight. Do you support Trump? Quite frankly, Knight's not even here, so we're going to kick them and move on to the next guest. Here we go. We got Football Gods 21 loading up in right now. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. Also, if you're a woman and you support Trump, I'll let you skip the line. Just go ahead and put MAGA woman down below. I like to try to also talk to women, but like so often we'll just run these 4-hour live streams and only talk to men the whole time. So if you're a MAGA woman and you want to skip that line and get right up in here, let me know down below in that chat. Now, all right, let's go to get that next guest loaded in right now, everybody. Let's go to get that next guest loaded in right now. We have 13.6 thousand people in the stream right now, and I just can't for the life of me find one person to come up here and have a debate with us. All right, let's get that next guest up in here right now, everybody. Go ahead and put a MAGA down below in the comment section. Okay, can I have men stop spamming MAGA woman in my chat? Please. I just clicked on somebody spamming MAGA woman in the chat. Their name is Ethan. Their profile picture is a gym pic, and their bio is a Bible verse. Come on, dude. Welcome in, Ethan. Oh, it's not this Ethan. It was another Ethan. Hi, Ethan. Don't worry. I wasn't talking about you. You got a random...
Mega Knight.
You just got a random... You know what? You deserve this, Stray. Goodbye. There we go, everybody. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. If you're in that queue, make sure it's because you support Trump We got we got Sarah loading up into the box. While we got them loading up, I'd like to very quickly thank Whitney 15 minutes ago with the $10 donation over on Venmo, saying thank you so much. You are a role model. Thank you so much for the love, Whitney. That's incredibly kind of you. And then Catherine with the $6, Sarah with a 5, and Libby with a 3. Appreciate you guys for the love. Y'all are epic. Let's go and get that next Trump supporter loaded up in here. It's super hard to find any right now, which is crazy because we have so many people in the stream, which just completely baffles me. But anyway, Sophie, thank you for the $15 donation over on Venmo, saying I didn't realize how conservative GJ is until I visited with my girlfriend. People stared at us for just holding hands. Great time though. Yeah, Sophie, that's where I live. Very conservative, very homophobic. I'm sorry that y'all had to experience that. Welcome to Night Slayer. You MAGA? Okay, bro, they're not here again. That's their second time hopping in the queue and second time not saying anything. Holy shit. Then James with the $10 over on Venmo saying, you deserve this for changing my mind on... You deserve this for changing my mind on Trump. That's awesome, James. I appreciate that. I'm happy that I could change your mind. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No.
Dude, get out now. Bro, what is going on with the queue? What is going on with the queue? What is going on with the queue? Chat, please only join if you want to debate on why you support Trump. And then, oh my goodness, Libby, thank you for the $50 donation on Venmo. Thank you, Libby. Holy crap, 500 Libby W's down below. Thank you so much for the $50. Libby says Sassy Dean and Petty Parker is always justified when you get insufferable guests. Oh, I have so much fun with it. I can't wait for next insufferable guest that I could sass out on. You know what I mean? Appreciate that, Libby. That is seriously incredibly kind of you. Then Ken, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, saying the audio keeps dropping out on YouTube. I think that's going to be some issue with the YouTube servers. Just reload the stream if it drops out. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, mostly.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, what year are you born in?
December 2nd, 2006.
Okay, that would make you 18. Maya, why are you a Trump supporter?
Well, I don't agree with him as a person, but I like his idea of removing trans women from sports.
Oh.
Don't get this wrong. Like I'm not against them. I support them, but it's just, biological differences.
Right. How many trans women do you think are competing in the NCAA?
I don't know.
10 out of 500,000 athletes. The one thing that MAGA really got wrong in the last election and will continue to drive them into the ground and ensure that they lose elections is by focusing on making life worse for 10 people than making life better for 300 million. You know what I mean? Donald Trump has been accused of raping more women than there is trans women in the NCAA. Donald Trump has been convicted of more felonies than there is trans women in the NCAA. It's like we even saw a Democrat win the race for the governor in the state of Maine because he ran on while my opponent is focused on who's in the potties. I'm focused on filling the potholes. You know what I mean? And I think that we'll continue to see that trend where the GOP props up these massive scares. Like during McCarthyism, it was a scare of communists. Now today it's a scare of trans people. And instead of focusing on fixing the real issues and making this country better for everybody in it.
I understand that totally. And I don't think Trump is a great person, but it's just, and I do agree with a lot of your points, but that's just one point that I know the Democratic Party really doesn't, they kind of don't care about that, but I know Trump, he specifically mentioned that he wants to, I'm not saying that they shouldn't participate in sports, but maybe they should have their own league or something.
Check this out.
I don't know.
Check this out. Are you pro-choice?
I guess for some parts.
Yeah, because of Donald Trump, 60 women that got raped and got pregnant as a result of that rape are denied access to abortion every day in 10 of our states. What's more important? Ensuring that 60 women who are victims of rape that got pregnant have viable access to health care, or ensuring that 10 trans women can't compete in sports?
100% the first thing, and I totally agree with you, but it's just, it doesn't, dismiss this part, you know what I'm saying?
It absolutely does. Because overall, if you're telling me that you support Trump as president today, because he has now banned 10 trans women from competing in the NCAA, even though he ripped 10 million people off of healthcare, 3 million people off of food stamps, has taken the right to access abortion away from 66 million American women and girls, has then ensured that 60 pregnant rape victims are denied access to abortion every single 24 hours. You're basically saying, well, from your perspective, you're going to like take $1 to lose 3 billion.
No, you're right. You're right.
Right. So like overall, like
Yeah.
absolutely, this would not indicate that you should support Trump, even from your perspective.
Okay, can we talk about abortion? Is that okay?
Yeah, I thought you told us that you're pro-choice. Are you?
Well, yeah, but I mostly like for like rape, incest, that's sorry, I should have said rape. But like I feel like, if you choose to, I don't know, do like participate in those activities and you get a baby like out of your choice, you know what I'm saying? Like
So
I
elective
understand.
abortions. That's when a woman consents to engage in an intercourse, gets pregnant, and gets an abortion. Do you think that women
Yeah.
should be able to access abortion in those circumstances?
I'm kind of struggling with that because, I mean, it was your choice, and you're kind of taking away. It is a future life. I know and not like ignorant. I know it can affect your life. It's gonna affect your life in like the biggest way ever.
Well,
but
what's your perspective? Do you think that women should have legal access to abortion in elective circumstances or not?
no.
You don't think they should. Okay. What's the argument?
Well, because you're taking away a future life. You don't know. You are killing. In my opinion, you are killing a baby, and I know if you get raped and it happens, you don't have any choice in that.
We're talking about elective circumstances. So why should they not be able to access abortion in elective circumstances?
Because it's their choice.
It's their choice to engage in intercourse, so therefore it shouldn't be their choice to get an abortion. Is that the argument?
Well, yeah, because if you engage in that activity and you get pregnant out of it, like it
was a natural consequence of their own choice.
I mean, I would say so, yes.
Okay, I choose to hit this anxiety pin that's hidden behind my hand. It could give me lung cancer in the future. If I get lung cancer in the future, that is literally the natural consequence of my own decision that I'm like electing to make. Does that mean if I do get lung cancer in the future that I shouldn't have access to pay money to go to a hospital and get chemotherapy to kill the lung cancer? Because it's a natural consequence of my action?
100% no, but because
Oh.
you're not taking away a life.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
So it doesn't have
It's so
anything
much
to
bigger
do
than
with
that.
it doesn't have anything to do with like dealing with the natural consequences of your actions. So don't blame it on the women like that. That's just an anti-woman argument. And it all has to do with ending a valuable life. So then I'll just ask you, why is the life of a fetus valuable?
I get that they haven't had any experiences yet, but you are taking away those future experiences. You never know who they
okay.
might be, and you're just taking away that opportunity. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So you're taking away the opportunity for a future life to exist. So if my dad pulled out of my mom on the night I was conceived, he would have been taking away the opportunity for me to exist in the future. Should that have been illegal?
No, but I mean,
so it should be legal to take away the opportunity for future lives to exist? Okay, well, I mean, then you just said
the
that
life has
abortion
already
should be
started
legal.
existing. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. So it should be legal to take away the opportunity for future life to exist if some life already exists. And you think that life starts at the moment of conception?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with IUDs?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so an IUD.
Oh, I get that. Yeah. I know this argument. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, IUDs
Yeah.
kill zygotes after the moment of
Yeah.
conception sometimes. Is that murder?
You're right. Yeah. That's a good one. I don't think that's murder.
Okay, if it's not murder to kill a zygote, why is it murder to kill a fetus? Because both of them are human lives that already exist that have a future like ours.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
Right. Like in the context of your argument, there should be no difference between a zygote and a fetus. Both human lives, both have a future. In both circumstances, when you kill them, you're taking away that future. Why should it be legal and non-murder in one circumstance and illegal and murder in the other circumstance?
What do you think of late-term abortion?
I will answer your question after you answer mine.
What was the question?
I'll repeat it. Why do you treat killing a zygote differently than killing a fetus, even though they're both human lives with a future?
No, I don't have an argument. You're right. Like
Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, if you can't answer to that question, this just means that you have a contradiction in your view. Should we use contradictory views to legislate on healthcare access?
No, 100%
If
not.
we shouldn't
No.
use contradictory views to legislate on healthcare access, then you shouldn't use the view that you currently possess to vote for pro-life legislation, meaning ultimately you are pro-choice.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Right? So, I mean, basically, it would follow that you would support pro-choice legislation, you would support women's choice to choose legally, while still yet acknowledging that you think that it's morally wrong because of a contradictory argument.
Yeah.
There you go. All right. Is there anything else you want to go over?
Oh, yeah. Okay. What about like the late term abortion when the babies can feel pain?
Well, babies can't feel pain until 27 weeks, number one. Number two, after like 21 weeks, 22, 23, 24, you could get like non-lethal abortions like C-sections or inducted labor too. Point number three, we typically don't think that something's ability to feel pain makes it wrong to cause them to feel pain. Like think about cows, chickens, and pigs, unless you're a vegan. You don't think it's wrong to kill them even though they can feel pain. And then like on a second point, think about like grown adults that have like particular conditions that make it impossible for them to feel pain. Like if you've seen the movie Nova, wait, I can't say that word. It's the name of a drug. If you've seen like this movie, it just came out. It was really good. Had the main character from The Boys in it. He had this condition that made it so he couldn't feel pain. We'd obviously still say it's wrong to kill him even though he can't feel pain. So the ability to feel or not to feel pain shouldn't be morally relevant to determine if you have or don't have a valuable life.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Yeah. I think you changed my mind. Okay, thank you. Also, real quick before I go, thank you. My family's Palestinian, so I just want to thank you for like speaking out about it, and I really appreciate it.
Are they in Palestine?
No, they escaped.
Good. All the prayers
Thank
in the
you.
world for your family, and all the prayers in the world for all the Palestinians still secluded on the Gaza Strip and West Bank. Free Palestine, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. We're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you support Trump and you want to come up here and have a debate about why you support Trump. Let's go and get that next guest loaded in right now, everybody. Everyone just give us a minute, y'all. All right. Who is next? Everybody just do be patient while we're working on getting that next guest loaded in. We got Amber loading up into the box while we get Amber loaded in. Yo, let's see. Mr. Don, thank you. Oh, actually, I already thank you, Don. Tattoo, this was a minute ago, but I appreciate you for the $20 super chat over on YouTube. Everybody show some love to Tattoo down below. I appreciate you so much, Tattoo. That is incredibly kind of you. As well as 1B, I appreciate you for the $20 as well. Saying all pregnancy and birth risks the mother's health and has potential for death. Yeah, I appreciate you so much for the love, 1B. Everybody, please show some love to 1B down below in the chat. And then Mr. Max, oh my God. Max, thank you for the $100 super chat over on YouTube. Bro, Max, this is like your third, fourth, or fifth $100 donation in like the span of the last week or two. Max, I literally love you. You are fucking great. Everybody, please show some love to Max below. Thank you a billion times over, Max. Let's get 1,000 Max W's down below in that chat. You are seriously so incredibly kind. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your kindness. You are awesome, awesome, awesome. Amber, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 22.
Great. Quickly, before I pass you the mic to start your argument. Oh my goodness! Melissa, thank you for the $200 donation on Venmo. Oh my God. I'm sorry for like screaming. That just caught me off guard. I'm really sorry for like getting loud there. Holy shit, Melissa. Thank you so much. Crap. Melissa says, keep it up, kid. Melissa, I really hope you're still in here. This was only 10 minutes ago, so I think that you are. WU, holy crap. Thank you so much for the love. That is literally so much money. I do not deserve that. Thank you. Everybody, while we're hopping into this next debate with Amber, please show some love to Melissa down below, as well as Courtney. Thank you for the $10, and Jen with the $10. Thank you, Courtney and Jen and Melissa. You guys are awesome. And then Rebecca, thank you so much for the $25 donation over at PayPal. Rebecca says, thank you for your education and advocating on behalf of everybody. Rebecca, you've been in a handful of streams. I recognize your name. I appreciate you for being here, and I hope that you're taking something away from it. You're awesome, Rebecca. Everybody show some love to Rebecca down below. But like I said, seriously, let's get some W freaking Melissas in that chat. Well, I'm now going to pass the mic off to you, Amber, to tell us why you support Dipey Donald.
I just feel like he's done more for America. Like, he doesn't put Like, I'm not saying other countries don't need assistance, but he doesn't put them before America. Prices have dropped since he's been back in of groceries and gas and oil. He also, the whole Medicaid, Medicare thing, he's keeping that with the Social Security. There's also been more money signed for FEMA to give to Americans for disaster relief than there was when Biden was in office.
Okay, stop you there.
Sure.
So there's 2 points that you, okay, so you made 3 points. You said that he doesn't put other countries before America, that the prices of groceries have gone down, and that he's giving more money to FEMA for disaster relief. So 2 of those points contradict one another, and one of those points is abundantly false. Okay, where should I start? Should I start by telling you which 2 of those points contradict one another, or which one of those points is abundantly false? I'll let you pick.
I don't care.
Okay, we'll start with the 2 points that contradict one another, because this is a more interesting one. You said that he doesn't put other countries before America, and he's funded FEMA more for disaster relief. It's really funny that you bring these 2 points up in tandem with one another, because he's literally so pro-Israel, he puts Israel in front of America, that now the Trump administration has said that they are not going to send any FEMA disaster aid and relief to cities that are boycotting Israeli companies. He puts Israel so significantly far in front of America that he's willing to let Americans die if they're boycotting them.
I did hear about that, but there are reasons behind that.
Okay, well, you're just going to be explaining the reasons why he's giving less in FEMA disaster relief and giving more to Israel than America.
But I didn't say that I said he was giving more than Biden did. He has signed for FEMA to give more money. And as far as the Israel thing, yes, that is true. But I feel like he does have, when he's doing what he's doing, the interest of Americans is his priority.
Okay, if the interest of Americans was his priority, then why has he accepted $230 million from a PAC that is specifically designed to push the interests of Israel? Literally, I appreciate you so much for the Heart Super Stage. And he spent hundreds of billions of dollars in American taxpayers' money on sending bombs, weapons, and ammunition to a country that is currently ethnically cleansing the Palestinians and has now induced a stage 5 famine on the Gaza Strip. Is that really in the interests of the average everyday American?
I'm not saying relating to Israel. I'm saying as far as him being a president, you ask why I support him. As far as him being a president, he has done more, I feel like, than what Biden did in his term for Americans. Because if you want to bring up money getting sent to other countries, we can bring up Hurricane Helene, not local to me, but I personally know people that were dealing with that and the floods. Money was not, they sent money, but they did not send amounts that were getting sent overseas by Kamala and Biden.
Yeah, because of legislation in Congress that is particularly supported by Republicans to cap the amount of expenditure that an individual that is immediately impacted by a natural disaster can receive from our federal government.
Exactly.
And then you also, and that's legislation that's supported by Republicans, the GOP. And then also, I just wanted to point it out here that Donald Trump has actually defunded FEMA by $1.1 billion. Okay. And if you're interested in what my source for this would be, it would be Rural Communities Were Promised Millions in Disaster Funds. Trump is Ending It, published by NPR. Okay. And then another point, you just vaguely brought up how Donald Trump is doing more for Americans than Biden did. Name 5 things that Donald Trump has done for the average American since his term started. You know what? I'm sorry. That was too difficult of a question. Name 1 thing that Trump has done for the average American that has positively impacted them since his term started.
Okay, you said 5, and then you said...
Name 1.
Change it to 1, like I'm uneducated.
Well, it has nothing to do with your level of education.
Kind of an insult.
No, Amber, that wasn't an insult to you or your level of education. It's an insult how Donald Trump hasn't even done 1 thing to help the average American. So asking you to name 5 is unrealistic, and it's just setting you up to get clipped, and that's pretty bad faith of me.
It's not. It's really not. Like, people middle class or lower class people, prices have dropped.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah, this is moving on
grocery
to the third
prices
point.
have
Grocery.
dropped tremendously. No, I'm honestly saying, thankfully, thankfully, I'm blessed to have the life that I do, and I don't have to struggle with things like that. But lower class and middle class, working class people that do struggle, even when they do get food stamps and they're getting governmental aid, can't afford to even get in their car to drive their kids to school.
Thank you for the galaxy.
And that has tremendously dropped since Trump has been back in office.
If you were wrong, hypothetically, if you were wrong, would you still support Trump?
Yes, because there's other reasons why I support it. That's not that I don't just support him because grocery prices are lower. That's like saying I'm supporting a whole chain of grocery stores.
I get it.
Because their prices are lower.
Well, you are wrong. So the price of groceries hasn't gone down. It's actually gone up. So the Bureau of Labor Statistics also tracks prices of goods. And if you go on the Google, if you go on the internet and you type in U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, or USBLS, average retail food and energy prices, U.S. city average and West region, you will find the macro average prices of groceries in America, and it will even break it down to the specifics like flour, rice, spaghetti, bread, etc. And it will tell you what the prices were in January of this year, and then it will tell you what the prices are today. And what we see is that the price of groceries for almost every single good outside of iceberg lettuce and lemons, funny enough, has increased since January of this year when Donald Trump was inaugurated. So your claim there that they've gone down since January is simply not true.
You said Western region. So is that only for the Western region? Because I know where I live, they've tremendously gone down.
Now, this is a U.S. city average of the whole U.S. and West region. So it's both. I don't know why they break up whole U.S. and then also give specific stats on Western region. No clue why. Maybe it's because there's more inflation in the Western region than not. Couldn't tell you. But anyways, those are the facts.
Well, I know where I'm at, and the prices that I've seen, they have gone down.
Okay, well, now you've gone from talking about statistical outcomes to anecdotal experiences.
Well, you asked me, I'm giving you the reasons why I support him.
Okay, but obviously this isn't going to have anything to do with Trump. See, even when you come up here and if you were to say on the macro level, countrywide, just listen to what I have to say. Listen to what I have to say. Even if you were to come up here and tell me on the macro level, nationwide, the prices have gone down, therefore Trump caused it, that is still technically a logical fallacy. It's correlation causation. You're just basically assuming that he caused it because he was president. Okay? But they haven't. On the macro level, nationwide, prices have gone up. But then when you confuse the position even further and shift the goalposts all the way down to your anecdotal experiences of the prices you see wherever you live, now you just have an argument that is completely insane. There is the same level of correlation between Trump and the prices of groceries in your local store as there is between Trump and how many cars are parked in my neighborhood. Maybe since January, the amount of cars parked in my neighborhood has gone down, and it's easier for me to find a parking spot. I can't just say that, that's Trump's fault, right? And I feel like that is just as correlated to his presidency as specifically the price of groceries in your grocery store are. And then you also have to keep in mind that you're not the only American. Your grocery stores aren't the only American grocery stores. And the president doesn't just have jurisdiction over them. He has jurisdiction over all the grocery stores in America, quote unquote. We're saying that a little bit rhetorically. And if we are going to evaluate the efficacy of his presidency in relation to inflation, and more specifically the price of goods in grocery stores, we shouldn't be just looking at one in North Carolina. We should be looking at every single grocery store on average in America. And when we look at every single grocery store on average in America, as I already pointed out, since January, the price of nearly every single good has gone up.
Okay, well, I do agree with the looking at it as a whole thing, but like I said, there are other reasons why I support him than just money and FEMA. And I'm not against LGBTQ at all. I do agree that a person should be able to do whatever they want to do. If you want to identify as a lizard, that's fine. It's not me. So my whole thing with that, and I'm against abortion too. And I have my own story behind that. But the whole thing with LGBTQ, I don't think it should be force-fed down other people's throats.
I have a
I
question.
don't.
Have you ever met somebody that identifies as a lizard?
No, but I've met people
Then
that
why are you
identify.
attempting to make such a gross mockery out of people just like you?
I'm not mocking anyone. I'm saying if you want to identify as whatever you want to
Okay.
identify
I'm
as,
gonna
that is
I'm
your
gonna
right
I'm
as
gonna
an American.
I'm gonna go ahead and turn your logic around on you to see how you feel. Okay? I don't have a
You didn't let
problem.
me
Listen, I don't have a
explain.
problem with white people. I don't have a problem with white people. But shit, if you want to go get a massive sunburn while you're glugging beer all day, coasting down the river in your Walmart tube while leaving your children unattended at the neighbor's house who's on the sex offender registry, that's your thing. It's not mine. But I don't have a problem with white people. When you hear
That's
that, what
not.
kind of feeling does that invoke inside of your brain?
You completely turn that out. I mean, I'm fine. You completely turn that around, though. I'm saying if someone wants to identify as anything, they should be able to. That's their choice, and that is their right as an American. But I don't think it should be force fed down someone's throat.
Okay. All right. You're not going to get
I
me.
have best
Listen.
friends. No, I have best friends that are
Okay. What
gay.
specifically is forced down people's throats? I need to know.
Like a person said earlier, I don't feel like a young child. Now, if you get higher up into high school where children are more developed, fine, but I don't feel like a young child or a mother or a father should be sending their kids that are morally brought up differently at home and have to go to school and be taught about
Taught what?
just things like that. No, I don't
Things
feel
like
like
what? We need the
you're-
specifics. I need to know.
Because when you okay, let's maturity wise, if a kid like at my school we had sex ed. I'm
Okay.
sure a lot of other schools did too. So I had it at a very young. I was in middle school, which is appropriate because sex happens. But I don't feel like a child that is in 6th or 7th grade going to sex ed. I feel like if they're going to sex ed, they should just female reproductive system, male reproductive system. I don't feel like
Okay.
it
I have a
should
question. What is the purpose of sex ed?
to teach people about the reproductive system.
About how reproduction occurs?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah. So, like, specifically, like, gay sex is not going to be taught in curriculum surrounding how reproduction occurs.
It has to. I know of schools that I promise you it
I
has.
need you to listen very specifically to me. Gay sex will not be taught in curriculum that is designed to teach children about how reproduction occurs. That will not happen because gay sex is not related to how reproduction occurs, right? So it wouldn't be taught inside of the curriculum. Now, if you want to talk about classes offered to older students, not about how just simply reproduction occurs, but how about we know young kids engage in sex and we need to make sure that if they're going to do it, which they shouldn't do, but if they're going to do it, they know how to do it safely. I think it's like perfectly fine to say, well, here's how to engage in heterosexual intercourse safe at an age appropriate level, led by individuals with the qualifications in order to do it so. And here's how to engage in homosexual intercourse safe at an age appropriate level, led by individuals with the qualifications to do it so. Okay, and if we don't do that, what you're basically telling me that only straight kids should know how to engage in intercourse safely and gay kids shouldn't. And why would we hold a different standard there?
That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying if a kid is gay, which is completely fine if that kid is gay, but that should be a course that is specifically for them. I don't feel like
Okay, so then should courses regarding how to engage in safe sex for heterosexual children only be designed for heterosexual children?
no, absolutely not.
Okay,
But
so then why
I
should
don't
one be
know-
pushed on everybody, but then one shouldn't be pushed on everybody? Why do you hold a different standard there?
Because morally, like I don't feel like that's the way everyone's been taught. I mean,
So it
what
relates back to a moral belief about being gay in the first place?
No.
Okay, so then what?
That's not-
So then what moral belief does it relate back to in the first place? A moral belief about what? Because it's not a moral belief about teaching children how to engage in and sex safely, even if it's not sex that they'd personally engage in. Because you said that you're morally A-okay with like teaching GAY students on how to engage in heterosexual sex safely, even if that's not sex they would engage in.
I feel like it should be offered. I feel like everyone, regardless of gay, straight, whatever, I feel like you should be offered the same resources as far as safety and everything like that goes.
Okay, but resources for safe sex are gonna like vary and be different dependent upon the type of like intercourse that's being engaged in. I feel like that one's a given. You know, like for instance, I'm a straight man. I've never engaged in gay sex in my life, and for that reason, I don't know any of like the procedures and safety steps for safety that must be taken to safely enjoy and engage in gay sex. Just because it's a different form of intercourse, it's not vaginal, it's anal. So for that reason, I have no clue. It is different, and there's different steps to be safe.
And I feel like if you are a gay person and you do have homosexual sex, or I don't know if I can even say that word on here, but
I know. I don't know if we could say these words either. I'm like trying to be safe, but TikTok TOS is very restrictive.
If you are gay, I feel like that's completely fine. I feel like there should 100% be resources. Like I said, I'm not against.
So then what are you against? Because I feel like you're trying to like reaffirm again and again and again that you're not homophobic. Because like
I'm not homophobic.
Right. Instead of just like being real, having a spine and telling me what your argument is here. So, okay, you've told everybody watching that you're not homophobic. Let's hear the argument. What don't you like pushed, quote unquote, on children in school about gay people? I just want you to be clear. I want you to be clear and give us a clear argument. You're dancing around the point. You're making yourself unclear, and you're making this conversation at this point kind of boring.
My argument is 9 times out of 10, you have a family-based home, whatever. Your child, when you sit down and you tell your child about sex, I feel like that shouldn't even sex ed, period, whether gay or not. I feel like in some instances it shouldn't even be. I feel like that should be a mother and father's.
Okay. So then you're just telling us that you don't think that sex ed should be in school. That's problematic for about 1,000,000,001 reasons.
I'm not saying no.
Listen to what I say. Okay, that is absolutely what you just said, Amber. Last warning. Grow a fucking spine. Say shit and stand behind it with conviction instead of just bowing out and contradicting yourself 3 seconds later. I cannot debate somebody that will not principally stand on their claims. I can't do it.
I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to do. I feel like ultimately, yes, it comes down, it should be a mother and father decision. But yes, it does need to be offered in school just for safety. I do understand that not all kids and not all families have support systems. They do need school classes like that. I understand why it's necessary. But if I have a kid and I'm raising them a certain type of way, am I going to be mad if my kid is gay? No. Am I going to disown them? No. But if I'm teaching them a certain...
I just want the but. What is the claim? Be specific. What is your problem with the LGBTQ plus community? Give it to us. Give us the claim.
That's the way it needs to be taught in school. And if my child does come to me and they say that they're gay, then I'm going to make sure...
Okay, stop talking. In 3 sentences or less, what are kids being taught in school that you disagree with? 3 sentences or less, please. You're avoiding the question.
Homosexual sex.
Okay.
It is being taught in school.
Okay. Stop there. Do you think it is permissible for straight sex to be taught age appropriately to students in school? Yes or no?
Age appropriately, yes.
Okay. If it is permissible to teach straight sex age appropriately to children in school, then why do you think it is impermissible to teach non-straight sex age appropriately in school? What is the relevant difference between teaching straight sex age appropriately and non-straight sex age appropriately in school that in your mind makes one right and one wrong? What is the difference?
The age appropriate part, because it is getting taught. I know of schools that it's getting taught at a very early age. If a child is old enough to know that they are gay and to feel that way, then absolutely they need those reasons.
Okay, stop it. That is not a relevant distinction. That's not. Answer the question. If we were teaching both straight and not straight sex age appropriately in school, would you have a problem with it?
No, if it was age appropriate.
So then your issue does not lie with gay people. Your issue does not
I
lie with.
never-
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying, Amber. Your issue does not lie with gay people being taught about in school. Your issue does not lie with the LGBTQ plus community. Your issue does not lie with the left. Your issue does not lie with anything but your claim that you don't think that non-age appropriate material should be taught in school. And to that, I can agree. To that, everybody watching can agree. And that is a issue that bears no relevance, no input, no tangential relation to the LGBTQ plus community, liberals, Democrats, leftists, Kamala Harris, gay people, bi people, lesbian people, trans people, etc. This is like me saying that I don't like Trump because I don't like the color blue on tennis shoes. What the hell does the color blue on tennis shoes have to do with Trump? You're saying there's something here that is leading you to have an issue with the LGBTQ plus community because you don't think that non-age appropriate material should be taught in school. What the hell does a claim that non-age appropriate material should be taught in school have to do with the LGBTQ plus community?
You're taking what I'm saying and you're completely turning it around. First, I never said I had any kind of issue with the LGBTQ community. I actually said that I didn't. I don't care. I feel like anyone should be able to do whatever they want. I mean, you're your own person. But all I'm saying is there is schools, 100% there are schools that are teaching gay sex ed to younger children. And I feel like
if they wouldn't just be teaching gay sex ed, they'd also be teaching straight sex ed. And the issue in both cases would be that it's not age appropriate.
The two is like ethics and morals. If I'm teaching morals in my home one way, then I don't feel like my child should be subjected to hearing about.
Does this moral just have to do with your child being subject to non-age appropriate material in school?
No, it has a lot to do with if I'm teaching my child that, you know, a man and a woman come together, they get married. I'm not bashing anyone that's not, but I am Christian. If I teach a mother and a father, a man and a woman get together and they have sex, because that's the point of sex.
Bro, why did it take so fucking long for you just to say that you think that a lesbian intercourse is wrong? By the way, let's say lesbian intercourse.
I'm not saying it.
Okay, I'm about to kick you in 5 seconds. I would rather you just be straight up and tell us that you think lesbian intercourse is wrong so I have something to debate than for you to dance around the fucking point. So either you stop dancing around the fucking point and you make a claim like lesbian marriage is wrong, lesbian intercourse is wrong, or you're going to get kicked. You look significantly worse, by the way, to everybody watching when you're attempting to dance around the point from just making the claim.
I'm not dancing around anything.
Yes, you are. You just gave a description about how, like, you're a Christian and your morals are that a man and a woman get married and how the purpose of sex is for reproduction. Well, obviously, we're having this conversation in the context of the broader umbrella of the LGBTQ+ community. You're making the implication / assertion that, like, lesbian intercourse is wrong because it can't reproduce. Gay marriage is wrong because it's not a man and woman. It's two men or two women. I'm going to need you to be able to, like, make those claims and stand behind them so I have something to debate instead of, like, making them as implications subtly, like, not even too subtly. They're very explicit. And then just denying them the moment I say them. So, like, make a claim, stand behind it, and debate me on it. Do you think that marriage is only between a man and a woman?
I feel like that's the way it should be, yes.
Okay, so this means you think that lesbian marriage is wrong, right?
I feel like they're their own people and they can do what they want, but I don't agree with it, no.
Which means you think it's wrong, right?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, why didn't you just say that 30 minutes ago?
Well, I mean, it's obvious that I felt it was wrong if that, I mean, I put a sticker on my forehead. But
all right, why do you think that lesbian marriage is wrong?
I've just always, reproduction, sex is, this is going back to the Bible. Sorry for anyone that doesn't like it, but.
Okay, so in a nutshell, you think that lesbian marriage is wrong because it can't reproduce?
No,
right?
I feel like sex is to reproduce. You have sex to reproduce.
And
You can't.
because two lesbians can't reproduce with one another, you don't think that if they get married, you think that's wrong, right?
No, I feel like it's lustful.
Okay, all right, got it. So if I were to marry a woman that's infertile, maybe she had ovarian cancer and had to get her uterus removed. Do you think that would be wrong?
No, because
Why?
she
We can't
cannot
we can't reproduce with one another.
and there are medical. I'm infertile. I have the same problem. There are medical. There's 10,000 ways to treat infertility.
Amber, if you marry a man, would you all be able to reproduce?
Yes,
How?
with the right kind of medication. Because I've done it before. I'm infertile.
Okay,
I've had
there's medication. So assuming that no medication could cure your infertility or allow you to naturally conceive a child, do you think you should be able to marry a man?
Yes, because
Even though you
there-
can never reproduce with him?
if y'all got married with the intentions on reproducing, then
Obviously you
you
wouldn't
have
because
a
you can't
marriage
reproduce.
when you're infertile.
Now listen,
Then
you
that's
you wouldn't
not-
get married with him with an intention to reproduce because you can't reproduce with him because you're
No, I would get
infertile and there's
married
nothing to
with
cure your
intentions to
infertility.
Get married.
So okay. So if it's not wrong for a man and a woman to get married, even if the man or woman are infertile, meaning they cannot reproduce with one another, then why did you say it's wrong for two women to get married because they can't reproduce with one another? Literally take the two women that are can't reproduce with one another that you're arguing shouldn't be able to get married because of that fact. Replace one of the women with a man that's infertile. You still have that same outcome of a lack of an ability to reproduce, but then all of a sudden you just don't think that it's wrong for them to get married. What you're telling me here is that whatever the internal motivations you possess that drive that conclusion that lesbian marriage is wrong is completely not here nor there as it relates to their ability to reproduce or the lack thereof.
If someone finds out they're infertile after, okay, so if I got married to my husband tomorrow and I found out after we tried having a kid that I was infertile, yes, there is medications, but even if there weren't, the intention.
But listen, you are now, this is sophistry because you're changing the question that I asked you. I understand if you sit here and you reframe the question I originally asked you about a woman that is infertile, knows she's infertile and can never reproduce, and if it's okay for her to marry a man, even though she knows she'll never be able to reproduce with him, and then you answered yes. I understand if you change that question into suggesting that maybe she went infertile once she was already married, then they would still possess that original intention of reproducing, meaning that the marriage is morally acceptable. Then you have like a leg to stand on in the argument, and you're not just totally contradicting yourself. But that's not the answer to the first question that I asked. The first question that I asked was if there's a woman that's infertile, knows she's infertile, knows there's nothing that can be done about it, and knowing this, is it okay for her to marry a man? You answered yes, right?
Yes, because
Okay.
I mean,
So you think it's
having
okay?
babies
So then stop trying to change the original question to suggest that there must be an intention to reproduce when you think it's okay for a man to marry a woman, even if there's not an intention to reproduce because they cannot reproduce with one another.
That's
You
not
just
the
told
only
me
reason you get married. I was saying why.
exactly, which is why it's okay for
saying
lesbian couples to get married.
Not morally, no.
Yes, morally, you have no leg to stand on because you're telling me that it's okay for a man to marry a woman, even if the woman is forever infertile and there's nothing she can do about it. They cannot reproduce. You think it's okay. But then once again, in one sentence or less, was your argument for why you don't think it's okay for two women to get married because they can't reproduce with one another?
Because you know that people get told they're infertile every day and end up having kids.
Oh my God. Amber?
When you're saying,
Amber, this is now the 5th time I'm repeating this. You are being dense. You are being intellectually lazy. And you are being unintelligent, quite frankly. If I'm going to be honest with you, Amber, like the level of patience that is required
you
for
won't
me
even
to
let
give
me
you right
answer a
now.
question. You keep cutting me off.
I know. It's because you continue to revert back to an answer to my earlier question that is disingenuous and suggestively false. And I'll tell you why. Because you continue to tell me the reason why you think it's okay for an infertile woman to marry a man is because maybe she wasn't infertile when they got married. Or maybe she didn't know she was infertile when they got married.
That's not at all what I said.
So I'm going to be very clear with the next question. And if you give me a very clear response, I won't interrupt you, okay?
Okay.
If there's a woman that has literally had her uterus removed because of ovarian cancer, she knows that she can't reproduce. She knows that she will never be able to reproduce again. Okay? Are we clear?
Yes.
Is it okay for this woman that knows she cannot reproduce and knows she will never be able to reproduce again to marry a man?
Yes,
Why?
because she's a woman and he's a man.
Exactly my point, Amber. The reason why you think that lesbian marriage is wrong has nothing to do with their lack of inability to reproduce and all to do with the fact that it's two women and not a woman and a man. So this brings us back all the way to my very first question. Why is two women wrong? You cannot give the response that they can't reproduce because, as we just discovered, it has nothing to do with reproductive abilities.
I never said it was wrong or right. I said I don't agree with it.
Which is a
Morally,
suggestion that it is morally wrong. So why do you think it is morally wrong?
because morally, I was brought up differently. I was brought up that a woman and a man get married, have kids. I mean, that's just my belief.
So in a nutshell, what is the reason why it's morally wrong?
Because it's not right. God made a man, and
It's
God made a
wrong
woman.
because it's wrong. Okay. Could you agree? Let's see if Amber's good faith. Can you agree that your argument is literally that it's wrong because it's wrong?
Yes, I can. Just like
I have a
someone that is
question.
in
I have a
a
question.
marriage or a
I have a
relationship
question.
can argue that it's right.
I have a question. If you were talking to a white supremacist that thinks it's wrong to be black, and you were to ask them, why do you think it's wrong to be black? And they said that they think it's wrong because it's wrong, how would you feel about their argument?
I would think their argument is stupid because that's the way God made someone. Their color is the way God made them.
Okay.
Just like God made a woman
So check
with
this
all
shit
the
out.
reproductive
Check
parts
this shit out. Check this shit out.
and with all the reproductive parts.
So you're telling me that you'd think that their
Work
argument
correctly.
is you're telling me that their argument is stupid because they don't actually have an argument. They're just saying it's wrong because it's wrong. Actually, let me ask you this question. What is the relevant logical distinction between your argument that lesbian marriage is wrong because it's wrong and the white supremacist's argument that being black is wrong because it's wrong? Can you tell me the logical distinction between the two
The
positions?
logical distinction is I read my Bible. I'm Christian, and I do believe that God made a man with all the reproductive parts. God made a woman with all the reproductive parts that all fits together. And God, if someone's black, God made them black. If someone's white, God made them white.
Just like if somebody's lesbian, God made them lesbian.
I don't believe that.
Really? Okay. Did God design you when you were in your mother's womb?
Yes.
Okay. So if I inform you or I tell you that we literally see differences in the physical design or biology and neurobiology that of gay men and straight men, lesbian women and lesbian and straight women, that you'd have to concede that God designed them to be that way because it's rooted within a biological reality that was designed by him in the womb, right?
I don't believe that if you're gay, I don't believe that it's from the womb. I feel like there
Really?
are outside worldly factor.
Okay.
I don't believe that. I know
Okay.
that there are claims
Check
that
this
it
out.
can.
Check this out. So differences between straight men and gay men. We see that gay men have larger anterior commissures on average compared to straight men, which is the size of the nerve lining between the hemispheres of the brain. We see that they have varying and different traits of the AI NEH3 subsection of the hypothalamus, like different neuronic densities, as well as different levels of certain neuronic hormones, such as FSH. Okay? As well as we see in twin studies that there is an association along the XQ23 chromosome in gay men that does not exist in the chromosomal or genetic structure of straight men. So tell me what external influences can change your DNA, can increase the size of the nerve lining between the hemispheres of your brains, can give you different levels of neuronic hormones such as FSH, and physically change the brain structures of the AI NEH3 subsection of the hypothalamus.
I mean, that may be true. I've never heard that, so that's news to me. Thank you for telling me that. But in my opinion, just my opinion, I know there are studies done where it's from birth, but in my opinion, I feel like there's just other outside factors that.
What outside factors can change those things? I can name one from the Christian worldview. One outside factor that can change those things under the Christian worldview is God. Can you name any other outside factor under the Christian worldview that can change those things, like your literal genetic code, apart from God?
I mean, what you said may be correct, but I mean, that aside, I feel like there are more outside factors than
So name any outside factor that can literally change your
like
genetic code
someone's.
outside of God in the Christian worldview.
I'm talking like outside of the whole genetic belief, because I mean, yeah, that may be a study done, but I still don't believe that I'm not. But I mean, no, thank you for telling me that, because I did not know
So you
any of
reject
that.
the science. You are so I'm going to be honest with you, Amber. This is an issue that I see often. People are so caught in their web of lies that they've been taught from a young age that when we have damning evidence and certain proof that their web of lies is wrong, they would prefer to continue to walk in willful ignorance and denial of truth simply because it makes them feel more comfortable. Like that's what you're doing right now. You are denying like academic and scientific studies that we have since the 1970s that are peer reviewed and driven by people with degrees that it took them 12 years to receive, that exist inside of conglomerate organizations that exist globally and are funded billions of dollars to use the scientific method to achieve objective research. And when we've seen hundreds of thousands of people do the same research, when they're all yielding the same conclusion with very sound and valid, valid methodology, like those conclusions are going to be right. And if you're going to argue that they're wrong, you better have damn good reason.
I'm not arguing the research. I'm not arguing with science. I'm an anatomy major.
So then you accept the research and you accept the science?
I would have to read into it.
Right.
I'm not saying it's wrong. It may be right. There may be like those differences in gay men or gay females, but
women.
I haven't seen that.
I could prove it to you without you even needing to read the studies that it's rooted in a biological reality. Are you ready?
Yes, if you would.
Can you choose to be lesbian?
I feel like you absolutely can.
I'm asking you. Can you choose to be attracted to women right now?
If I wanted to, yes.
Can you choose to want to?
No. Well, I mean, I'm sure.
So at the end of the day, you can't choose to be lesbian. So what makes you think that anybody else can? Is it maybe because they don't make that choice and it's a difference between the physical design of you and them?
It may be. I'm not arguing.
So see how I was just able to prove to you that being lesbian isn't rooted within some conscious decision, but rather within the anatomy and biology of us as beings, without you even having to read the studies since the 70s that prove it?
I mean, no, that's true. I told you I wasn't going to argue. I'm not one to argue with research. I'm not one to argue with science. I mean, that may be true, but this is the first time I'm hearing this. So thank you for...
Right. So now that we've yielded the conclusion that being lesbian isn't a choice and is rooted within a biological reality, and earlier you told me that God designs our biological reality, the very obvious implication here would be that God designed people to be lesbian. Is God a perfect designer?
I feel like he is.
Is God all good?
Yes.
So you're telling me that a perfect, all good designer designs something to be imperfect, with flaws, and of a sinful nature?
No.
Right.
This is one thing that I will let you have this one. I will let you have this one. Because I was unaware that there was research done, like actual scientific research. I was unaware on that. But also another thing, aside from the money, that LGBTQ, is the abortion thing. Okay. And this one kind of, I can kind of debate with you more on this one just because I went through a lot.
Right. Well, let's have a conversation about it. So this has been a longer conversation, and I've received a handful of donations. Do you mind if I read the donations off quickly before we continue?
That's completely fine. It's your life.
So before we talk about abortion, I want to thank a handful of people. I just get so locked into the convos. So I apologize if there's been any donations that haven't been read off for a while. First and foremost, Max. Thank you so much for another $100 super chat over on YouTube. Max, you are literally the best, bro. Show some love to Max down below in the chat for the $100 super chat over on YouTube. Thank you a billion times over. Once again, Max, you are quite frankly the best. Max says, why wouldn't she just come out and say it? Oh, yeah, you referenced it earlier. I don't know. I think that she was scared. I appreciate you for the love, Max. Everybody show some love to Max down below. Let's get 1,000 Max W's. As well as Alex with a $50 super chat. Alex, holy crap, thank you. I want to see 500 Alex W's down below. You were literally like the freaking best ever. Alex, thank you a billion times over. Alex says, Dean, you're the best. I've started attempting to reach some of my MAGA family because of you, and they're opening their eyes. They're even protesting police brutality in my hometown now. Alex, I love the butterfly effect of these lives. It's not only directly changing the minds of people that are on the live, it's also directly changing the minds of people watching the live, and it's indirectly changing the minds of family members and friends of liberals that watch this live and get incentivized to go out there and do some of the work themselves. That's why I think these lives are so awesome and so productive and so meaningful, because of that butterfly effect right there. Show some love to Alex, not only for the donation, but also for getting out there and changing some damn minds. I am proud of you. As well as Gregory, this came in 20 minutes ago. I'd like to quickly thank you here. Thank you for the $22 and the 22 cents over on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for the love, Gregory. Let's get 200 Gregory W's down below. Brandon, 30 minutes ago with the $20 over on Venmo. Appreciate you for that love, Brandon. Say North Carolinian who was affected by Aline here. Thank you for informing this guest on how politicians are harming us. You got it, Brandon. There was a lot of information going around about that. Thank you for the love, Brandon. And then, oh my God, dude. Holy crap. Cloud with a K, that is Kloud, with the $72 donation on Venmo. Shit, Cloud. Thank you. Cloud says, use this to buy yourself some cases of water, Dean. Hashtag stay hydrated. That is going to buy me so much water. I'm going to be hydrated until the day that I die. Thank you, Cloud. Everybody show some love to Cloud down below. That is seriously so kind of you, bro. As well as Kai, 18 minutes ago on Venmo with a $15 donation saying that this lady is so weird. I appreciate you with the $15, Kai. And then Sophie, 8 minutes ago with the $10 saying, just to slight the homophobe, my girlfriend and I said I love you for the first time last week, and we're planning to move in together in December. Suck on that, lady. Sophie, I hope everything works out and y'all end up having a long-term relationship and get married at the end of the day. Good for you guys. And then Lauren, thank you for the $75 donation over on Venmo. Holy crap, Lauren, let's go. Lauren says, thank you for all that you do, Dean. You're doing a lot of good with what you do. Much love. All the love in the world to you, Lauren. Thank you so much for the $75 freaking donation. Let's get 1,000 Lauren W's down below. And then Sandra with a $25 donation on Venmo saying fucking 8. Sandra, I've seen you here a handful of times. Thank you for the $25 and the kind message. Let's get so much love for Sandra down below in that comment section. Thank you so much. And then Jazz with a $20 donation over on PayPal. Appreciate you for that love, Jazz. Good to see you. Isaiah, thank you for the 10. And then Catherine, thank you for the 10 as well. Catherine says it's my birthday. Could I get a happy birthday? Happy birthday to you, Catherine. Holy shit, let's go. Heather and Charity, I appreciate you both for the $10. Martin, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal as well. Show some love to Martin. And then Anonymous, thank you for the $300 donation over on PayPal. Holy crap. Anonymous says it continues to feel surreal and deeply emotionally great to hear a straight guy support LGBTQ plus rights. Thank you. No, bro, thank you for the $300 donation. I honestly don't think that should be something that is celebrated. I think it's a bare fucking minimum, because it is defending and supporting LGBTQ plus rights, but at the end of the day, it's a little bit more than that. It's simply defending decency and humanity. But I really appreciate you for the $300 donation. That is seriously insane. While we're hopping into this debate about abortion, please show some love to all of our donors, including Anonymous, including Catherine, including Lauren, including Cloud. You guys have been so incredibly kind, and I really do thank y'all. And then 3 more here. Alex, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you for the love, Alex. DC with the $10. Thank you so much, DC. Then Don with the $10 as well. Y'all are awesome. Now we are going to go ahead and pass the mic back to the guest. Tell us why you think that abortion is wrong.
For multiple reasons. I feel like, yeah, it is a life at conception. That's one reason. And I do feel like I'm not, it depends on what you're asking me, because I have a different viewpoint on this than some people.
I'm asking you why you think that abortion is wrong. Actually, I should start with this. Do you think that it's wrong in all circumstances, even like circumstances of rape?
That's exactly what I was fixing to get into. The grape thing is, I'm torn on it, just because I do understand from the mother's point of view that she didn't ask for that. That was never her intentions. and it's a very awful thing. But I also feel like, with my viewpoint being that life starts at conception, the baby also didn't ask for it. And the baby, I mean, I feel like with me, this is just my opinion, this is how I feel. I feel like, yes, it's obviously that is going to screw up anybody's, like, for the rest of their life. I do agree with that as somebody that's kind of went through that situation. But do I feel like that baby should lose its life because someone went through something very, very terrible? No.
Okay, phenomenal. So I'm going to go ahead and respond to that now. There's a really easy way to justify rape victims having access to abortion, even if you think the life of the fetus is just as morally valuable as your own. The way to do it is just to make the simple acknowledgement that the victim of rape has no obligation to give her bodily resources to the fetus without her consent or doing. Think about it. In what other circumstance do you just have a random obligation forced on you, for like literally forced on you, because think about rape, with no reason other than the spite and evilness of the forcer, the rapist, to provide your resources to another person for like 9 months to 10 months without your consent, against your will, even if it puts your own life on the line. It makes no goddamn sense to make that suggestion, and I'll prove it to you with the use of an analogy. Imagine that you make just enough money to buy enough food to, feed yourself. And at night, you leave your front door locked. But for the next 9 months, I'm going to break into your house and I'm going to steal half of your food while you're sleeping, and I'm going to eat it because I need it to live, okay? And this is going to put your life on the line. It's going to make you very uncomfortable. It is going to physically starve you, and there's about a 5% chance that by the end of it, you'll die from starvation, okay? Do you think that it should be legal for you to lock your front door at night to keep me out, even if I die from starvation myself?
Completely.
Okay. So you're just telling me, even if I need your resources to stay alive, you have no legal obligation to give them.
Well, that's
even
why
though
I said
fetuses need the resources of the victim of rape to stay alive, that rape victim has no legal obligation to give them.
Well, that's why I said I was kind of torn on that one. But there's other scenarios too, like women that do want to have kids. A DNC is basically an abortion. I know you can have a DNC if the baby's already passed. If it was miscarried later on, you can have the DNC for the mother's health, obviously, because for that reason. But situations where a female did want the child and someone's looking at her and telling her that 100% her baby's not going to make it or she's not going to make it, then in that case, I feel like abortion or a DNC, at that point, I don't even feel like it would be called an abortion. I feel like a DNC would be necessary because you're already being told that one or both lives aren't going to make it.
So you're telling me that if the mother's life on the line, then you think she should be able to access abortion. Great. We don't need to debate that because I agree. Now, back to the circumstance of rape. You said that you were still torn on it after the argument that I gave.
No, I feel like there
that I
should
gave
be.
you.
I feel like there should be things put. I feel like that should be an exception. I do feel like that's. I mean, no, I would never. I would not be able to do it. It would definitely screw me up for life.
Okay. So you think that life of the mother and rape should be an exception. Cool. So now for women that consented to engage in an intercourse and got pregnant because of that and wants to get an abortion for any reason or no reason at all, which is what we call an elective abortion, do you think they should be able to legally access abortion?
No.
And why is that?
Because if you have sex, ultimately, more times than not, if you're having unprotected sex, then sex does lead to pregnancy.
Okay.
So
you said more often than not true.
Well, but that's why people have sex.
I've had a lot of sex in my life, and it has not been more often than not that's led to pregnancy.
I'm saying that if you use protection and then whatever, have sex. But if you're having unprotected sex and you know that there is a chance, whether it's small or not, that you may end up getting pregnant and you may have to raise someone until they're 18 years old at least, then...
There you go.
No,
So are you just saying that if a woman gets pregnant via sex that they consented to, they shouldn't be able to get an abortion because that pregnancy is a natural consequence of their own actions?
Yeah, they knew that it was a risk and they
Okay.
took that risk.
Cool. So if you take the risk of drinking alcohol, a natural consequence of your action could be a failed liver. If that happens, do you think that you should be able to pay for a liver transplant?
I mean, this is going to sound mean, but I feel like someone that needs a liver that is healthy and didn't drink should get a liver transplant before someone that did drink.
I think that's actually how it is. I think that if you need a liver transplant because of alcoholism, you're put at like a lower tier.
Yeah, I feel like you should be put lower on a list.
I'm pretty sure that's the way it is. Yeah, sure. I don't know. I'm not going to give my take on that because I want to focus on the meat on the bone here. But the fact that I'm trying to get from you is that you still do think they should be legally allowed to get a liver transplant, right?
Not before a healthy person, but
I know even after healthy people, sure. I didn't account for that variable in asking the question. I'll just grant that to you. Do you think that they should be legally allowed to get a liver transplant after people that need the liver transplant, not because of alcoholism? Just in general. Sure. Okay. So they don't have to deal with the natural consequences of their actions. If a chain smoker gets lung cancer from cigarettes, should they be able to go to the hospital and pay for medical treatment to get chemotherapy to kill the lung cancer? Even though it's a natural consequence of their action.
Sure.
Oh, okay. So they don't have to deal with the natural consequence of their action. So like seemingly, like we could like paint like a many pictures here where individuals will like reap the natural consequences of their actions, like liver failure for alcoholics, lung cancer for chain smokers, or even like skin cancer for people that go out and sit in the sun all day without sunscreen, right? And you think that every single one of those individuals should be able to use medical means to remedy those natural consequences, like a liver transplant, like chemotherapy, like aloe vera. But then as soon as we're referencing what you think the natural consequence of sex is, which is pregnancy, all of a sudden the women and girls have this special obligation that nobody else does to deal with that natural consequence. Why is that?
No, you do. If you smoke, whether you get the health care or not, you still have to deal. There's still repercussions that you have to deal with from that risk.
Okay. Yeah. So the repercussions that you have to deal with are actually just getting the lung cancer, and the way that you're dealing with it is by going to the doctors and getting chemotherapy. Okay. Well, then therefore, the way that women who get abortions after getting pregnant from sex, they are dealing with the natural consequences of their actions, and they're dealing with them by getting an abortion.
No,
Good point. Come on. Everyone clap for Amber.
I said, I feel like a woman, the repercussions of a woman getting pregnant from unprotected sex, I feel like she should have to, being life starts at conception, she should have to carry the baby.
Why?
Why?
Why? Because that has nothing to do with it being the natural consequence of her action, because we've already disputed that argument with examples of other natural consequences of other actions that you don't think individuals should have an obligation to deal with forever. So what is the reason why you think women should be denied access to elective abortions? What is it?
Because I feel like it's killing. If life starts at conception, I feel like it is killing that baby.
It is killing the fetus. Now, why is that wrong?
Because
of your Bible? Is that wrong because of your Bible? Is that wrong because it's a sin?
When you go and get a new lung put in, you're not killing someone for that lung.
No, I agree. You are now making a different argument, saying that it is wrong specifically because you're killing the fetus. Okay. Would you say that it should be illegal to kill fetuses because killing fetuses is a sin?
I feel like killing any person is a sin.
Okay, but do you think it should be illegal because it's a sin?
Yes, I feel like if you do something and you know the risk of what you're doing.
Right. Just be quiet, please. Be quiet, please. You told us that you think it should be illegal because it's a sin, and you answered it. You said that you do think it should be illegal because it's a sin.
Even if I wasn't.
I have a question. I have a question. Is lying a sin?
Lying?
Yeah.
Yes.
So lying to your child, telling them that Santa Claus exists, that should be illegal because it's a sin?
It's Santa Claus.
Oh, yeah, it's still a sin, though. Right? Isn't like the whole premise of the gospel, a sin's a sin, all sins separate you from God? All sins are equal in the eyes of God outside of blasphemy. The gospel also doesn't give us a very clear framework in order to dictate that one sin's any worse than another. And the only way to dictate that one is worse from another is if you're like a Catholic or Orthodox and you give like authority to the magisterium or the church leaders to tell you that they're infallible and that one sin is worse than another. Like, are you Catholic or Orthodox? Or are you like non-denominational, just scripture, personal relationship between you and God? Which one is it?
it's more so personal. But I
Oh,
did
yeah, yeah.
start.
So yeah. Under your view, if you just read the Bible, okay, well, the Bible just tells us sins are sins. They all separate us from God. There's no clear distinguishment between the sin of lying and the sin of getting an abortion insofar as how wrong they are. So obviously, we're going to have to treat these sins the same because God treats them the same, and He's perfect. He's all good. He's our moral standard. If we're going to treat these sins the same, if we want to make one illegal, we got to make both of them illegal. So
Well, I mean,
because you
no.
want to make the sin of getting an abortion illegal, would you also therefore say that we should make the sin of lying to your children, telling them that Santa Claus exists, illegal?
When you look at it like that, yes.
Okay. All right. Well, see, that's the issue. See, your argument entails that we should literally kill Christmas. And that's the conclusion of the
Because I
position.
don't feel like that. I don't
that
feel
abortion
like
should be
that's
illegal.
I don't feel like that would be considered a lie. That's more like a fairy tale. That's for kids to have fun. That's not you beating in your head like your kid's brain every day. Oh my God, Santa Claus is real. Santa Claus is real, and you have to believe in Santa Claus.
It is a lie. What's a lie? Define a lie. I mean, in your argument, you're just kind of like showing us that lies aren't always wrong, which disagrees with the Christian Bible.
I feel
You
like it's
actually
a
read
fairy
iniquity.
tale.
Okay, define lie.
A lie is I don't know how else to define a lie. Something that's untrue.
Yeah, intentionally saying something that's false, right?
Exactly. So if someone's kid comes up to them and asks if Santa Claus is real,
And I say yes. Am I intentionally telling them something that I know is false?
yes, you are.
Okay, so
I
it's a
didn't
lie.
have that luxury growing up. When I asked if Santa Claus was real, my mom told me no. I
Right,
mean,
because she didn't lie to you.
it's a fairy tale.
So we could agree that if the definition of a lie is intentionally telling somebody something that you know is false, okay, if I tell my kid that
Yes.
Santa Claus exists, I'm intentionally telling them something that I know is false, right?
Correct.
So I'm telling them a lie.
Yes.
All right. There you go. So you think that should be illegal?
I don't feel like someone should go to jail for it, but I mean, no, it's not right. I don't think someone should go to
So
jail.
I'm not asking you if it's wrong. Obviously, it's wrong. The Christian Bible says lying is a wrong. I already know that. I'm asking you if you think it should
Yes,
be criminally
yes,
illegal.
An abortion is not criminally illegal.
But you're saying that it should be, right?
No, I'm saying that under certain circumstances, it
Oh my
should be
God.
allowed.
Oh my God.
But
Oh my
no,
God. Yes, you're
because
saying that elective abortion should be illegal. Is that not your position?
that should elective, yes.
Okay, fucking duh. Okay, so yeah, okay, just stop it. Should lying to your child about Santa Claus's existence literally be illegal?
Yes.
Okay, so dude, oh my God, let's look at other things that are sins
That's
in the
if
Bible.
we're pretending to be God. I mean,
Dude. Wait. So you'd only make sins illegal if we're pretending to be God? So when you tell us that you think the sin of abortion should be illegal, you're pretending to be God? How's that gonna blow over on Judgment Day, Amber?
when I was arguing for like my stance on abortion, I didn't even bring Christianity into it. My view on abortion has nothing to do with my biblical beliefs at all.
That's just completely
right. No.
incoherent. The reason why that's incoherent to suggest is because you think right and wrong is rooted in God. So you can't say that you think that something is wrong for some reason or motivation
but
outside of God.
I feel like
Amber, I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. I hope that you have a good rest of your day and appreciate you for the conversation.
Thank you.
Yeah, we had her up here for around an hour. It's time to move on. Let's go to get that next guest loaded into the box. If you find yourself in that queue, make sure it's because you support Trump. Make sure that you're following the rules. We're going to go ahead and throw the rules up on screen right now. Take a good look. Blitzo, thank you so much for the 27 Canadian dollars over on that YouTube stream. Thank you, Blitzo. Everybody, please show some love to Blitzo down below in that comment section. They're asking for my thoughts on Trump. Well, I mean, you don't have to pay for that. I fucking hate the guy. So there you go. Archer, welcome in, you MAGA. Nope, Archer is not MAGA. We're going to move on to the next guest. That's right. That's right. Everybody, we're going to go to get that next guest up in here. Odessa, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo, saying God gives us free will. Please ask Amber why she thinks she has the authority to deny others the same free will God grants. So funny enough, Odessa, you're actually spot on. There is great arguments against the operation of a criminal justice system under the Christian worldview that's rooted in arguments very similar to the question that you just gave in your donation. And they could get rather like theologically deep. So, I mean, I try to stay out of like super deep theological conversations because we're here to talk about Trump. But I just wanted to acknowledge that, Odessa, there's incredibly theologically deep arguments against the imposition of a criminal justice system under a God worldview for that reason. So that's a good one. Very good one. Then Casey, thank you so much for the $3 on Venmo. Say new here, $1 for every live so far. Well, I mean, I hope that you watch them all. So I stop sending dollars because there's going to be quite a few that come up, but I appreciate you for the love. Let's go to get that next guest loaded in here right now, everybody. Let me know down below in that comment section if you support Trump and you want to come up here and have a debate. Let's go to get that next guest up in here right now. While we are, Amanda, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal, saying I enjoy watching and learning from your stream daily. Thank you for fighting so hard. Amanda, you're awesome. Thank you for the $20 donation. Everybody watching, show some love to Amanda down below. Much love to you, Amanda. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Age?
Hello?
How old are you?
Oh, I'm 19.
Nice. I saw you in the comment section saying that you're going to debunk everything.
Yeah.
Wow, that's definitely a hot claim. Real quick, what year were you born in? Oh, rip. Kara, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. Show some love to Kara down below in that comment section. Appreciate it, Kara. You were fantastic. As well as, dude, Jay. Thank you for the $150 donation over on PayPal. Jay, it is so good to see you today. Thank you for the love. As well as, Jay, I saw your donation last night. I love you so much. You are awesome. Show some love to Jay down below. Dude, Jay's been supporting like me and Parker like crazy. We literally love you so much, Jay. Jay said, you and Parker represent the best of your generation in a passionate commitment to your tireless fight against the Goliath of corruption that defines this administration. I cannot feel more proud of two people than I do for you guys. So I say, dude, Jay.
Hello?
I'm honestly, I really like you, Jay. You know, honestly, like one day I want to be like you. You know, obviously you got a bit of money. You've been supporting both me and Parker a lot. So obviously, you know, you're a little more progressed and farther on in your life than I am mine. And I hope that one day I'm like that. You know, I'm doing well, but I still have empathy and I still have decency and I still fight for what's right. And I bet everybody else out there can agree to that suggestion. So, Jay, just know you're an icon. Thank you so much for the $150 donation. Everybody, please show some love to Jay down below in that chat. Thank you. As well as Heather, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. And Bjorn, thank you for the 12 as well. Show some love to Heather and Bjorn down below in that comment section. I appreciate y'all more than you will ever know for the love. Thank you guys so very much. Now, welcome in Kaysen. Sorry, not Carson. Kaysen, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What year are you born in?
2005.
And how old are you?
I'm about to turn 19.
Oh, you'd actually be about to turn 20. Run.
Yeah, true.
Skadoosh. All right, everybody. You know, guess what time of the day it is, y'all? I bet somebody could guess. Somebody watching right now knows what time of the day it is. Like, unfortunately. Somebody unfortunately knows. You guys got it right. Everybody in the chat spamming restart. That is the time of the day. So if you're new here, let me tell you something real quick. TikTok terms of service are very restrictive and weird, and they will hit the live with flags randomly. And it's something that we're used to at this point. It happens every day. It's just a part of the streams on TikTok now. So every day, around 2 hours in, we have to completely end and restart the live stream. I'm going to teach you. I'm going to tell you how to come right on back because we've gotten so good at these restarts. They take 10 seconds. So in like 10 seconds from the moment that I end here in a handful of seconds, you'll be right back into enjoying the same debates you have for the last hour, 30 minutes, 10 minutes, etc. If you want to be able to come back into the stream after the restart, first hit the follow button unless in case you can't follow the instructions I'm about to give you. Because at the end of the day, if you follow me and when I restart, I'll pop up in your live feed in like your DMs, friends, and followers. It is part of TikTok. So make sure to hit that follow button right now. I'm going to allow everybody just a moment to hit that follow button while I'm explaining how to come back even quicker than just finding me on your following list when we're doing the restart. So if you want to come back in even quicker than just finding me on your following list, the moment I end the stream, there's going to be a pop-up that says live ended. And then it will show my profile picture. And if you click on my profile picture, you'll be directed to my account page. Now, once you're on that account page, I want you to count to 10, like literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Refresh the account page. You'll see that live glowing orb around the profile picture on the account page. Click on that, and then you'll find yourself right back in the live. We aim for like 70% of the people rejoining us once we do the restart. So if you're out there watching it now and you're like, well, I don't know if I want to go through all these steps to come back in, you should. And then also for everybody spamming, we get it, just restart. Y'all got to keep in mind that there's people watching that don't know how to use TikTok. There's people watching that maybe aren't paying like super close attention. So I understand for the people that are paying attention, it's really annoying to hear me like go over it a lot, but it's meaningful because I want that message to be able to reach everybody. Now, I'll be right back, y'all. See you in 10 seconds. All right. It's also crazy that I have to do like the super long-winded explanation. Also, it's not for YouTube. You guys are okay. Over there in YouTube. It is kind of crazy I got to do the long-winded explanation. I've just noticed when I do it, more people come back. Significantly more people come back when I give the explanation on how to get it done. Welcome back in, everybody. Look at how quick that restart was. Y'all see that? Y'all see how quick that fucking restart was, everybody? That was hella quick. We are like already back on. For everybody tuning right back in here, I appreciate y'all so much for being here. If you want to make this restart even more successful than it already is, because we're literally 30 seconds into the live and we already have 5.5 thousand people that have joined us once again, start spamming those likes, spamming those shares, spam the comment section, and hop in the queue if you support Trump. That was record time, chat. We were literally back on in less than 10 seconds. Okay, everybody, we're going to go ahead and hop right back into those debates right now. So if you're watching and you support Trump and you want to come up here and have a debate with me, go ahead and hop in that queue. We're going to put the rules up on screen just for the first couple guests. I appreciate everyone so much for coming back. There we go. Let's go ahead and hop back into those debates for the first 7,000 people. I think that we need 9,000 people in order to hit that 70% quota that we're aiming for. So hopefully even more people come back. But let's go and get that very first guest up here. If you are in that queue, make sure that you're following the rules. Got to be 18 plus, got to be American, got to be MAGA, and got to be ready to debate. Welcome in. Airplane, are you MAGA? No airplane left, quite frankly. Goodbye. Keep it to Trump supporters only in the queue, please. Follow the rules. Next guest is loading in. Let's try to find a Trump supporter to come up here and give us a piece of their mind. Welcome in, Diryari. Do you support Trump?
Okay, so there are some things that I do support with Trump, but I'm not really into politics, but I would like to gain some education on the topic and everything. Is that okay?
Well, it is okay. That's why I do these lives. But I'll tell you, if you're looking for an education, like what my thoughts are on the president, what my thoughts are on what he's doing, etc., I'll just watch the live. You know what I mean? That is absolutely okay to be coming here for better understanding of what's going on in American politics. But just like the position to be in to gain that understanding would be from a viewer. So you're more than welcome to hang out. You're more than welcome to hopefully take something away. I think that you're awesome, and thank you for being here. Now, let's go try to find that next Trump supporter right now, guys. Go and drop a MAGA with your rage down below in that comment section. If you want to join, we're going to move on right now. Welcome in, Ethan. Are you MAGA?
Yeah.
Banned! Here we go. Moving on to Christian Cross. What's up, Christian Cross? You MAGA?
Hi, no, I'm not, but I just
Banned. Moving on to the next guest, we got Ryan loading up, and we're banning quick today, quite frankly. By the way, if you're watching and you like the streams and you want to support me and support the streams, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio, y'all. I get 100% of all the proceeds over there. They go straight to me, and I'll give you a shout out. Welcome in, Ryan. You MAGA? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Banned! Okay. All right, everybody, we're still looking for that next guest. Even when we're doing a restart, it's like for the first little bit, for whatever reason, it's just like super hard to find Trump supporters. So if you're watching and you want to help us get Trump supporters up in here, spam the chat, spam the likes, spam the shares. It literally does help. As well as Tristan, thank you so much for the $9 over on PayPal. I appreciate that, Tristan. Tristan says, I recently found a TikTok of Donald Trump removing sections 9 and 10 from Article 1 out of the Constitution and the Library of Congress's official website. Yeah, I did see that. That did happen, but the Library of Congress responded by saying that it was a technical issue. Welcome in, Jetstream. Are you MAGA?
Yeah, I am.
How old are you?
I'm 18, bro.
Oh, I don't know if I believe you. What year were you born in?
I was born in 2006,
And how much,
October 28th.
And how much could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
Like, I don't know, bro.
Moving on to the next guest. If you're in that queue, make sure that means it's because you're a Trump supporter. Moving on to Martha. Here we go, everybody. Just give us a minute, y'all. Adriana, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, saying I've been a DACA recipient since 2012. Used to be an organ donor before I learned that I wouldn't qualify for a transplant myself because I'm not a citizen. My mom passed after being denied a heart transplant. I'm no longer a donor and torn about what's right. I'm so sorry, Adriana. I think that should be unconstitutional under the Equal Protections Clause of the 14th. I think that should be so fucking illegal. I'm so sorry, Adriana. Welcome in, Martha. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Age?
42.
Okay, get the hell out of here. See you later, bud. See you later, pal. Okay, we're going to start pulling from the chat Because for whatever fucking reason, dude, let me tell you, okay, the queue's just not doing it today. The people in the queue are just not here to debate. And guess what, chat? We want debates. Teddy, you MAGA? Do you support
Yes, sir. How you
Trump?
doing?
Oh, man, I'm doing great. You shouldn't support Trump. He sucks, bro. Come on, Teddy.
Well, dude, I like the way he's going with the whole gender thing. That's basically my biggest support with him.
Oh my God, you suck so much. Yes, not
Why?
the
Dude, I'm
economy.
here for an open conversation.
Not the economy, but gender. Not GDP growth, but gender. Not cutting people off of healthcare or food stamps, but gender. Not social issues like crime, average GDP per capita, making the quality of our life better, but gender. Okay.
Well, I mean, as somebody who was looking forward to having kids one day, man, how do you feel about the whole, transgender thing being taught in schools from, as early as 5 years old?
I think that age-appropriate material about what's true of the reality around us should be taught in schools. That's why schools exist. Trans people exist in the world around us, and if there's an age-appropriate way to teach the existence of trans individuals to young children, I'm okay with it.
So you're okay with it?
Yeah, I'm okay with teaching age-appropriate material about
What's
the world
age appropriate
in school.
in your standards?
Well, I'm not a professor. I'm not a teacher. I'm not qualified to even answer that question. Like, I could try to give you an answer. I could, but at the end of the day, I'm not qualified.
Well, this is all opinion based, right? It's just me and you having a conversation.
Yeah, but
on
I'm
opinions.
gonna value the opinion of people with degrees in this shit, like professional educators, like agreeing unanimously, like nationwide about what is or isn't age appropriate more than I value my own opinion. So I just reference.
I understand completely. You're kind of contradicting yourself
Oh.
because you're picking and choosing what you want to talk about, but I understand.
No, I'm just telling you, like, you're asking me, like, what specifically is age appropriate? Like, okay, that's going to hinge and depend on a bunch of shit. Like, what, like, content are you referencing? How old are the people that this is being taught to that you're referencing?
Like, what's a good
In what
age
setting?
to be taught what a transgender person is and if you should pick to
Emily.
be one or not?
Emily, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat saying that today is my first HRT anniversary. Tell him he is a huge L. You're a huge L, buddy. W Emily
Hey,
down below
I
that
don't.
chat.
I'm here for an open conversation. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't appreciate the whole L thing. I mean, you should preach, information. You shouldn't preach, hey, L here, L here. You should be you have a very big platform. You should use that for good, not for bad, dude.
You're so sensitive. She literally just
No,
said
I'm not
L.
trying to be sensitive at all. I'm just being honest. You have a very huge platform.
no,
Why
no,
not
no,
better?
no,
Why
listen.
not better us as humans?
Listen, I get it if like you're saying that in response to somebody saying like "fuck you, buddy, die," right? But no, they just said L. Like, calm down.
Oh, I'm not offended, dude. I was just being honest. Like, you have a very big platform. You're a very smart young man. Why don't you unite people? That's my biggest thing.
Okay.
I'm not trying to be. I'm being honest, man. I'm not trying to be weird.
Well, I mean, obviously, when you're like questioning Emily's existence because they're trans,
No,
like
I never
promoting,
did.
and you're promoting like false beliefs, saying that it's a choice.
I never
like,
did. I
Like
just
obviously,
asked you-
Emily's gonna be like L. Like, dude, obviously, like
No,
like what you said
but-
is false. Like a trans person just saying L is probably like the nicest thing that they could say in the circumstance.
Okay, so as a straight person, I didn't say L transgenders goodbye. I said, hey, man, I have a question. How do you feel about this?
Okay, well, it's not.
Do you see how
it's-
that's a little bit
It's not
different?
straight or trans. It's cis or trans.
I was just saying what I was. Yeah. Okay, my bad. I'm sorry about that. You got me on that point.
Right.
But anyway, I didn't.
Yeah,
come here saying-
you're not going to be able to convince me that Emily did something wrong by saying L.
I didn't. Still not trying to. I'm trying to convince you to preach positivity to everybody. You shouldn't be like, hey, L this, hey, L. You should just be positive about everything, man.
Okay,
I mean,
wait.
you're
What do you think Elvis means?
I mean, he's just said you told me L. It's a L.
Right, saying that
I'm
it's
pretty
wrong,
sure every-
right?
Yeah, but I didn't give him.
So are you saying that things that are wrong is wrong?
No, I'm saying that people should be preaching positivity instead of throwing L's. I didn't come in here screaming L
Wait.
transgenders.
So if you think that the opposite of positivity is a suggestion that a belief or statement is false, okay, why are you on a debate live? Because the point of this live is for me to prove you wrong or for you to prove me wrong.
Yeah, I mean that's what we're doing. We're having a conversation, and I'm just saying you called me sensitive. That's the whole whole thing.
Because you're
happened.
freaking out over somebody just saying that you're wrong.
All right, I mean that's fair, dude. But I wasn't freaking out. I was just making a point that people should be preaching positivity to each other, and this should be a platform where people
I actually
learn.
think that preaching positivity, wanting to build a better society where everybody is happier and better to one another, requires us to point out when beliefs are false.
I agree with that. I do agree with that, but it wasn't my belief. It's more of what I support, right? So it's not my belief.
What you support are your beliefs.
Not necessarily, though. I mean,
Yes, necessarily.
I don't have kids, so they're not in school.
If you support X, then you have a belief of X.
Exactly, a belief of that. Okay, it doesn't mean that my whole basis on everything is I only like Trump because of this, or I only don't support this because of one example, right? There's multiple things that go into it.
Okay, I don't see how that changes like her statement of saying that was an L thing for you to say as like wrong.
It doesn't change anything. Nothing ever changes anything.
So once again, why was it bad for Emily to say that you were wrong after you said that being trans is a choice?
Because saying that does not positively enforce anything, right?
So you just think that we should be able to spew like false beliefs about anything that we want, and if anybody tells us that we're wrong,
I didn't say anything false, man.
Yes, you did. Yeah, you did. You did.
What did I say that was false?
You said that being trans is a choice. That's false. It's not a choice.
I never said that. You can play this live back whenever you feel like it, and you can see that I never said that.
I mean, I don't really want to, but you did.
I know you don't because you'll be wrong.
Okay, how much money do you want to put on it?
I will put $5,000 cash to right now that I never said being transgender is a choice.
You said it's
and if you're a man of your word,
you said that it's something. You said that it's something people choose. Okay, I'm gonna go to make 5 bands easy.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah. I mean, I don't appreciate the whole L thing. I mean, you should preach.
Technical issue. Welcome in, Jetstream. Are you MAGA? You're not Jetstream.
Yeah, I am.
I could try to give you an answer. I could, but at the end of the day, I'm not qualified.
Well, this is all opinion based, right? It's just me and you having a conversation.
Yeah, but I'm gonna value the opinion. There we go. I think I'm close. The quality of our life better, but gender. Okay.
I mean, as somebody who's looking forward to having kids one day, man, how do you feel about the whole, transgender thing being taught in schools from, as early as 5 years old?
I think that age-appropriate material about what's true of the reality around us should be taught in schools. That's why schools exist. Trans people exist in the world around us, and if there's an age-appropriate way to teach the existence of trans individuals to young children, I'm okay with it.
So you're okay with it?
Yeah, I'm okay with teaching age-appropriate material about
what's
the world
age-appropriate
in school.
in your standards.
Well, I'm not a professor. I'm not a teacher. I'm not qualified to even answer that question. Like I could try to give you an answer. I could, but at the end of the day, I'm not qualified.
Well, this is all opinion based, right? It's just me and you having a conversation.
Yeah, but I'm gonna value the opinion of people with degrees in this shit, like professional educators, like agreeing unanimously, like nationwide about what is or isn't age appropriate more than I value my own opinion. So I just reference.
I understand completely. You're kind of contradicting yourself because you're picking and choosing what you want to talk about, but I understand.
No, I'm just telling you, like, you're asking me, like, what specifically is age appropriate? Like, okay, that's going to hinge and depend on a bunch of shit. Like, what, like, content are you referencing? How old are the people that this is being taught to that you're referencing?
Like, what's a good age to be taught what a transgender person is and if you should pick to be one or not?
Emily, thank you. You owe me 5 bands.
How?
You owe me $5,000. I'll play
How?
it again.
I said
I'll play it
you
again.
should pick.
I'll play it again.
How?
I'll play it again.
I
Dean
said,
is
how do
never
you know
wrong.
what's a good
Dean
age
is never
and how-
wrong.
Hold
Dean
on,
is never
hold on.
wrong.
I said what's a good age and how do you know when you should pick that age?
No.
What age do you pick?
Pick to be it. Pick to be it as in trans.
Oh, but I understand.
No, I'm just telling you, like, you're asking me, like, what specifically is age appropriate? Like, okay, that's going to hinge and depend on a bunch of shit. Like, what, like, content are you referencing? How old are the people that this is being taught to that you're referencing?
Like, what's a good
In what
age
setting?
to be taught what a transgender person is and if you should pick to be one or not?
Emily, thank you. You said, what is a good age to be taught what a transgender person is and if you should pick to be one? Thank you. 5 bands.
Okay, well, that's not the way it was meant. So maybe I misspoke on that, but I never said when do you get to choose to be transgender, right?
Pick
you
is-
could see.
Wait, I have a question. What do you pick between?
Okay, but I understand your
Choices.
premise. But
You pick
hear me
between
out,
choices.
though. Hear me out. We're talking about age, right? We were talking about age.
Right.
So I was saying what's a good age to pick it, and number two.
No, you weren't talking about what age should we pick to teach it. You said what age should we should we educate individuals on what it means to be trans and if they can pick to be one. The statement to pick to be
first
one
of all-
wasn't referencing what age we should teach it at, what age we should pick to teach it. No, it's to pick to be one as in if we should pick to be trans.
Maybe it was misconstrued the way I said it, but I never said when is a good age to choose to be a transgender, right?
Actually,
I never
yes,
said
yeah,
that.
you did say. You said pick to choose
No, I
to be
didn't.
one. That is to choose
No, I
to be a
didn't.
transgender.
And number two,
Yeah, wait, no. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna die on this hill. I'm gonna replay it again
it's
for a
not about
third time.
dying, dude.
Give
You
me
would
the
never send me
$20
that
over on
5
YouTube.
bands.
To people that this is being taught to that you're
Like, what's a
referencing,
good
and in what
age
setting?
to be taught what a transgender person is, and if you should pick to
Emily.
be one or not?
Emily, thank you for. What is a good age to be taught what a transgender is, and if you should pick to be one or not? You owe me $5,000.
Okay, but hear me out though. I said okay, right? I already said it was misconstrued the wrong way. But what I was trying to say is, what is a good age for somebody to learn if they should?
Nah,
Like,
bro.
no.
I'm sorry. It's not misconstrued. It's what you said. Either like
No,
give
but
me
you-
5 bands. Give me
Well,
5
if you
bands
don't
right
get,
now.
if you don't listen,
Yo,
you gotta hear me out.
Venmo
Right?
or PayPal, which one works?
Okay, I'll Venmo you, dude. I'll Venmo you, but hear me out. Hear me out, right?
Do it right
I'll
now.
Venmo you just like you would have Venmoed me. So hear me out.
Do it right now. Venmo's in bio.
If I will, but listen.
Nah,
if
do it right now before the conversation continues.
Dude, you would have never sent me 5 bands.
So you're not gonna. So you're not a man of your word, yo,
I
Republican.
am a man of my word, but
if
I'm
you're a
trying
man
to
of your word,
explain
then
myself.
you're gonna pay up. You can
I
explain
will, but
yourself
can I explain myself?
after you pay the piper.
Oh my god, Dean, come on. It can't be this serious, dude.
It is.
You're
Dude,
making a lot of money,
5
dude. You
bands
don't
is
need
serious.
5 bands from me.
5 bands is serious as hell, Teddy.
Dude, you make the amount of money you make today, I'm probably going to work a month to make, dude.
Well, I mean, I thought that Teddy just left. Teddy did not leave.
No, I'm right here.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I'll give you the alternative. Are you ready, Teddy?
Sure.
Moving on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute to get on to that next guest, y'all. And by the way, then you shouldn't have made the bet in the first place. Just saying, Teddy. Moving on to Lewis. Let's go to get that next guest loaded into the stream, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute. What's going on? Lewis, do you support Trump?
No, I don't.
Burn! Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everyone. Just give us a minute, y'all. And that guy owes me 5 bands. I'm never going to forget that. Ever see Teddy again, I'm going to make sure to bring that one up. He needs to pay the piper. He owes me 5 bands. Moving on. Here we go, everybody. Let's go to get the next guest loaded into the live right now. Dude, like, low-key, I thought I was, I almost thought I was wrong. You know, like, listening back to the clip, I thought that he said that it was a choice significantly earlier in the conversation than he did. I almost thought that I was wrong. But I was not. I was not wrong. I knew what I heard. I knew what he said. Welcome into eSport Trump. Okay, Trouble Piece isn't here. If you're watching over on TikTok, go and put a MAGA with your age down below in that comment section. I'll pull you up here. We'll have a discussion. We are only specifically looking to talk to people that are indeed MAGA and do indeed support Trump. Yo, Purdy, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate you so much for the love over on YouTube Super Chat. Purdy says, guess keep your word. So real, Purdy. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for the 20. And the Purdy with another 20 saying W guess being wrong and L guess. Yeah, Balvin being wrong, Purdy. I appreciate you for another 20. Oh my goodness gracious. Another third 20 for Purdy. Purdy saying that for a third time. Yeah. So Purdy, thank you for the $60. Thank you so much for the love, Purdy. Jeez. And then also Max with another $100. Holy shit, Max. Max says, as a trans person who's known I was since 3rd grade, this man is full of shit. He sure was, Max. I really appreciate you so much for the love. And then Emily with another 20 saying, I'm sorry, L derailed the child's attention. You're good, Emily. Thank you, Purdy, Emily, and Max. Holy crap, Purdy with a 60, Max with a 100, and Emily with another 20. Show some love to Purdy, Emily, and Max down below in that comment section right now, folks, while we're working on getting this next conversation moving along. Lucas, how old are you?
19.
All right. What time is it?
2:35.
All right. Phenomenal. And why do you support Trump?
He's a cool dude.
Cool dude?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, A, not all cool guys are qualified to run the country, and B, he's just not a cool guy.
Yeah, he's not.
Okay. So why do you support him?
I don't. I just wanted to talk.
Okay, that's great. Quite frankly. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, folks. Holy crap. Oh my goodness. What the balls? Am I reading this right? I think I am. I need to investigate this claim. Everybody, we're going to get that next guest loaded into the box right now. We got AJ loading up in. Looks like Mr. Trump just took some executive action. According to Hayes with the dollar on PayPal, says Trump just announced 100% tariffs on all international trade. Keep educating these MAGA fools, Dean, bro, again. Yo, listen. If this is true, you should probably pull your money out of the market. Consult a financial advisor if you haven't invested. Let's see. Trump announces tariffs on all trade. We know what happened last time. Let me check it out. Let me check it out. Nobody do anything yet. Okay. I am not seeing any announcement that's like breaking saying that he's announced 100% tariffs on everything. All right. Hayes, right now I'm not seeing anything to prove you right. So we're not going to acknowledge that claim until we do have evidence to prove it right. Moving on to the next guest, folks. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you support Trump. Can you imagine that somebody just like pulled out like $100,000 in Bitcoin in like 3 seconds after he said that? Dude, okay. All right. Yo, I appreciate you guys for the galaxies, by the way. Let's see who that was. Yo, McLovin, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate that. That's incredibly kind of you. Show some love to McLovin down below. Welcome into Sport Trump.
No, I don't. I'm mad Teddy left.
Okay. All right. Yeah, he, wait, did I kick him? Yeah, no, I know. He didn't leave. I kicked him. All right, let's go ahead and see who the next guest is. Welcome into Sport Trump.
Yes, I do.
All right, sir. Yeah, brother. Before we hop into the debate, there's about 4 people I need to thank here. First and foremost, Lily. That is Lilly. Thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Just said, love your stuff. I just started watching your lives. Thank you for being here, Lily. I hope that you continue to enjoy them. And, Denise with another $20 over on PayPal. Show some love to Denise down below. They say, can only imagine you would truly love to spin your debate solely on uniting the people, Dean, but it's impossible to unite with those who have little to no ground in common with. Bigotry and object disdain for others is not in your wheelhouse. Yeah, it is fact versus fiction. We have to be able to work past that gap in order for unity to exist. 110% Denise, thank you for the love. As well as Amanda, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Isabella with a 5. Rachel with a 1. Then Huda, thank you so much for the $13 over on PayPal. Huda says, love from the UK. Love to the UK. I appreciate you so much for being here. Okay.
I got a question.
All right.
What made you physically hate Trump? What has he done to you? Physically done to you?
Physically done to me?
Yeah, what has he, because you make money off his name.
Oh, no, not another one.
Like, literally, no, listen, because you always talk about his name.
Yeah.
And people give you free money. That's cool.
Free money?
More. Everybody needs a job.
Based.
Everybody needs a job.
Yeah.
But what has he done to you?
Okay, what is
has
he? What has
he
done to me?
What has he done to you?
Okay, well, I know this is a crazy concept, man. I'm not just concerned about me. I'm concerned about my girlfriend. I'm concerned about my mom. I'm concerned about my grandparents on Social Security. I'm concerned about my nephew who is in school. I'm concerned about everybody, regardless of their race, regardless of their sex, regardless of their gender, regardless of their gender identity. And that's the facts. I care about the collective. I care about humans, period, not about Dean, period. And I feel like this first question here is definitely making it clear that the farther you encroach upon conservatism, the further you move away from a care about others. It's kind of like that age-old story about how Republicans would rather. Okay, what's that?
He doesn't hurt you,
dude.
Right?
I'm a straight white man that's doing pretty well for my age.
Yeah. So cool. That's good. I am too. I'm a straight white man.
No, he hasn't hurt me as a straight white man that's doing pretty well for my age.
Nothing. So you really don't have any reason to hate him.
Okay. Okay.
Let me say something.
Hey, do you hate Hitler?
Me?
Yeah.
Fuck no.
You don't hate Hitler?
I love Hitler. That dude was a smart motherfucker. But listen here. Joe Biden.
Oh, that one caught me off guard. I have Nazis come up in here every so often. Usually I'm mentally prepped for it. Usually. Keyword usually. I expect it. And I'm prepared, That one caught me off guard, though. I was not expecting that one. That one came out of left field. What the fuck? I'm laughing at just how fucking insane that guy is. What the fuck? I promise. I'm laughing just because of how insane that guy is. Oh my god. Dude. You can't be doing that shit. What happened? Oh, I'll make sure to repeat what happened for everybody that's just tuning in. No, some guy comes up here and he's making an argument. Oh, Dean, how has Trump personally hurt you? And then I was like, I'm doing well for my age and I'm a straight white man. He hasn't done much to personally hurt me. And then I was going to use his logic because he said, well, if they haven't done anything to personally hurt you, then you can't hate them. Okay. The first, the first counter argument that came to my head was, well, like, Hitler hasn't personally done anything to him, but if he's like a reasonable, normal person, he'll hate Hitler. But instead he was like, no, I love him. I fucking love him. I love him. That one really caught me off guard. That shit's crazy. Okay, we're going to go to move on to the next guest. What the hell? Okay. All right. Everyone just give us a minute here. I can't even believe that just happened. Like I said, I'm used to having Nazis and fascists come up onto the stream and say that shit every so often. But that specific circumstance was out of complete left field. We're going to go to get the next guest loaded into the box. Holy fuck. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm sorry. Okay. Welcome in, George. Do you support Trump? Ban! George isn't here. We're going to put the rules up on screen, guys. Only join the queue if you're 18 plus, American MAGA, and, willing to debate. And please don't request if you literally love Mustache Man. Okay? If you're like that last guy, I'm good off that shit. Don't request, please. Taylor, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat saying keep making that Trump money, Dean. Dude, let's go. Yeah, we've had a couple conservatives come up here today and say that I'm making money off of Trump. Yo, let's keep that train running. Appreciate you for the $20, Taylor. You were awesome. As well as Duo Films. I appreciate you for the 10. You were awesome. What's going on, Donovan? You MAGA?
Yeah, I personally am.
Are you driving, bro?
No, I'm not. I'm in a meeting at the moment.
Dude, go back to your meeting. What the hell are you doing, bro? Focus on that meeting, Donovan. What the hell are these people doing? Hey, man, if you happen to be one of the 17,000 people hanging out with us in here for the day, welcome in, y'all guys. Make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. We're just debating Trump supporters until I rage quit. Day 150. Yo, Raven! Oh my God! Raven with the $100 donation over on Venmo 20 minutes ago. Raven, you are an icon. Thank you so much for the love. I do not deserve a penny of that. That is literally so much money. And for that, I really do appreciate you. Everybody, please show some love to Raven down below. Raven says, love the work you do. Thank you. Thank you, Raven, for the $100 donation. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you, Raven. As well as Brett Cross. I'll check out your message on TikTok. Thank you for the $10. And then Rihanna with the $10 as well, saying, here's some free money, Dean. Yeah, let's go. Brooklyn with a 2, Melody with a 2, and Matthew with the 50 cents. I appreciate y'all for the love. Hey, welcome in, Job. How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year are you born in?
November 5th, 2006.
Very nice. Are you following the rules? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I love Trump. He is my amazing husband.
Get the hell out of here. Brand. Also, guys, I don't know. We haven't had, Logan, thank you for the galaxy. We haven't had 17,000 people in the TikTok live stream for a while. So, hey, hit that follow button. We do this every day. Let me hit that follow button. Quite frankly, we do this every day. Okay. All right. Steph, appreciate you for that corgi. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up in here. What's going on? How old are you? Mr. Mike, you're on the live. You got around 5 seconds. Goodbye, Mr. Mike. Okay. All right, y'all. You know what? If you want to skip this queue, if you want to just come right on up onto the stream, y'all, go ahead and put a mag with your age down below in that chat. There's a couple people telling me to check the news down below. All right, I'm gonna check the news. Let's see. What is the news? Yo, guys, if you know the news in the Discord, go ahead and drop it. Let me know. Let me know what the news is. Okay. By the way, I'm also your news guy. Okay. All right. I'm your news guy, folks. I also report the news sometimes. So, if you want to, keep in tune with what's going on, hit that follow button as well. All right. But for the moment, we're going to move on to the next guest, Cash McCaleb. We're also going to take a second to just go over the rules. Only freaking join the live if you're 18 plus, American MAGA, and ready to debate. Make sure you're following the rules. Quite frankly, take a good look, take a good gander. 18 plus, American MAGA, ready to debate. Age?
18.
Why did you make your voice deeper when you said that? What year were you born in?
I'm so scared because there's 16,000 people. I'm like,
nah,
shaking.
bro, I get it. I'd be shaking too if I was in your position. I would totally. But what year were you born in? Sorry. We're going to move on to the next guest. By the way, what I just said, it wasn't even like It wasn't even like supposed to be rude or anything. Like that was real, dude. Like I remember when I first started doing these lives, I'd be in front of a crowd of like 1,000 people, like shaking in my boots. Like honestly, I don't understand how we'll have people like request to join the stream that are just like totally confident and don't give a shit. You know, like I think that speaks to like their intelligence to a certain extent. You know what I mean? We're going to get that next guest up in the box. Y'all make sure that we're following the rules. Only looking to talk to Trump supporters. Y'all already know it. Y'all already know it. Looking for that next Trump supporter right now, guys. Go ahead and make sure you're tapping on that phone screen in the meantime, sharing that live around. If you want to come up, please just go ahead and put a MAGA with your rage down below in the chat. And you know what's really insane to me is that we could have 17,000 people in the stream without one Trump supporter that's willing to come up here and debate me. Tell me that's not crazy. Tell me that's not crazy. MAGA is dead. They're losing steam. They have nowhere to go. Welcome. And do you support Trump, Christine? No, Christine left. Yo, check that shit out. It is crazy. 16.5 thousand people. Not one person that is ready and willing to come up here and have a debate about why. Yo, Tyler Carver, I sent you that invitation. Get your booty up here, Mr. Tyler. I'd love to have a chat. All right, it looks like he's loaded in. Here we go, guys. We finally got a Trump supporter on the line. Let's go. LFG, baby. Welcome in, Tyler.
What's up, G?
You MAGA?
Hell yeah.
All right, Mr. Tyler. Can you disconnect any and all Bluetooth devices from your phone? We're hearing a little bit of an echo.
Oh, sorry, I have my air on. I'm actually in the car right now. I've been waiting on fucking food forever. Time's money, man.
Okay, you're not driving?
No, not driving. Parked. Waiting on fucking food.
Q. So why the hell do you support the Orange Menace that is actively destroying this country, trying to supersede the Constitution by passing illegal executive orders?
I would argue that you're probably the biggest Trump supporter of them all, dog.
You know, I had somebody say that to me earlier. Definitely not.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, well, I actually agree with them. I think you really are a Trump supporter, dog.
Okay. What's a Trump supporter?
Well, for you, anybody that's got to procreate and add on to his shit.
Can you repeat that?
Anybody that has to procreate to add on to his crap.
I don't even know what that sentence means.
I don't agree with any of it. I am a Trump supporter in the sense of like the social economic structure of all this, but in the sense of like getting on here and wanting to debate with that girl Amber earlier and you wanting to debate on biological science, I think you have it wrong and have a lot of fallacies.
Okay, so you're telling me that I was wrong when I described the biological reality in which would drive individuals to be gay or lesbian. Why did I have it wrong, Mr. Dr. PhD scientist? Please inform me.
Oh, no, it's not about having a PhD, but getting on here to say...
1 second, are you driving now? Are you driving?
No.
Okay. You have to leave the live before you start driving, especially because you got a kid in that car, okay?
No, I'm not driving at the moment, but I am talking to you.
Okay, go ahead. I hear the car running. Nah, bro, I'm sorry. I'm moving on to the next guest. It's a potentiality that background noise, that ambiance that we heard was the air conditioner. I'm just not going to take chances. Dude has a fucking kid in the car. I'm not going to take chances. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest, guys. Go to put a MAGA with your rage down below in that chat. Let me know right now. Holly, thank you for the $10 over at Venmo saying, Dean, I don't know how you deal with these people. Dude, I've gotten good at it. It's just kind of like, there's not much that the guests can say that really like phases me, like when they're hating on me or trying to tear me down, just because I hear it literally every single day. So it is like, I take it with a grain of salt. I don't get too emotional. It's just kind of from becoming like really like acclimated to people trying to just tear me down all day. And it's kind of funny too, because you'll find people that'll just come up here and like rage, and then it will be like that one meme of like the monkey and the lion. I think I actually have it. Let me find it real quick. No, I'm sorry guys. It is lost. Yeah, it is lost. I can't find it. Anyways, welcome in. That's definitely not it. Welcome in, Tyler. Do you support Trump?
18. Yeah, I'm a mag. Yeah.
Yeah, how old are you?
18, sir.
Okay, what year were you born in?
2005, sir.
Okay, why the fuck? Wait, 2005? Yeah, you can't even be 18 born in 2005. Get the hell out of here, kid. Fetus. Get bonked. Moving on. Here we go, everyone. Just give us a minute. We got Glue loading up in. I bet Glue's going to be super informative. Welcome in, Glue. Do you support Trump?
Yo, Nick Fuentes owns you, bro. You receive it from the back, you faggot.
Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, dude, those are the groipers for you. They worship some dude that didn't know tariffs cause inflation that I was able to absolutely destroy in a debate in literally under 3 seconds. And then on top of that, they think he mugs me. Yeah, let's do a comparison real quick. Chat, while we're working on getting that next guest loaded up in here. Let's do a quick comparison. Let's see who mugs who. I want y'all to tell me. I want y'all to tell me, chat. All right, chat. Who mugs who? Oh, brutal. Oh, brutal. Completely brutal. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, guys. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you support Trump. All right, we got Benny loading up. Here we go. All right, they didn't connect. Guys, go to put a mag with your age down below in that comment section if you want to come up. We are still looking for a guest to join us. It is just incredibly hard. Once again, we could have like so many people in the stream, 15,000 people watching without one Trump supporter that's willing to debate. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
All right, how old are you?
I am 22 years old.
Okay, first and foremost, IF, thank you so much for the 40 Brazilian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you for the love, IF. As well as Holly with the $10. Oh, wait, I already thanked you, Holly. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, IF. And by the way, if you're watching and you're like, hey, this Dean guy is cool, I want to support him. I want to support this stream. I want to support what he does here. Or you want to be able to get a message across to me that I will like read off in front of like 15,000 people, everybody in here. My PayPal and my Venmo can be found in the link tree in my bio. When you donate, I get a notification on the top of this phone screen, and I could read out any and all attached messages with a name and whatnot. And like I said, it goes straight to me. So yeah, go ahead and take it away. Why do you support Trump?
Yeah, we don't have a causal obligation to illegal immigrants.
We don't have an obligation to illegal immigrants?
Causal obligation.
Causal obligation to do what?
To keep them here instead of just deporting them back to their home country.
So I don't say that we shouldn't do mass deportation because we have an obligation to keep them here. I say that we shouldn't do mass deportation because a mass deportation hurts the country.
Wait, I would just say hurting the country.
Now if you'd say that, now like one could actually argue that we have an obligation to do what's best for the country. That's like the function of a state. And because we have an obligation to do what's best for the country, it's that mass deportation would encroach upon the obligation to do what's best for the country, bud. There you go.
No, I would disagree because with them infringing upon like private property, where I'm going to count United States as private property to the Americans, not the outside source, with them infringing upon our negative rights in the first place, I would just say that we have the rights to remove them. Yes, you can go with an emotional argument, which you're like, oh, well, it would be not.
Wait,
hold
question.
up, Dean.
No, do property rights only apply to agents?
Yeah, I would just say that when it comes to property, this is going to be in multiple classifications. Which one do you want to go to?
Do property rights only apply to agents?
No.
So like a tree can have property rights?
Oh, wait, define this real quick. I would actually like you to define this.
Like a rational agent, like a person.
Oh, rational. Yeah, what do you mean by a rational agent? Because if you say monkey, it can be rational in its own sense.
A person, like with a like
define a person.
Like, do you want me to define like the philosophical sense or notion of personhood?
Define a person.
Okay, if you don't know,
I walked Parker on this earlier.
If you don't know, I don't want to debate you on what personhood is. I want to debate you on property rights. So if you want me to give you some philosophical notion of what the mind is and what would constitute a person, that is just something I'm simply not going to give you. Either we agree that personhood exists and that people are agents, so we could discuss how agents have property rights and a non-agent cannot have a property right, or I'm just going to
define agent or define person still.
Okay. I'm not going to give you a philosophical notion on personhood. It's just so far away from the topic of the live stream that I'm going to kick you. Like I could. Like, no, I majored in philosophy for a handful of years. Like typically like a philosophical notion of an agent or a person is going to reference like abilities, properties, and attributes such as a mind, like subjective perceptions of the world around you. Like they're not all necessary. You could also have sufficient categorizations of what a person is based upon an ability, like an individual's ability to like speak language, to convey thoughts, emotion, experiences, and otherwise. But I'm not going to give you like a description of like philosophical notions of personhood in the literature because that is so far away from the debate. I don't care if people say that I'm losing in the chat. I don't care if you say that I'm losing right now in live, but just me giving you a nuanced perspective of a philosophical notion of personhood is so entirely like modally detached from the personal debate. Okay.
No, because if we're going to talk about the situation, we're going to need it to be in the classifications. If we don't have a causal obligation to them in the first place, and you want to go with a different type of
how about this? So like I'm going to assume that you have your own notion of what a person is, right?
Yep.
Okay. Would you say that only persons under your notion of what a person is can have property rights?
Yep.
Okay, I have a question. Is a conglomerate of people a person?
Define it. If we're talking people,
index
in
to
this
your
sense.
notion of personhood. Is a group of people a person with agency?
Yeah, I would just say that this is going to be counted as like homesteading.
You're not
Would you
answering
want
my
me to-
question. You're not answering my question. Is a
Yeah, I would just
group of people
count it
a
as
person?
homesteading, yes.
I'm not asking you about homesteading. I'm
Wait,
asking
yes,
you
it
if you
can be
consider a
counted.
group of people to be a person.
Yes, it can be counted.
Okay, so you and me are a group of people. Are we one
No,
person?
it's not a group of people. A group is going to be more than 2 people. It's going to be 3.
So you, me, and somebody random from the chat. Would that,
Okay,
as a group
cool.
of people, constitute one person?
One person in this situation, in like this philosophical, I would have to bite the bullet and say somehow it would have to in this hypothetical world. But in the world that we live in,
Bro, you got dog walked in like under 30 seconds. So if you're wondering why he like just made himself to be a fool in front of like close to 20,000 people on live, it's because he said that the conglomerate of persons in America have property rights over America, but only people and agents can have property rights. Like for instance, I'll explain this in like a little bit of in like an easier to understand way. Like a tree can't have property rights. Okay. A patch of grass can't have property rights because they're not people. Only people can have rights, property rights, etc. So when he told us that the conglomerate of people in America have property rights over America, that statement was false because the conglomeration or group of all the people in America in of itself is not a person and is not an agent. Therefore, it simply couldn't follow that the conglomeration of people in America have property rights over America. Yeah, that's what happens when you try to come up here and out philosophy me. You know, so I feel like people like make this simple mistake. A lot of people make the simple mistake that I'm not that smart and my arguments are all very surface level and not that nuanced because the people I typically debate aren't that smart and are very surface level and are not that nuanced. I went to school for philosophy. So it's fun to get a quick dunk on somebody that wants to try to bump up the nuance of a conversation to try to embarrass me because they don't think I'll follow, just for me to prove them wrong in like sub 3 seconds and have them classify 3 people as one person in order to have a consistent position. Welcome in, Will. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 20. I just turned 23.
Phenomenal, man. Real quick before we hop into the debate, Annie, I appreciate you so much for the $50 donation over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for the love. That is incredibly kind of you, Annie. Annie says, Trump just announced 100% tariffs on chips. Curious if this could actually be a good use of targeted tariffs. Thoughts? Appreciate you for the $50. And everybody, please show some love to Annie down below in that comment section. I really appreciate that. Actually, Annie, I would disagree. I don't think that's a good use of targeted tariffs because us subsidizing our chip producers has been shown to increase like our production of chips. And because this will make like the chips in like the smartphones we buy, the chips in the computers that we buy, the chips in GPUs we buy significantly more expensive. I wouldn't say it's a good use in lieu of the alternative of government subsidies towards chip producers. But it is a good question. And I think that this will definitely have a lot of material impacts. I appreciate you for the $50, Annie. You are awesome. Show some love to Annie down below in that chat. Will, take it away. Why do you support Trump?
I support Trump, just because I do agree with a lot of the policies and stuff that he's, invoking into our economy and everything like that.
Okay,
Okay, so
can't hear you when you're on pause. In order for me to hear you, I have to be able to see you.
got you. Sorry about that. Yeah, no, I agree with what he's doing with the border and stuff. I really think it's wrong for, people that are, considered illegal aliens to be able to come into our country and, just basically try to take over people's land.
Okay, listen.
No, hold on. Before we start this, man, I don't want to, down you or anything like that. I think what you're doing is great, for some other people. I am super excited to be able to get to talk to you, considering our differences.
Awesome.
So
Awesome.
just wanted to say that.
So I'll throw this out there. I think policy to reduce undocumented entry into America can be very good if it's designed right? And I'll tell you what that looks like from my perspective later. But before I tell you what that looks like from my perspective, we need to ensure that the policy Donald Trump has implemented to reduce undocumented entry is designed right. So let me ask you, what has he done to reduce undocumented entry into this country?
Well, I mean, isn't he's making it harder for people to come into here? And
how so?
Well, as far I don't, yes, I don't really know too much about that, but I will tell you that I agree with the whole if people aren't supposed to be here, there's people that have waited in line and they'll go the legal route to come in here, and they wait there they wait in line or do whatever process they
before we move on to that, I very specifically want to talk about what Trump has done to slow undocumented entry.
Now, I think isn't he making it hard for the border patrol? Isn't it more? I agree with the border too.
He's not really doing anything specific with border patrol except for talking about them more. But like the Biden-Harris administration funded them almost twice as much as Trump during his first term. Not a big difference. Now, we have seen a sharp reduction in undocumented entry into this country, and I think it's because of the treatment of undocumented immigrants that are in the country. Think about it. Okay, you're an immigrant. You want to go into America for a better life. You realize that the legal means are just simply unattainable, so you do it illegally because you want a better life. But imagine you're in that position of being an immigrant, and then you see individuals that have done it illegally being beaten, tortured, and sea-caught for a month. Okay? Even those that have done it illegally being kept in ICE detention centers for 3 months, or being accidentally deported to sea-caught in El Salvador where they're assayed. Okay? You see the human rights and dignity of these people stripped away. Donald Trump is deporting them without due process. Okay? Corralling immigrants in alligator Alcatraz, where they're served one meal a day, some of those meals with maggots in them. Okay? That is almost certainly promising you a worse life. So they no longer have the incentive for the immigration in the first place because they're no longer expecting a better life. And that's why we've seen such a sharp and noticeable reduction in undocumented entry. Point number one, this is very bad because it literally hinges on human rights abuse. Point number two, it's also bad because it's short term. The moment that we don't have a fascist running the country, we're hopefully no longer going to be violating the human and constitutional rights of immigrants.
Right. It's why would you want somebody to come into the country? You pay taxes, I'm sure.
Right.
And take advantage of the stuff that we pay taxes for, and it's not really fair to the rest of the people who are taxed.
Big time fake news. They actually don't even receive federal benefits that are paid for by the taxpayer, yet they are still obligated to pay taxes. Undocumented immigrants pay $100 billion per year in taxes, and they don't qualify for federal Section 8, federal food stamps, federal EBT, federal Medicaid, Medicare, federal Social Security. They don't qualify for any of those things. So they kind of subsidize citizens. Think about it. They pay so many billions of dollars in taxes per year. They don't receive any federal benefits. Whose benefits are they paying for? Citizens.
Right. So, kind of off topic for what we were talking about, but what one of Trump's policies do you not agree with?
Oh, for sure. Well, I mean, how about we just stay on the topic of mass deportation? I hate mass deportation. I think it's terrible. It destroys our country. Undocumented immigrants contribute to our economy. They work, they make money, they buy goods, and they pay taxes.
They do for sure.
Undocumented immigrants, according to the Center on American Progress, if all of them were removed tomorrow, our GDP would go down by 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollars. Right? That's a huge hit to America, and it makes you question, why is the growth rate of the American GDP already below expectations? So far this year, we're on track for a 1.6% level of growth in the American GDP. Historically, it's been over 3% per year. So why is it lower now? Maybe in part is because of the mass deportation. I mean, what do you think forcefully laying off 8.3 million of our workers is going to do for an economy? What do you think is going to happen when they're now forced out of the market, so they can't make money here and they can't spend money here, they can't pay taxes here, and we're spending $2 trillion over the next 10 years to get it done? It is terrible for the economy.
Yeah. I mean, I can see that. I can see that. I'm in roofing, so I'm in roofing sales. So I'm not like a roofing laborer, but I have been to, and it's funny because I live around DC as well. And I've pulled up to jobs, and like there's been workers that have, not been there, or they didn't want to show up because they're scared of, being deported. So I can see that just because I see that firsthand for sure. What, what if you could sway me, which I don't know if you, I mean, I've just grown up. I've been, my parents were conservative Republican. All my friends, I live, in kind of the country.
I was conservative until I was 16. I remember I used to always argue with my liberal friends back in the day. I get it. What do you want me to sway you on?
Okay, now one big topic I've always been questionable about is like, abortion and stuff like that. And I really do think, just because I'm Christian too, and I know that the Bible, it says, I don't know if it doesn't exactly say that, it doesn't speak about abortion itself, but I know that in terms of being Christianity and pro-life and stuff like that, I know that like abortion is like wrong, but then I also know that like, so I can agree with like if a girl is raped, and I don't know if that makes me like, I don't know if I can even say I'm pro-life, I agree with, abortion if the girl was raped, or if it's something that would make the woman die, or, something like that.
I have a smile on my face. I smiled as soon as you told me that you thought abortion should be illegal in elective circumstances because you're Christian. Can I tell you why that made me smile so much?
Why?
Because pro-life Christians are the easiest to convince to be pro-choice. I'll tell you why. Basically, at the end of the day, your legal view, not your moral view, your legal view is that abortion should be illegal because it's a sin, right? All right. Are you Catholic? Are you Orthodox? Or are you non-denominational Protestant Reformed?
I'm more Baptist.
Baptist. Okay. So you focus on a personal relationship with Jesus. So you just read the Bible.
Yeah.
Right? Perfect. Can we agree that when we read the gospel, we read the New Testament, we read the writings of God, we learn that sin is wrong, sin detaches us from God, and all sins fall short of the glory of Him. And we're not really given any clear framework to determine if one sin is any worse than any other.
Mm-hmm.
That leads us to a really tricky problem, legally speaking, because if you tell us that the sin of abortion should be illegal because it's a sin, who's to say, following your logic, that the sin of lying to your child and telling them that Santa Claus exists should be illegal because it's a sin? Or shouldn't be illegal because it's a sin?
Yeah, but isn't that a little, it is, I mean, yes, that is like a white, it's like a white lie, and it is kind of still lying, but isn't that, big stretch between, abortion and lying to them about Santa Claus or something else that's small?
It seems like a big stretch intuitively, right? Obviously, intuitively in our brains it does, but not in the eyes of the gospel, not in the eyes of God. And like in Christianity, it's the eyes of God that's a perfect moral standard. And what does the scripture tell us about sin in relation to God? It just tells us that all sins fall short of His glory outside of blasphemy. And a lot of like Christians take away the conclusion that all sin is equal in the eyes of God outside of blasphemy. It all detaches you from a relationship with our Creator, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you'd be able to give me any argument rooted in scripture that the sin of abortion is any worse than the sin of lying?
Biblically, no. I don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
So because we don't have an argument that yields the conclusion that the sin of abortion is any worse than the sin of lying in the eyes of God, which is your moral standard, according to your moral standard, if the sin of abortion should be illegal because it's wrong, and we can attribute that same level of wrongness to the sin of lying, would you therefore also say that the sin of lying should be illegal?
Well, I think lying to people and deterring them from something is I don't know if it should be illegal. I know that it is. Isn't it one of the 10 commandments though? It doesn't specifically say something about lying, but something that's almost just like
Therefore,
lying.
Yeah, lying violates the 10 commandments, and you're telling me it should be legal. So if I could violate the 10 commandments and lying to my child telling them that Santa Claus exists, if I could violate the teachings of the gospel and lying to my child telling them that Santa Claus exists, and you think that should be legal, what argument could you possibly fucking have that abortion specifically should be illegal?
I just think, I mean, the only argument I can think of, man, is I really think that every child, should have a right to live. And that brings me back to, I think that if it is something that might kill the mother,
Well,
then,
I hate to interrupt
or
you. I'm just
rape.
putting you on pause real quick because now you're giving me an argument that operates outside of your Bible, which is fine. I just want you to be able to acknowledge that. And now I'm going to give you the mic and the floor
I know,
to
that's
give me an
why it's
argument that
hard.
abortion is morally wrong without referencing your standard of morality. you know? And it's like, this is why at the end of the day, if you're truly a Christian, you should just say that abortion is wrong, but I'm still yet going to say that it should be legal so everybody can make that decision for themselves. Because one, not everybody is Christian. Two, we shouldn't live in a Christian theology. The only way to have freedom of religion is for all religions to be practiced freely. And three, it begs into question the logical problems I described about how you can't clearly discern that one sin is any worse than any other. So if you're going to legislate on one sin, you must legislate on all sins, and you're not willing to ban telling your children that Santa Claus exists. And four, there's been a lot of really big historical issues with using the Christian Bible to infringe on what other people can or can't do. The most notorious of them would probably be chattel slavery in the American South.
Yeah. Oh, I think anyone who claims to be a Christian or Christianity, anything like that, and who knows about the Bible, I would say that, let's say I might not be able to say that every sin could be different and hold a different weight, but I know that God holds people that are, supposedly Christians that are supposed to walk in faith and, try to be more like him. He holds them to a higher standard. So the people that are Christians and, pro-lifers out there, I believe that he would hold them to a higher standard.
Okay, hold yourself to that standard, please. I'm telling you. I'm not telling you that you shouldn't hold that self to that standard. Will, if you say right now that you think that abortion is wrong, and for that reason you're never gonna get an abortion, I will look at you and I'll say that's a-okay. Will, you got it.
Yeah, and I'm also not the type to judge anybody for doing what they do. I just turned 23 and I've got a whole bunch I've got like a boat business going on, and like I said, I'm in roofing sales. My buddy owns. I know I'm surrounded by people who are successful and stuff like that. So I'm definitely, and I'm also not a judgy person. That I have friends that are low key losers, and I try to help them out. So I'm not a judgy person, and if someone wanted to get an abortion, that's on them.
Okay. Well, you just said something that pro-choicers say. You just said if somebody wants to get an abortion, that's on them. It's on their choice. So now you're not pro-life.
Yeah, well, that's why I came on here at first and said I don't know really what to say, because I'd like to say I'm pro-life, and for me and for everyone I'm surrounded, I would tell them, hey, I don't think you should get an abortion if you really can't raise this child. I'll help you.
Can I give you some advice?
What?
The best role in society for Christians that think abortion is wrong to play is as follows. And this is actually very productive. I think that this is a perfect role for you in society, is to advocate for social reform to reduce the amount of abortions that women have by addressing the reasons why women get abortions in the first place. 55% of women and girls that get abortions indicate it's because of financial instability. So your goal should be to go out there and make sure that women and girls, new families, are financially stable. You will see a material consequence of less abortions. Another reason why women and girls advocate that they get abortions is because if they were to start a family, then they'd go into poverty. Not financial instability that they're experiencing right now, but financial instability they will experience in the future. And this makes sense. The main cause of poverty in women is having children. So go out there and advocate for social reform and legislation to provide as many resources as humanly possible to new families, right? Make sure that mothers have time off of work when they're pregnant and raising the child. Make sure that child care services such as daycare are free to everybody. Make sure that there's super awesome tax incentives for married couples, families with children, like child tax credit increases. Make sure that, families are never going to struggle to put food on the table, meeting the bare minimum of SNAP. Make sure that, if there's a mother and a father that have a child that's running on the playground and breaks their leg, that they could take them to the hospital and not have a bill that's $100,000. Universal health care. See, these are all solutions to dramatically reduce the amount of women that get abortions. And at the end of the day, you're still just going to have a lot of people that get abortions because they are sexually active and they don't want to have a kid regardless of their financial stability. I think that's perfectly fine and valid. And that's when you then turn around and you contradict what the GOP has been spewing about taking sex ed out of school and making sure that contraceptives aren't free and immediately available to our youth by saying that we should be telling kids exactly what sex is and what it leads to at an age-appropriate level throughout middle school and high school, while also offering free access to contraceptives and preventative techniques so pregnancy doesn't even occur in the first place. I mean, I feel like if all Christians in America unionized around these simple concepts, you guys hold so much societal power. Every president we've ever had is a Christian. 81% of Congress is Christian. Majority of Americans are Christian. Y'all would be able to get it done in like one term of Congress in 2 years worth of a presidency max. And the impact that we would materially see on the amount of abortions that women have would be dramatic. And guess what? Every single woman and girl in America would be thanking you.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Seriously, that would be awesome. You know, for anyone to do. Yeah. You know, a little backstory on me. I don't know if you have time for this, but I had a kid when I was in. Not even joking. I was 15 years old, or 16 when he was born, and you know, I knew that I probably wasn't financially able to do it, and for me anyway, I kind of just manned up and got a job. Well, I already had a job, but I got a better job, and I was like, look, because her whole family wanted to abort it, and I was like, I don't really know, like, I don't want to do that. It kind of goes against what I stand for. We'll take care of it. We'll do this, you know. And regardless of me and her not working out, it still gave that kid, you know, a chance at life. And I you know, I'm paying child support and everything. So I think that was awesome.
I will never endorse that statement. It is not awesome that 15-year-old girls are having babies.
Well, no, that wasn't awesome. But for me, it's awesome, you know, that it's a little kid now. He's like 6 years old now, and he's got a chance at life and to grow up healthy.
Okay. I'm not so sure if that serves any relevance on the last comments that I made. Poor woman, poor girl at the time. I really hope that she wasn't driven to keep that baby because of your impact. I really hope that's not the case, and it sounds like it is. That's so sad.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was also her sister's too.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I mean, she just ended up having it. But you know.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a live and you learn thing. For me, honestly, I figured if we were gonna have a kid, we messed up. I mean, she was older than me, so I was the young one in this situation. But I figured, you know, if we made that.
Would you say at the end of the day that your argument is that women should lose access to abortion because it'll save the lives of more children?
Sorry, what? I was reading the comments.
Would you say at the end of the day your argument is that women should lose access to abortion because it'll save the lives of more children?
I don't think that every woman should. Like I said before, I do believe in like the threes.
And for all intents and purposes, we're talking about elective circumstances. So in elective circumstances, should women lose access to abortion because it'll save the lives of more children?
If I could do it, if I could stop abortions, then
I just want a yes or no. Is that your argument? That women should lose access to abortion because it'll save the lives of more children? I mean, I was expecting like a really like quick and easy yes.
I know, but I do believe in the three, so it makes me hard to answer.
No, ignore those. I agree. They should all have access. We're ignoring like circumstances of rape, incest, and life of the mother. We're not talking about them. We're talking about only elective circumstances. We have agreed that rape victims of incest and life of the mother should have legal access to abortion. We are now setting that aside because we agree. There's no debate there. Okay? The debate is about elective circumstances. Should women lose access to abortion in elective circumstances, excluding those three cases, because it'll save the lives of more children?
Yes, I think that women that are readily able to be a mother and that can financially support their kid, I think that they probably should take away, you know, they shouldn't have that.
So they should lose access to abortion because it'll save the lives of more children. I have a question. In America, what is the leading cause of death in children that are born?
I hope it's not starvation.
No,
but
it's guns. So in the same way that you're telling us that women should lose access to abortion because it'll save the lives of more children, would you also be okay with accepting that men should lose the right to own guns because it'll save the lives of more children? We know that's the empirical outcome. We have research from Everytown Gun Research that shows us the more gun control that a state or a country has, the less gun deaths per capita. Even in America, Everytown Research has a whole page on their website where they compare the amount of gun control and regulation that a state has to how much gun deaths they have per 100,000 residents, and it goes down the more regulation that they have. And even in a country like UK, their gun deaths are significantly lower than ours, and they don't have the right to own any gun at all. And like typically the response is, well, they have more like knife violence. No, they actually, the US has higher rates of knife violence than they do. So I just would you say at the end of the day, because we know that gun control, we know that taking away people's guns would save the lives of more kids. In order to stay consistent in your line of reasoning, would you be okay with men losing the right to own a gun, given that it would save the lives of more children?
No, actually, I strongly disagree. I am strong on the Second Amendment.
Is it because you value your personal rights, liberties, and freedoms?
Yeah.
What's more personal? What's more personal? I have a question. What's more personal? A piece of metal in your hand or something growing inside of your body?
The person growing inside the body.
Right.
For sure.
So why can't women value their personal rights, liberties, and freedoms?
Because I believe that the baby, inside of, I know that it is growing inside of them. The baby has it, the baby is its own person.
Well, I mean, so are all the children that are killed by guns that you think should continue to be killed by guns, even if it...
No, I don't think they should continue. I don't believe that any I've never even heard about kids in my town getting killed by guns. I think that's really wrong and sick.
But you don't think that you should lose the right to own a gun, even if it meant that less children would die. So why should a woman lose her right to abortion if it meant that less children would die?
Okay,
you can't just go back to saying it's because you value the children and you want less to die, because that wraps right back into my question about gun ownership.
If it could be a 100% fact that if I gave up all my guns, there would be no more kids that would die.
Not no more, just less. Not no more, just less. The same way that when we ban abortion, that doesn't mean that there's no more abortions. Illegal abortions increase significantly, which just also puts the mother's life in more harm's way. There's not no more abortions, there's just less.
Okay, well, yeah, if there was less abortions, I mean, yeah, I would get rid of all my guns if there was going to be less abortions, or
What about less children dying from gun deaths? Actually, you just gave me.
So if we're going to
actually, you just gave me an even better argument. I just clocked something that you said that I'm never gonna forget. You just said that you would give up your right to own guns if it meant there was less abortions in America. Why do you think there should be less abortions in America? Because under your view, an abortion kills a kid. But then for whatever reason, you wouldn't give up your guns if it meant there's less children dying from guns in America, even though children's dying from guns in America is children dying, children getting killed. So why do you think that a child, a baby, a fetus, is more valuable when it's inside of the uterus of a woman compared to wearing a backpack on their way to school in the morning?
I just think that baby, could potentially grow up to be maybe even the next president or do something great. And for me, if I had a kid,
our third graders can't, our fourth graders can't, our fifth graders can't. They can too.
They
so why are they less valuable? Why would you only give up your right to own a gun if it meant less abortions, but not if it meant less children dying from guns? I feel like you were now just making it clear to everybody that's been speculating for so long that maybe men on the right only care about that baby, quote unquote, when it's in the uterus of the woman. But the moment it breathes air for the first time, on its way to school with a backpack on after doing its math homework, growing up, getting their driver's license, you no longer give a shit.
No, I care. I definitely care. I don't want any kids to get hurt or anything. And if I could give up my guns to stop little kids from getting shot, that'd be awesome. But I do think that
that's what would happen if you gave up your guns. If you gave up your guns, there would be less children dying from guns.
Well, I would never. I mean, I wouldn't. But I guess the general population. Okay, I see what you're saying. The general population gave up their guns, then maybe less kids would die. Or we can make it harder for people to even be able to get their hands on these guns. I know that I just went and got my HQL not too long ago, so I know the whole month-long process it takes to get all your fingerprints and background checks. And maybe if they added one more thing, or if they actually looked more in depth and seen someone's previous mental state or something like that, if they went more into depth and seeing what these the background of these people that they're selling these weapons to. I think that if they only sold weapons to people that were in strong mental state, then,
I'm talking about the right
then
to
maybe
own a
that would
gun.
also stop.
I'm talking about the right to own a gun, period. See, from my perspective, I think that we could adequately and appropriately implement gun control in most circumstances. But from your perspective, why would you not be okay with taking that right away from men, period, given that you are okay with taking that right away from women, period?
I believe in, I view all babies in the womb and when they are born as, the same.
So then why are we holding a different standard
has
here?
a right-
Maybe it doesn't
I
have to
think-
do with the value of the kid and just the value of, or perceived value of men's rights compared to women's rights?
No, I think that everyone should, be treated fairly, baby or not, even a little infant. I don't agree. Like you said, I think it's very wrong. People are killing little kids. I don't think that.
If you think everybody should be treated fairly, it's definitely unfair to suggest that women should give up their rights to health care to save the lives of more children, but men shouldn't give up their rights to own a piece of metal to save the lives of more children. That's unfair.
Is that actually the number one cause of children dying, though?
Yeah, it is.
Well, I think it's going to be very hard for the country to take away people's guns. I am a strong believer in the Second Amendment, and I believe that the Second Amendment came so we can the country can overthrow its government if need be. And I think that's
you value men's personal rights, right? And women could own guns too, but
I value everyone's rights.
I keep on phrasing this as
like a piece
men
of
because
shit.
I feel like it makes the distinction even more clear. You value a man's personal rights, liberties, and freedoms to own a piece of metal more than you value women's personal rights, liberties, and freedoms to reject something growing in their body. Because we've kind of already been through the circles. It seems like under your view, taking away those personal rights, liberties, and freedoms of both men and women would lead to less children dying. And you staunchly support it when it's about the woman and her rights, but you're vehemently against it when it's about the man and his rights. I don't really know where to go from here. I feel like I made this
Well,
point
it's not
clear
really.
a
It
handful of
doesn't really
times
come
already.
down to the man because women can own guns too. So that doesn't really come down like the.
No, you're right. I'm a step ahead of myself. And the reason I'm a step ahead of myself is because I feel like it's because it would personally impact you. You're a man, so I'm saying men.
Yeah, I get that. I definitely think that I don't know if my words got twisted or whatever, but I do. I think abortion is wrong unless that there is those three things. Put that aside. I think
Why are we going back to that? Why are we moving away from my argument here?
I'm basically just summing it up, kind of what I believe in, just because I'm looking at the chat now. It seems like everyone seems like I'm a piece of shit. I'm really not a piece of shit though, and I think
that you think the way millions of other people think. Unfortunately, that's a fact. I just hope that this conversation will open your mind to alternative perspectives on the world around you.
Yeah, and I'll be back. I'm gonna get a little bit more educated on another topic that I want to talk to you about too. I'm not quite ready for this time, and I'll be back for sure. And I enjoy talking to you, regardless of our differences. Like I said in the beginning.
Yeah, I enjoyed talking to you as well, and I hope that you very seriously consider the things that I had to say.
Yeah, and I definitely listened to everything you had to say for sure. I didn't want to come on here and be a shit show, so and that's actually the first time I've ever hopped on live with somebody and talked about it. So I know people I probably sounded like a dumbass, but I will be back. So
okay, all right, man. I sounded like a dumbass too when I used to defend the pro-life worldview. That's why I stopped defending the pro-life worldview, is because I didn't sound smart. I wasn't smart. I was so easily overpowered by very simple pro-choice views. It was very easy for pro-choicers to whip my ass and just to catch me up, get me stuttering and shit. And eventually, I just came to the realization it was because I was wrong. So I don't know. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get that next guest up in here. And I think that's a pretty decent argument. Let me tell you guys. All right, we're going to go to load that next guest up in here right now. Welcome in, Tyler. Do you support Trump?
I'm home now.
All right, awesome. Oh, I remember you. You're the guy driving with a baby. Tyler, let's chat. Now, before we chat, do you mind if I thank a handful of people for their donations?
Do what you gotta do, dog.
Beautiful. Holly, let's see here. Joshua with a 5, Oliver with a 5. I appreciate y'all for the love. And then Luna, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Luna says, thank you for being a great advocate for women in the LGBTQ plus IA community. Thank you for the love, Luna. You are awesome. As well as Alexa, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo as well, saying thank you for standing up to these people and educating people. I appreciate you for the love, Alexa. Show some love to Luna and Alexa down below. Then also, Anastasia! Oh my goodness gracious. Anastasia, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Dude, oh my gosh. Thank you. That is insane. That is so much money. Let's get 500 Anastasia W's down below in the chat. That is seriously so kind of you. Let's also make sure that we read her message. Anastasia says, thank you for being a great practitioner of logic and reason in the world that tries to gaslight us every single day. I try to watch your lives whenever I can. This is my first donation on your live. I love your work. Dude, Anastasia, all the love to you. I appreciate you for your kind words. Thank you for being here and thank you for the donation. Then Phoebe, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. I read your message there. It's been hard to learn myself. I appreciate that, Phoebe. And then Amber, thank you for the $15. And I may not be religious, but you're definitely doing the Lord's work. Thank you, Amber. Thank you. Then Mickey, that is MIKKI, with a $10, saying, as a mother who almost died from complications during both pregnancy and after delivery, pro-lifers really set us back. Maternal mortality and infant mortality will go up because of them. Sorry, I couldn't have done no more. Don't ever apologize. $10. Thank you so much. Literally the pro-life worldview has just caused more women to die and may just never consider it even for a second. And then Kelsey with the $10 on Venmo says, guest got cooked. You should debate abortion and gun violence more often. I miss the variety in the topics that you used to do. I know. I wish it had come up more often because I genuinely do enjoy talking about those things because there's just so important to discuss. I appreciate y'all so much for the love. Make sure to show some love to all of our donors down below. And then Gianna, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. I appreciate you so much. Saying I love the work that you do. I hope that you keep it up. And I did hear what happened to PBS. It is sad. Thank you, Gianna. Let's see 200 Gianna W's down below. That is JIANNA. And then, oh my goodness, Elena. Holy fuck. Thank you for the $100 donation on PayPal. Elena, that is insane. That is so much money. Holy fuck, let's get 1,000 Elena W's. Thank you, seriously, from the bottom of my heart. That is so kind. Elena says, thrilled to hear you arguing abortion in terms of women's rights. Women's rights, the comparison versus gun rights is striking. No, I know, we don't talk about that much when we're debating abortion, but it is such a good point that I need to remember to bring up more. Thank you for the $100. Very seriously, Elena. Incredibly kind of you. And then Ikram, that is IKRAM. Thank you for the $21. Thank you for the love, Ikram. Then Crystal with a 2, William with a 5, Liam with a 5, and then Anne for the $15 over on PayPal saying automatic L for that Phil bro we had on earlier. I appreciate you for that love, Anne. All righty tidy, folks, as well as Simon with the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat saying brilliant argument, Dean. Thank you, Simon. Now, Tyler, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump. I appreciate your patience.
I support Trump because of the fact that the pushing for trans rights on the left is so adamant that I can't understand it.
So you support a fascist because you can't understand something. Think about that.
No, I can't understand how we can replicate somebody as being a PD, but then put them in the same bathroom with children.
Okay, could you what does replicate somebody as being a PD mean? I'm not sure what that means.
By taking a child and putting them in the same room with somebody of the opposite sex. That's the same thing we would do with an adult and then put them on a list for years later.
Oh, if an adult man walked into a teenage girl's dressing rooms where they're naked, should they be on a list?
Say that again.
If an adult man walked into a women's changing room where there was naked teenage girls, should they be on a list?
Absolutely.
If you're on that list, should you ever be able to run for the presidency?
As if you're going after Trump for him and having the list
Trump,
of people
no.
they claim that are false claims.
No. This isn't about Trump. Trump's a good man. You'd never do this. Hypothetically, if an adult man walked into a women's dressing room where there's naked teens to look at them, should they ever be able to run for the presidency?
Should anybody be able to run for the presidency if, say, they're not mentally comparable?
No.
Biden.
I mean, I don't know why you're talking about Biden and not answering my question.
It's the same prospect. We're talking about people that have been in the presidency before that have done heinous things.
Listen, I just want to know. I just want to know. I'll ask my question to be even more clear because Tyler does not feel like answering it. I'm going to make him look like a silly goose if he doesn't answer it this time. If somebody was running for the presidency, right? And we figured out with certain knowledge that they had walked in to a woman's dressing room to perv on the naked women and naked teenage girls in that space. Would you ever vote for them? Would you ever vote for a man that has done that was running for the presidency?
No.
Okay. I want to make sure that you're not a MAGA partisan cultist hack. If this was something that Trump was done, and I informed you on live right now that it was, and gave you damning fucking evidence that you couldn't reject, would you stop supporting Trump right now?
He wouldn't be the president. He wouldn't be the president if there was damning evidence.
Right, because obviously this is all hypothetical, Tyler. If there was damning fucking evidence that Trump had done this, would you stop supporting him right now?
If there was damning evidence to prove otherwise, yes. But there's not, or he wouldn't be the president. And if you're going to go read something from the left and social media, then that's totally, like everybody else has done, proven it's false. And if there was damning evidence, then they could hold him up in court for it.
So I just want to clarify. You said if there was damning evidence, you would stop supporting. I'm going to clarify even further.
Yes, because
you said, one moment. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. I just want to clarify. You said that if there was damning evidence that Donald J. Trump had walked backstage into a woman's dressing room where there were naked grown adult women, naked teenage girls, and we knew this for sure, you would stop supporting him right now. That's what you said, right?
Yeah.
Okay, remember when I was telling you that this was all hypothetical?
Yeah.
I lied? Let's go ahead and roll the clip.
Conflict?
Yes.
I don't see it as a conflict.
It could be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
The question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And,
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
This evidence is so damning, it was literally volunteered by the man himself. Tyler, at this moment in time, you have two options. You are at a fork in the road.
Have you never?
One second. No, I'm not even gonna let you start talking yet because I need to let you know exactly where you're at right now. You are at a fork in the road, my friend. Your first option is to be a goddamn man of your word. Okay. Grow a spine for the first time in your life. Stop bowing down to the all-powerful orange god. Stay true to what you told us right before we rolled that clip when you clarified 5 times that if this damning evidence existed, you would stop supporting Trump right now and redact your loyalty. That's option number 1. Option number 2 is to absolutely enrage me and everybody watching by pulling the holy hypocrite card, walk back everything you said before I played that clip, and make a goddamn fool out of yourself. I'm going to go ahead and mute my mic. I'm not going to interrupt you. Tyler, let's see what option you take. Tyler, you have to speak. Speaking would be a prerequisite for either of the two options.
I did just speak. What I was saying is that before I had it on mute by accident. Anyways, my point was that you have to give the context of the video. And if the context of the video is that he was in a foreign country and walked backstage in a pageant, does not mean that the girls are fully undressed. Just like if you tried to put out anything else about Trump being in a scene like that, he did work for TV stations for years, and there were probably plenty of women that were in low gown during them being on TV or any kind of set. And not only that, But there's plenty of people who are working on stages like that have to run backstage and change, and he's probably had that experience with him. So to give the context of the video that you were trying to lead with and trying to twist people into believing an ideology that isn't actually there, if there was damning evidence of him actually doing something, yes, I would change my view. But there isn't damning evidence, or the judges in the courts would already find him guilty of that and put him in jail.
Okay. So the context that you need to know is evidence that they were naked, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Question, Tyler. When you have no clothes on, are you naked?
By no clothes, does that mean that he could be directing towards their undergarments?
Are undergarments clothes?
Yes.
So if you have no clothes on,
But you could
are
be
you
directive
naked?
in the statement that you're making and still say that somebody's wearing undergarments but they don't have any other clothes on. That's the
Okay.
context of the situation.
Oh, sure.
That's what
So
y'all
that,
people on the left
that's
do.
wearing some clothes. Okay, but what does it mean to wear no clothes?
He didn't say no clothes.
Okay. Okay. But what does it mean to be wearing no clothes? To be
It means
naked?
that they're naked, but he never said that.
If he did say that, would you stop supporting him right now?
You just sit there and try to twist it again, and you keep doing it.
Hypothetical time again, Tyler. If he did say that, yes or no,
Go
would
ahead
you
and
stop
play the clip.
supporting them right
Play the
now?
clip again. You're going to go ahead and do it. And I just said.
Answer my
I just
question.
said, yes, I would.
I lied a second time. He did
Yeah,
say
but
that
you
in the
didn't.
clip. You just didn't hear it. Let's go ahead and roll the clip back a second fucking time, Tyler.
Conflict a little bit later on.
question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no. And I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no. And I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no. Is everybody okay? And you see these.
You're there.
The owner of the pageant, and
You're
therefore
s-
I'm inspecting it.
you're
I'm
stating that
inspecting,
no
and I want to make
clothes is a
sure that
You're like every
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no. Is everyone okay? They're standing
Saying no
there
clothes is a
with
representation
no.
of their
Okay, Tyler. You're at that same fork in the road again, my friend. Right before I rolled you that clip, I asked you a question clear as day.
I'm not.
That question was, if Donald Trump said in the clip that they had no clothes on, would you stop supporting him right now, yes or no? You said yes. You're at that same fork in the road, my friend. The first option you have, once again, for the second time, is to grow a fucking spine, stop being a loyalist to the orange god, reject the cult, own up, be a man of your word, and say you've now redacted your support to MAGA. Now, the second option at the fork in the road is to do the same dumb, bullshit, sophist, cult shit that you did the first time and find some other random, trivial, like gymnastic hoop to jump through and to continue to be a fool, to contradict yourself for a second time, and make the world's most sour, repeated joke for the billionth time on this live. What is it going to be? Are you going to be a man of your word or a damn fucking hypocrite?
Well, if you'd stop cutting my mic off. As I said before, and I'll stand by what I said, if there was irrefutable evidence of him doing that, I would absolutely back away from that. But in the context of the situation, as I said in the video, it does not proclaim that. And if it did, there would be consequences.
There we go. So everybody watching, this is an interesting point that you won't get to see often. Because most of the time we make these acknowledgments that a lot of Trump supporters...
Tyler, your delusions.
Tyler, did I let you speak?
No, you kept cutting my mic off, and I kept watching you do it
No,
because you didn't want to hear what I had to
This
say.
is very disingenuous of you, Tyler. I was cutting your mic off when I was playing your clip, and then I was cutting your mic off when I was explaining the two options that you had. When I was done speaking, I muted my mic, I stepped back, and I let you say as much as you want. I'd appreciate it if you give me that same grace. So I'm going to go ahead and start from the top now. For everybody watching this live, TikTok and YouTube, we're witnessing something that we get to rarely see, even though we all know that it exists. You know, typically when we call Trump supporters cult members, you know, it's because we know that they're willfully denying reality. But more often than not, it will be in circumstances where they can make some very sour, obviously false attempt to appeal to a very low possible outcome where they're consistent in their logic. You know what I mean? It's like it's rare to find a circumstance where it is abundantly clear as day, that they are denying reality 100%. But this circumstance right here is one of those. Because everybody just heard Tyler down here say that he didn't say that in the clip. Say that they were standing there with no clothes on. Even though he heard it about 5 times, and now he's going to hear it again for a 5th, for a 6th. Is everybody... How about a 6th? Okay, you know they're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody... How about an 8th?
There.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes.
How about a 9th?
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes.
And everybody watching, he left. He left. He's gone. He left. That is what the destruction of a mind looks like. I don't know if I've ever had a more clear example in the life of somebody finding themselves in a position where they're truly stun-locked between fact and fiction. Undeniable fact and fiction. It is too often. The Trump supporters will be able to muddy the water with irrelevant tangents, with misinformation, with it's fake news. Oh, it's not enough evidence. I haven't done the research myself yet. I'll need to do some research after I leave the live. They always get to pull those cards, pull those pull those bullshit cards. He didn't. He truly got stun-locked into a position of denying reality. And he left. God, what a sight. That is scary. I hope that scares the shit out of everyone. I'm not kidding you. I want that to scare the fuck out of you. That people have become so ingrained, indoctrinated, and succumbed to a literal cult. And that cult is running the country. That should scare the shit out of you. Oh my God. That scares the shit out of me. And that's why I do the live. So let's go ahead and move on to the next guys. Here we go, everybody. We got Kevin loading up into the stream aisle, y'all. Welcome in, man. Give me a second. Hype Phantom, I appreciate you for the $10. Thank you so much for the love, Phantom. Everybody, please show some love to Phantom over in the chat. I really appreciate you so much, man. Couple more here. Give me 1 second. I appreciate you for being patient, my man. Let's see here.
Of course, anything for you, Dean.
Well, Evan, thank you for the $5. Saying that you can't hear irrefutable evidence if you run away plugging your ears. Like a kid, like a fucking toddler. Sandra, thank you for the $25 over on Venmo. Sandra says only difference between Jim Jones and Donald Trump is Trump charges for the Kool-Aid first. That's a good one, Sandra. Thank you for the $25 and the great joke. I appreciate that, Sandra. Melissa with a $15 says Trump will impose 100% tariffs on semiconductors and chip companies that aren't built in the USA. I heard about that earlier. I think that's going to be a very bad thing. Thank you guys so much for the love once again. You guys are great. And then Justin, thank you for the $25 over on PayPal. Show some love to Justin down below saying, hey, Dean, some parts of the Constitution have been removed on the government website. I did see that. The Library of Congress came out and said that it was a technical glitch and they're being added back. As well as Anna Marie with the $5. Thank you so much. I'm ready for you, Kevin. Come back to the live.
All right, I'm here. I just have one question.
How old are you?
I'm 21. Can I get my my best friend up here? We can, tag team it. Me and him versus you. I feel like that'd be fun because
Yeah,
We're
actually,
both.
is he in the queue?
You're overeducated than both of us. I mean, like two
Yeah.
versus one. I feel like that'd be more fair.
I am. I'm down with it. That would be more fair.
All
Where's
right.
that?
Can you see if Dylan's in the thing? Dylan.
Actually, yeah, I did just see a Dylan. Let's go ahead and get. Is it this Dylan? Is he wearing a red hat in his profile picture?
Hey, yeah, that's Dylan. What's up, man?
Yeah, Dylan. What's
Hello.
up? How old are you?
What's up, Dean? I'm 24.
24 yesterday, actually. Everybody, happy birthday.
Yeah, right. Everybody, happy birthday to me.
Happy birthday, Dylan. Okay.
Thank
all
you.
right.
Thank you.
All right. Well, you guys. So you're both Trump supporters?
Does a bear shit in the woods, Dean?
Yeah, bear does shit in the woods. You guys are MAGA. Hell yeah.
Damn right it does.
All right, take it away. Why do you guys support Trump?
Well, okay, I'm gonna go first. My biggest thing is the immigrant situation. I know Dean, I'm not gonna lie. We see some common ground on that. I don't support taking all the people out. You know, I don't support taking all the the workers and all that out. But I do support keep them the hell out of our country. What do you think about that?
Keeping what out of our country?
Keeping them out of our country, like from illegally entering. You know what I mean?
Like to prevent more undocumented entry?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if I actually do support slowing undocumented entry into the country, given that it's done so appropriately and with good policy. But now the question is, has Donald Trump done it appropriately with good policy? The answer to the question is no. Before I tell you why I think undocumented entry has slowed since Donald Trump's term begun, I want to give you a chance to tell me the good policy he's implemented to slow undocumented entry.
All right. Well, I know. I'll tell you what. But didn't the Biden administration didn't they not renew a law that prevented them from coming illegally? What was that? Can we first? I know you know what that is. Can you catch me up to speed with that?
There was no law that expired that could be renewed that they did not renew that slowed undocumented entry. Chances are you're talking about Title 42.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Do you know why they let Title 42 expire?
I don't. Refresh my memory on that. This was a while ago.
Because
we know you know.
Because it was unconstitutional to have Title 42 in effect in the absence of a public health emergency. So when the official public health emergency of COVID was declared as over by our government, Title 42 thereby would have been unconstitutional to renew in effect.
All right. Okay. I just saw someone say no one's illegal on stolen land. Now, how do you think about that? Because I personally don't agree with it.
Well,
there's stolen land everywhere.
Listen,
you know what I mean?
I don't want this to turn into an interview. I'd like you to be able to respond to the 2 points I just made. I asked you a question. What policy has Donald Trump implemented to slow undocumented entry into America?
You're correct. Dylan, how about you take that? Because I don't know. I'm in the mic to Dylan.
Me personally, I don't look into any of that alien stuff or whatnot. I'm more into about the EBT spending and the government assistance and stuff like that.
Okay, so do you want to shift the spotlight?
Oh, sure, we can. Why not?
Okay,
Why
Dylan,
not?
do you support the 3 million people cut off of food stamps per the Big Beautiful Bill and the 10 million people cut off of Medicaid under the Big Beautiful Bill?
See, the food stamps I agree with. The Medicaid, no. I feel like people need Medicaid if something happens.
Why do you disagree with cutting 3 million people off of food stamps?
Me personally, I know a lot of people that work 9 to 5s, 40 hours a week that were getting it just because, they were a single mother or something like that.
No,
so I
it's
feel like
because
they
were
kinda
low
using
income.
But using and abusing in my eyes.
How is following the rules and regulations of food stamps abusing food stamps? You understand that food stamps have a work requirement on them, making people work in order to receive them, and only people that work for low wages and garner a low income can qualify to receive them?
So you think people that work 40 plus hours a week and live in low income should get EBT?
Yeah, why the hell would you disagree with that? They're taxpayers. They pay taxes to the government. Chances are the amount of benefits that they receive through food stamps is less than the amount of taxes that they pay. Why would you not support that? What?
Because you're working a 9 to 5. You should be able to afford some fucking food.
Guess what?
Why you're taking government money for it?
The federal minimum wage is like $7.25. On average, if you work 40 hours a week, every single week of the year, that's below $30,000 annually. Is $30,000 annually enough money
Dean,
to pay for you?
That's not every state now, Dean. That's not every state.
Well, I'm just making a suggestion. And it's based off of what is considered poverty in every state. Like, basically, like the system of food stamps is if you are working but still in poverty, here's some help. What's wrong with that?
All right, can I cut in on this? I see where both of y'all are coming from. What is so wrong with my recent post? I'm sorry, but I like fish more than I like my ex-girlfriend. I just want to point that out there. But
It's post. It says fish over women. The way that I interpret that is
wait,
like
can you like
you
that,
basically no, shut the hell up. The way that I interpret that is like you saying that you like fishing more than you like dating. Now if like I'm guessing that the interpretation of a lot of people in the chat is like you are literally saying that women are less valuable than fish. I mean, when you say fish over women, do you just mean like, oh, like you enjoy fishing more than like dating?
Yeah, I love women.
Okay. Well, let's not. Okay. I don't like it when Republican men say that. It irks me. I don't know why it just does, but if you just mean that you like fishing more than you like dating, okay.
All right. Well, I like humans. How about that?
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So where do you guys left off? So yeah, I see what Dylan's talking about, and I see what you're talking about. I do agree that people in real poverty deserve EBT food stamps, but if you got a good paying job, $7.25. I've never seen a job that pays $7.25. I'm sure there is some out there, but like a Walmart, you ain't gonna find Walmart out in the middle of Kansas for the minimum wage $7.25 federally and state. Is paying $7.25. I've never seen that. I've been to plenty of states before, and I've applied to jobs in plenty of states, and I've never seen a minimum wage of $7.25.
Yeah, because a minimum wage can vary by state. But for instance, minimum wage in Georgia is $7.25, and I know because when my sister was going to school in Georgia, she worked for $7.25 an hour. Now, okay, poverty also varies by state. The poverty line is different in California than it is Georgia, Indiana, Florida, Colorado, etc. And the reason why I bring this up is because in order to qualify for food stamps in all 50 states, you basically have to be living in poverty because they have an income cap. Now, you're telling me that there is a group of people that work 40 hours a week and still live in poverty. And those are the people claiming the benefits, right, Dylan? Right, Kevin?
Agreed, yes. I agree.
People in poverty deserve EBT.
So now, if you are working 40 hours a week, and you still qualify as poor, low income, in poverty, and you are still signing a significant portion of your money away to be spent by our government on bombs for Israel, why would we not be okay with giving these people food stamps to help alleviate some of that burden?
I'm gonna let you go first, Dylan, because I have an argument against that.
I've never heard Republicans contest this before. Like, this is like, I feel like you guys are just misled. Like, you're saying like, oh, well, they shouldn't be able to qualify for them because they're working 40 hours a week. There's no reason why they shouldn't be able to make enough money to pay for their own food. Ideologically, I completely agree with you. Ideologically, if somebody is working 4 hours a week, yes, you guys, you got it right. There's no reason why they shouldn't have enough money to cover the bare necessities. But in reality, it's just not, that's not the case. Wages are low. Inflation has now outpaced wages since like the 1930s. Okay, right? Like the wages that we see that even vary state by state in minimum wages, even if you're working 40 hours a week, is not enough to cover the exploded rent prices we now see, exploded grocery prices we now see, the cost of living while still paying taxes, right? People cannot make ends meet, cannot eat dinner every night, even if they're working 40 hours a week in so many circumstances. So Kevin and Dylan, why doesn't it make sense to support systems of government assistance to give them food stamps?
Oh, okay. I'm gonna start first, but I do agree with you on that. I'm actually on Medicaid. So I'm yeah, but I do. I think we agree on this, Dean. I think you and Dylan have the I think y'all disagree with each other. I feel like me and you are more on the same page with that. So I'm gonna let you and Dylan,
take it away, Dylan.
See, like I said, I know people out there together, husband, wife, making good money, over 50,000 together, and they're getting this assistance. I feel like you said, it's for the people that are single mothers, single fathers that are making less than 30,000 or whatnot. I feel like there's some people out there that abuse the EPT system.
Dude,
I actually
50K
do-
combined income is how
No,
much
well, I'm
per
just saying
person?
over. Oh, I'm not saying 50K literal. I'm saying over 50K.
What I mean, then you must be misled about their income, unless it's like 50 or 60. Do they have kids?
Like one kid. I know one that has one kid and
Yeah,
they get it. And
yeah. $60,000 per year is not enough to sustain 3 people. Think about that per person. What is that? Like $20,000?
I mean, I do just fine, you know, living that type of life. But I mean, yeah.
And that's
I get
before
what you
taxes
mean.
too. That's before taxes
Yeah,
too.
I know.
After taxes, like what is that? Like maybe like 15?
About that, a little less.
Maybe. Yeah,
I
a little
love all
less
the
too.
Kevin. I love all the Kevin comments. I do shit when we're doing together.
Right? So like, but I mean, at the end of the day, they're in poverty, or else they wouldn't be able to claim the benefits. So why shouldn't they be able to receive the benefits?
I mean, I guess you're right. I ain't gonna lie. You are right.
There you go.
You are
There you
right.
go. Change your mind. That's great. That's great. What's next?
What's next?
How do you feel about all the wars that are going on right now? Do you feel like we should butt in or stay the hell out?
We should absolutely butt in, and that one's proven true for Russia and Ukraine. Day Trump was inaugurated. I mean, I'm sure you guys know that he took away funding for Ukraine. It only made the conflict worse, and because of that, they've now resumed funding to Ukraine. So the Democrats were right all along. Us giving money to Ukraine just helped them better defend themselves against the invader. And when they were a little bit more defenseless because we stopped giving them funding, that invader was emboldened and they just killed more people.
All right. Well, I'm not really talking about Ukraine and Russia. I'm more talking about the Iran and Israel conflict. I feel like
bare minimum, we should stay the hell out. Like,
all right.
I mean, you know, like I'm not gonna, you know, at the bare minimum, we should stay the hell out and stop standing 10 toes behind Israel. And you agree?
Okay. I agree. I don't like Israel or Iran. I only like the gas that comes from there and the oil.
You don't like Israel? Base. Okay. Well, think about this. Donald Trump loves Israel so much that he took $230 million from them, and now he's making it illegal to boycott Israeli companies. And when I say illegal, I should probably reframe that because no, it's not actually illegal. But he's now denying FEMA disaster funding to cities and areas that are boycotting Israeli companies. So in other words, you could die if you boycott Israel, given that you're in an area with other people that also boycott Israel, and you get hit by a natural disaster.
Well, that's like that in other. Israel doesn't like protests, right? You're not allowed to do that in Israel.
I couldn't tell you, but probably.
That's how a lot of countries are.
Sounds pretty Israel to like deny individuals' freedoms to assemble. Sounds like something Israel would do.
Yeah, I don't like. That's why I stay out of all that. I don't care about any other country. I care about the United States of America.
Okay, well then you obviously don't like Trump because he's like a massive shill for Israel.
Yeah, there's some stuff I don't support about him. I lean Republican. I support him. I don't support all the shit he does. Like for example, he's about to cut my fucking Medicaid. I don't want that.
Well, then why would you support him and why would you even lean towards that? Why would you lean towards somebody that is going to cut your Medicaid?
I don't like the Democratic Party.
But shit, they want to treat you better than the Republican Party does. Why don't you like them more at the bare minimum? Like,
right,
I feel like you're about to say trans people, gay people. No. I'm sorry. That's the answer that I'm expecting here. It's just like I feel like that's on the tip of your tongue right now.
No, it's the views that they make, the way they act. I know I'm categorizing all of them at once, but I've lost friends over just our political beliefs, and I think that's BS. It's just the way they act on these riots, the protests.
Dude, you've succumbed to the propaganda. You've succumbed to the propaganda. Fox News told you that liberals were rioting in LA, so therefore you like the totality of the Democratic Party less than the party that is actively taking your health care away.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. But
Right, do you see how that's insane? Like, do you see how it's just like obvious that you've got, bro. Like you got by the propaganda. You got by it. You got by it. You're now actively advocating against your own self-interest because the guy on the TV told you that liberals were rioting in LA.
Well,
like you got. Think about it.
I've seen it firsthand in Philadelphia. You know what I mean?
Dude, bro, humans get pissed and riot sometimes, okay? It's true regardless of your political party. It was true on the right with January 6th, but the big difference was it was directed by the goddamn president, okay? So if we want to talk about rioting, if we want to talk about property damage, trying to kill people and whatnot, humans do that. It sucks. We shouldn't do that. But the only circumstance I could think of in a modern American history where we could literally co-sign a political party to influencing it would be Trump on J6.
Okay, well, how about this, Dean? I want you to tell me which political party has caused more damage, more harm, and riots, protests, all of that.
Yeah, definitely the right with January 6th. Because that opened up the door to saying that you can try to overthrow our government's capital, you could try to rig and overturn an election, and you could still be president again.
But these riots were going on before January 6th, though. I mean, yes, that opened up a lot of people's eyes January 6th when that happened, but beforehand, people were still doing it. It's not like it just happened that day.
Okay, so there's just more riots? I don't know how that makes your case better.
I'm just saying January 6th wasn't the start of riots. Like, riots were already a thing.
The angry Trump supporters were trying to overturn the government long before J6. I don't know how that makes your case better.
All right, well. You didn't answer my question, though. So what political party has caused more damage with riots and protests? Damage, harm,
yeah, definitely conservatives.
You think that?
Yeah, I mean, dude, think about like Black Wall Street, Tulsa. Like they literally like burned a whole town down just because black people were successful. And I mean, this happened like all over America. Like white nationalist conservatives historically have definitely been significantly more damaging to the fabric and people of this country through riots and burning shit down.
All right. Well, you know, the BLM movement, right? You're telling me that all the looting, all the destruction of the government property, all that's not more than what the conservatives did?
Yeah, actually, no, I wouldn't say so. I mean, like, crucify me for this take. I think that like stealing things from multi-billion-dollar international companies is like less harmful in the grand scheme of things than like systemically limiting and like forcefully and violently oppressing a historically oppressed race.
Well, yeah, of course.
Like a really big reason why I'm pretty confident in the claim overall that historically white nationalists and conservatives have been more harmful to the country and the people of the country through riots and whatnot is because of like the historicity of the violence used against successful black people like in Tulsa, like the Tulsa massacres. We saw a lot in like North Carolina too. Sundown towns in Florida, public lynching, Rosewood, like actually the Civil War, if you think about it, that was just a big enough riot to be considered a war. So definitely.
So, first point I want to make, I mean, everyone's stealing from Walmart. I mean, I guarantee you 60% of people, at least in this live right now, have stolen from a big company, you know, etc. I won't lie, I have. Who hasn't? You know what I mean?
I wouldn't admit to that on live. You know, now that the Republicans want to classify even stealing $1 from Walmart as a felony federally, I would be careful from admitting to that.
I've already got caught for it. I already went through it. So, and I never stole it ever since I got caught. But what I will say, let me.
Yo, we need to be tough on Law and Order, bro. You're gonna go to jail now. One second. No. One second. Give me a second.
Oh.
Kevin! You're in big trouble, buddy boy. Quite frankly, you are so fucked, kid. You're telling me that you stole from a Walmart. Oh, you're cooked, kid. We're going to put you on death row. Quite frankly, you are so cooked. The era of lawlessness is order. We have gotten the Democrats in the deep state out of the White House, out of the government. You're fucked, buddy. Death row for you.
Dean, I can't lie. That was. I love it.
I'll give you 100 there, Dean.
I will. But the other points we're making, I kind of forget now.
I have a point here. I got a point.
You take it away, Dean.
All right, Dean. I know females in this comment probably aren't gonna like it.
Women.
My bad. Women. They're not gonna like what I gotta say about the abortions and all that other stuff. But I agree with Trump 100% on him not wanting abortions in the United States. Why?
No.
Because if you take two to tango, you gotta. I mean, the only people that I say legally should be allowed to even go near an abortion is if it's for the grape. It's the only thing that I should agree with.
That's a good start.
But
Well, what about life of the mother? What about life of the mother?
What do you mean by that?
A woman's gonna die if she gives birth. Should she be able to get an abortion?
You can't do nothing about that. I'm talking about the people that have tango and they have a kid, and then they're just wake up one day like, oh, I don't want the kid. No, that you ain't gonna go walk up and do an abortion in my end. You're gonna do that to a baby.
Okay, so you agree that victims of rape should be able to access abortion. You agree they should be able to access abortion if the mother's life is on the line. You just disagree with elective circumstances. Let's have a chat about it. Before we move on quickly, I just want to thank Emma for the $20 super chat over on YouTube, saying I still remember the fear I felt on J6. I was apolitical on J6, but I thought our democracy was over when I saw the gallows for Mike Pence. No, Emma, me too. J6 is actually what made me like anti-Trump. Funny enough. That was the final nail in the coffin for me with Trump was J6. Super crazy, but that's what did it for me was J6. And that's why I think that we still like the remaining people that support Trump are either just like super politically ignorant and like don't know these things or like filled with malice because like a normal person that's informed on politics stops supporting Trump on J6. Justin, thank you for the $25 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for that love, Justin. Everybody, please show some love to Justin down below in that comment section. Thank you so much. You are awesome, Justin. And then Amber with a 5. You guys are awesome. Now, I'm going to pass the mic off to you. Somebody wanted to make an argument that abortion should be illegal. I'll listen. You got my ears. I'm actually enjoying this conversation. I'll be honest. I think that you guys are being better faith than a lot of the people we have up here. And this is an interesting one because it kind of seems like this is an example of a conversation that should be had. There's a lot of people in this country that disagree, and these conversations don't happen often. This is why this right here is why I'm doing the live. Take it away. Why do you think abortion should be banned? Let's see if I can change your mind.
Can I say something beforehand? There is no hate in my heart towards you, Dean. I feel like you are great and funny, and you do what you do really well.
I appreciate that. And I think that you mean it too. So it's very kind of you. Now take it away. Why do you guys think that abortion should be banned?
All right, you go, Dylan.
I pretty much told you why I think they should be banned. I mean, people abuse it. If you have one night you drinking, the next night you wake up, you wake up pregnant. I mean, that's your fault.
Okay, you should probably use an example where people aren't drinking because when you are drunk and you engage in sex, it's unconsensual. It's not their fault.
All right, let me think. Hold on, my fault. Let's not bring the drinking into it then.
All right, let me do it. So there's people out there that have intercourse for fun. Can I say that on TikTok? Intercourse.
Yeah.
People that tango for fun. I mean, everyone's done it. I'm sure. And there's been times where like, oh no, I'm having a baby. I don't want it. I don't know the daddy. Just kill it. Why not? You know what I mean? I feel like it's murder. I'm sorry. It's killing the baby. I feel like you can say it's a clump of cells, whatever. I have my beliefs. You have yours, and I feel like what's morally right is
So why do you think it's murder?
I think it's a baby. It's a baby. It's just not born yet. It's not outside in the real world.
Why do we? I guess let's start with this question. Why do we value each other?
Okay, I value Dylan. He's a great friend. I've known him for about 3 years now.
Go through every reason why you attribute moral value to Dylan.
Every reason? All right, well, he's been there at my lowest. He's helped me out. He's always, whenever I'm down and sad, he takes me fishing. He takes me gambling. Takes me to the bar. He's got me some women. I'm sorry, he's got me some girlfriends. He's hooked me up. He's a great friend, and I find value in every person to be alive. With some random person on the street, they have a life too. I value them. Every person in America makes America. You know what I mean?
It's funny. I wish that you guys weren't Trump supporters. I really do, because you guys seem, if we ignore everything about you guys that isn't cool, there seems to be some things that are cool. So I wish I hope that this conversation changes your mind here. But I asked that question with a reason. I asked you to tell me every single reason why you value Dylan, so we could determine why we value each other. And one reason that did not come up there was our species, right? One reason that didn't come up there was Dylan's DNA. One reason that didn't come up there was because Dylan is a member of my same species. Every single reason that you just described that came up there had to do with the interpersonal relationship you have with Dylan, how Dylan has his own subjective experiences and interacts with the world around him, Dylan's emotions, your emotions. And that's why I'm pro-choice. Because when you really like drill it down on that question, why do we value each other? It doesn't reduce to our species, it reduces to our conscious experience. And until around 20 through 24 weeks, we're talking how old the fetus is here, it doesn't have any conscious experience. It doesn't have any subjective experience. It can't experience anything point blank, period. So I don't really think it's wrong to kill it. You know what I mean? And I want to get your take on this, because if you do think it's wrong to kill a fetus at, like 10, 15, 20 weeks, well, you're telling me then that fetus is valuable because of its DNA, its species, it's human and alive. But I just don't really think that we truly value any of those things. We value the experiences that humans that are alive can have and how their consciousness can interact in the world around us, not because they're human and alive.
All right, I get you. Well, how about this? So say I want to abort my baby. I do agree in short-term abort, like say, like plan B, for example, oh shoot. That's not really abortion, it's just a blocker. But, but I do agree, like, okay, so what's the difference? I abort my baby at 22 weeks, but 23 weeks it's conscious, I can still abort it. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, the moment that we start talking about late-term abortions is kind of the moment we start talking about fiction. I've been debating abortion for like 3 or 4 years now. I've never been able to find one circumstance of a woman getting like an elective lethal late-term abortion. And I do think that line of consciousness, it's not trivial. It's very clear. There is a moment when the thymocortical connections connect to our prefrontal cortex, and we have the ability to deploy low levels of subjective experiences in the womb, right? And before that moment, we're nothing more than a growing meat bag. And I just don't think that we value meat bags. We don't. Like brain dead patients. Think about it. They have no cognitive function. They never will again. The only reason they're alive is because of life support, okay? Is a doctor doing anything wrong when they take that brain dead patient off the life support because their family member asked them to? No. Like, that's not murder. If you act like it is, you're being hyperbolic, you're lying, right? Why? What's the difference between the brain dead patient and us? It's because they don't have subjective experiences and they never will again. Okay? Fetus, no subjective experiences. They've never had them before. Sure, they will in the future, but they definitely won't if you abort them. So I don't think you're doing anything wrong.
All right. Well, I want to go back to a point you said earlier. You said we don't value DNA, all that. But, why take that away from something that could happen? Being alive is a beautiful thing. You agree with that? I know you. But why take that away from someone?
Okay.
It doesn't matter if they're born or what you drop there, dude.
My guitar.
You play guitar. All right. Play some Everlong when we're done with this.
I'll just. Everlong. I'd have to do it at some drop D tuning.
Yeah, drop a D.
Yeah, drop that D. drop that D. Okay. All right. You like the strings yourself? Go ahead.
Yeah, what was I saying? I have ADHD. I'm all over the place right now. So like, why take that away from someone? Yeah, I'm saying someone because I believe that fetus is a human, right? Like you said, human DNA. Why aren't they human? Why take that away from someone? Why take life away? It's a beautiful thing. It's amazing, and I get what you're saying about taking someone off of life support. But honestly, something happened to me. I wouldn't want my family to take me off life support because I believe life is so beautiful and I want to stay alive for as long as I can. I don't care if I'm 200 years old, on my deathbed, struggling to breathe. I want to be alive because what if there's no afterlife? You know what I mean?
Okay.
I want to savor every moment on this earth.
Well, I want to go front to back there. Let's start with the brain dead patient comments. So if you were brain dead, you would want to indefinitely stay on life support forever. I don't know why you'd want to do that. fine, that's valid. Okay, to each their own. Do you think that you should be able to force other people to hold that same perspective?
I see where you're going with this. No, not really.
Right. So that just goes back to the whole individual choice to each their own pro-choice worldview. And then to the first comment saying, well, the fetus is going to have those subjective conscious experiences in the future and whatnot. Okay, they will. And, your question there, well, they're going to have them in the future. Why would you take that future away from them? That's something that kept me pro-life for a long time until I realized that there's many more actions that will take a potential future of a potential person away that we don't think are wrong. Condoms do that. Maybe if my dad was wearing a condom when he was engaging in intercourse with my mother on the night of my conception, I wouldn't be here today. If he was wearing that condom, he would have taken this life away from me.
Okay,
Would that would have been wrong for him? No. You know what I mean? Like, if my mom was on birth control, she would have taken this life away from me. Would that have been wrong of her? No. If my dad pulled out, he would have taken this life away from me. Would that have been wrong of him? No. It's just like, I think that there's like so many different actions that can take potential future lives away from potential future people. And we don't think any of them are wrong. So why would our position be any different for abortion?
I understand where you're going with that, Dean. I think the same exact thing. What if my mom never did it with my dad? I wouldn't be here right now. But I'm sure as hell grateful that she did. You know what I mean? But it's not wrong to use a condom, right? That it's just, it's not wrong at all.
I feel like that's a fair perspective. We can agree there. We can. It's not wrong to do those things, but if this potential future of a potential future person actualizes, it's fine for them to say that I'm grateful I exist. For instance, I have a 7-year-old nephew, and the only reason he is alive is because his biological mother, say that with a vindication in my heart, because there's a lot about her I don't like. That's personal. I won't get into that. His biological mother was I don't even know if I had to say this TikTok safely. She was on DRUGS, and she missed her abortion appointment, right? Yeah. And I think if she got that abortion, in retrospect, I'd be like, oh man, that'd be so sad because then my nephew wouldn't exist. And I'm so grateful he exists. I love him so much. Okay. And I understand how that could really draw on your emotions. Right. And I think that's what makes so many people pro-life. But there's just no difference between her getting that abortion 7.5 years ago and the man she was sleeping with wearing a condom 7.5 years ago. We have to be able to discern things rationally here and not with our emotions, especially because it concerns so many real people, women and girls, and their access to abortion in their lives. I understand, we're men. We can't get pregnant. We will never bear a child in our bodies. We will never personally experience what it is like to wake up one morning, take a pregnancy test because you feel sick, and then feel like this dire closing of light of your future and this shakeup to where you want to go in life and who you want to be and what your priorities are, and the impending doom of maybe I want to go to school or start a career, but now because of this biological process, I have a child. We're not going to experience that negative side of the emotions related to pregnancy and abortion. We're only going to experience the quote-unquote positive side of being sad that these people won't exist in the future. And I think that's why so many men are pro-life. But if we set emotion aside and we discern it logically, I think the obvious truth to me at least, and this is hopefully the obvious truth to so many other people, is, well, we can't say it's valuable because it's human and alive. We brought up brain-dead patients. We can't say that we shouldn't kill it because, well, what if it'll have future experiences? Re-reference how my dad wore a condom or pulled out. He would also be eliminating future experiences. So what can we say? We can say that at the end of the day, bare minimum, let people think what they want, good or bad, but let that decision be up to the woman or the girl at the end of the day.
So you're saying the father shouldn't be the one to make a decision, it should be the woman?
Yes, I absolutely do say that. I do say that. I understand. I'll let me preach a little bit more here. If there was a married man and a married woman, and they had planned on having a kid, right? And they had already chosen a name, built like the baby carriage and set it all up to have this kid, and then the woman gets an abortion. If the man is like crippled by sadness, I'd get it. Okay, if I was in his shoes, so would I. But I don't think men's like sadness should be able to control what women can or can't do. And if we ultimately did allow the man to have a say, legally speaking, if the woman got an abortion or not, well, because the abortion, the fetus, it's inside of the woman's body, it concerns the woman's body, and the woman's body is necessarily involved, you're by proxy just giving men control over women's bodies.
But isn't that vice versa though? If a woman takes a father's son away because she don't want to be with him no more or something like that, ain't that sort of the same thing?
Are you saying that like if like a woman like divorces her husband and takes his kid? Their kid?
I'm saying
not his kid, their kid?
Yeah, their kid. But,
well, that's going to be like adjudicated inside of a court based upon, I don't really know how family courts work. But at the end of the day, like that custody is going to be adjudicated. Both the man and the woman are going to be given an equal and fair say to make their argument inside of a court with an attorney. And, if one parent gets full custody, it's probably for a good reason. Not because the woman's a woman or the man's a man.
Couldn't you say that you could take abortions to court then because it's the man's baby too? Say the man doesn't want her to have an abortion, she does, but the man, kind of saying the man should be able to take her to court because she doesn't want her to have an abortion if you're going that route.
Well, I mean, then we just be adjudicated if men can or can't control women's bodies. Like family courts for custody doesn't adjudicate if the wife can control the body of her ex-husband. It's just if the kid is going to have a better life if they only grew up with their mother compared to both their mother and their father. Like family courts aren't about the man and the woman. The family courts aren't about the mother and the father. The family courts are about like the survivability and the health of the child. If like one parent gets full custody over a kid, right? It's not because of like parent, right? It's not because the mom's a woman. It's because it's what's best for the kid.
Yeah.
Right? And we're only really concerned with what's best for the kid because they're already living in this world. They have a conscious experience. They can interact with the world around them. They have these attributes that we value, but the fetus doesn't have any of those. I don't think we could even say, well, what is best for the fetus? Because best is like relative index to one's well-being. And I feel like a well-being is going to be like a confliction of like thoughts, desires, wants, needs, etc. Okay, well, you can't have that unless you have like a conscious experience and an ability to interact with the world around you. Like a rock doesn't have a well-being. Like bacteria cells don't have a well-being because they're not people with subjective experiences. But neither is a fetus. So a fetus doesn't have a well-being. And because a fetus doesn't have a well-being, it doesn't make sense to say what's best for the fetus because that's just a term relative to one's well-being.
All right. I'm sorry. Can I switch the subject for just 1 second? Okay, I want to ask you first before I say this. Do you feel like there's any hatred in this conversation that we're having right now?
No, it's actually one of the best conversations I've had in a long time. I'm really enjoying this.
All right.
Yeah, no hate here, no hate.
And remember how I said I don't like the Democratic Party?
Yeah.
You said no?
I remember when you said that, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Remember how I said there's a lot of hatred on that side?
I think that there's a lot of hatred in people, period. And I think that more of that hatred materializes in a harmful way to people on the right. But I'll let you finish.
All right. With my personal experience, I've let people voted the Democratic people in my life, and I know other people that have done that are conservative. Me and Dylan are receiving a lot of hate in the comments right now. I'm seeing a lot of negative comments, and I have not said a single rude thing to you or your fan base here.
Well, the beliefs that you've been like advocating for that you hold to be the case, like denying, like saying that you don't think women and girls should have access to abortion, like I'm not gonna lie, that is an incredibly harmful belief. I think that women and girls not having access to abortion is like number one priority for me right now of what is the most pressing issue in America. And that gets into like a whole other conversation on how I think that a woman's right to choose access to abortion is a human right. So like obviously people are going to get like very like pissed off and upset when they hear somebody saying that they support denying this right. But like I'm being really respectful to you because like I've like self-assumed by my own choice to debate these things and to try to convince and change minds. And like being super vindictive of you or being cutthroat, especially when you guys seem good faith, is just not a good way to change your mind, right? But like obviously, you know, the comments that you see on the live stream are just like real people voicing their real frustration, not specifically to you, but towards everybody that has held these beliefs historically, holds them today, and the real harm and impact that's had on millions of women and girls.
I do understand that, but it's all about respect. Like they were coming at me personally earlier, making fun of my TikTok post. You know what I mean?
Well, I think that was because of a misinterpretation, and I think that we cleared that up.
Yeah, we did. But I watch your lives every now and again. And I've seen it a couple times where they're like, "Oh, that guy, he's so ugly. He's so this and that." But I mean,
listen.
But like,
how about this? The whole time I've been combating like the views of the right, MAGA and conservative, so far in this conversation, have I once referenced hateful people on the right?
No.
Okay.
Maybe not.
A hateful person on the right shot a BB gun at me and my girlfriend while we were driving. A hateful person on the right sent me my own address. Hateful people on the right have found the name and picture of my sister and said that they were going to grape her. Hateful people on the right have sent me like death threats, 50 to 100 every single day. One hateful person on the right literally wrote a song about how they wanted to come to where I live, hide under my car, slice my Achilles tendon, take me, gut my intestines, put me on a wall, grape me, and kill me. I mean, hateful people on the right have done a lot to me, right? And I mean, I haven't mentioned that once, you know, this whole conversation. So I don't know, a couple TikTok comments here and there from quote unquote hateful people on the left. Maybe there's bigger issues to focus on. Feel free to unmute, by the way. I just muted you because of your background noise.
yeah, easy. I get where you're coming from, but I'm just saying, you know, I'm very sorry all that happened to you. I did hear about the BB gun incident. That's very screwed up. But I'm just saying that's where my argument comes from, because from my personal experiences, I know you have her personal experiences too. I see more hatred on the left side than the right.
Because you're on the right.
I guess you could say that.
Like, come on. It's obvious. Obviously, you see more hatred from the left than the right because you're on the right.
I guess you could say that. But,
right?
I mean, I guess you could say that. Because there's no way of me proving of what I see to you. You know what I mean?
No. Like, I fully believe that you see more hatred from the left than the right. Why would people on your side hate you?
That is true.
No, I'm not saying towards me. I'm saying toward each other.
Towards each other?
Yeah. I know plenty more people who've had respectful conversations with people on the left trying to change their views.
Okay. I think that this is probably just like an instance of isolation. I think if I snapped my fingers and I made you all knowing and you had access to all information surrounding all encounters of people on the left and the right at all points in time, your mind would be very quickly changed. And this is likely a case of confirmation bias.
Okay.
Right? Because like think about it. Like you're like even on social media, like your algorithm is going to be fed content that would play into what you want to see. Right? And like you probably have like a bias towards seeing liberal owned conservative God. And I wouldn't even doubt it if like you've seen like a bunch of clips on your For You page of like out of context clips of like me going off and being seemingly hateful to conservatives. I seriously wouldn't doubt it if you've seen like a clip or two of those on your For You page. But am I really like that? No. You know, is there usually context to explain why I can be like that to some people in some circumstances? Sure. Right? What does this amount to? Confirmation bias. Right? And then also you have to consider here that, at least from my perspective and the perspective of many others, that there is a lot of beliefs on the right that like fully deserve like to be ostracized, fully deserve to be hated, fully deserve to be outcasted. And like maybe like the beliefs that you've shared so far in the live, it hasn't been there like 100% with every belief that you've shared, but there's like plenty of people where it does apply. Like think of like Nazis. Like Nazis deserve to be hated. Where are Nazis politically speaking? On the far right. They're fascists. That's not a biased take from a liberal. That's just a description of political orientations. What's like another belief that is more typical on the right? You know, like anti-black racism, you know, calling black people the N-word, you know, reducing women down to like femdroids or foids, I think is the term. Like that's bigotry that deserves to be hated. You know, like fucking shoving immigrants in alligator Alcatraz where they're fed one meal a day. And then Laura Loomer, who was called a patriot by Trump 2 weeks ago, coming out and saying that all immigrants need to be eaten by alligators. That's shit that deserves to be hated. You know what I mean? That's my take, at least.
Okay, I understand where you're at, and I'll agree with you on that. Because I don't think we're gonna reach a middle ground. But I am leaning to what you're saying more. I understand where you're coming from. But
well, I mean, one last thing I'll leave you with before we end the conversation. I was a conservative Trump supporter when I was younger, and I thought very similar to maybe how you guys do on a lot of things. Like, I viscerally remember thinking that liberals were hateful and vindictive. I like very viscerally remember like looking at like a Democrat on the internet and like having like a negative like psychological reaction because I thought that they were like dumb and crazy. You know what I mean? Like I remember being in that position. And like that position is like mostly constructed by A, propaganda weaponized by media outlets on the right, and by B, like the 1 out of 100 liberals that actually is hateful and crazy being blown up and put center and front stage inside of echo chambers on the right to use as a tool of reflection on everybody else.
Yeah, well said.
All right. Well, I appreciate you guys for coming up, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. And hope that y'all truly do consider, some of the things I said here.
Wait, Everlong. You gotta play it. You gotta play Everlong.
Oh, for one time.
I'll play it too if you want me to. You can tag team.
I'd embarrass myself. I'm not gonna do it.
Let me play it at least, please.
For sure. Let me hear it.
All right. I hope my guitar isn't shot, D, because I don't feel like tuning it because I need it. All right. Find my cord. Where's my cord at?
While he's looking for that, there's a handful of people I could thank. Aladia, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Aladia, I really appreciate that. That's incredibly kind of you. Let's get 500 Aladia chats down below, W's down below in that comment section. Aladia says, what in the diabolical universe? OMG, I'm so sorry, Dean. Oh, yeah, you're probably referencing all the shit that, like, the people on the right have done to me. Yeah, it gets even more crazy than that. There's a lot that I, like, don't share on the internet for, like, particular reasons that I also won't share on the internet that gets even worse. But I appreciate you for the love, Aladia. Show some love to Aladia down below. As well as Phantom, I appreciate you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. That is incredibly kind of you. Kaylin, 23 minutes ago with the $20 over on Venmo, saying thank you for tirelessly defending women's right to reproductive health care. I had an abortion in my 20s, and I know without a doubt it was the right thing for me at that time, and it makes me sad that women in their 20s today have less rights than I did at their age. 110%, Kaylin. I really appreciate you for the message, as well as the $20. Show some love to Kaylin down below. And then Javier with the $10. I appreciate you. Javier says, your lives are legit something I've come to look out for on the daily, and when you and Parker aren't live, it sucks. Also, J6 was awful. Was an awful 16th birthday present. Dude, is your birthday J6? I'm so sorry. Dude, how unfortunate. How truly unfortunate. I appreciate you guys so much for the love. Let's see if there's anything on PayPal here real quick. And then also quickly, Haley, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal, saying you inspired me to speak up about living in the USA. I appreciate you for the love, Haley. Thank you so much. That's all. All right, Kev, you ready to kill it?
I'm all set up.
Let's hear it.
All I ask for is an unbiased opinion in the chat. I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm not a Kamala supporter. I'm nothing. I'm just a human being playing some Everlong. I need everyone's honest opinion.
No, they're not going to give you that. They're not going to give you that.
I'm just asking. Maybe I'm off chance. But here we go. Can you guys hear it? Can you hear that?
Yeah, no, we can hear, man.
All right. That's all I got for you, Dean.
You know, actually, I'll be honest. You know, there's like a sound gate there because when you're playing it on like the phone mic, it's gonna cut out like above a particular threshold. But
Yeah.
you know, if I were to like, you know, hit a chord on like my like professional mic, you could hear it super like clearly and whatnot. But accounting for the sound gate through the phone's mic, that was actually pretty good, bro.
I
10
can
out of
turn
10.
it down and play it if you want.
10 out of 10, bro. Nah, bro, you did
All right.
great, Kevin. All right, you two.
All
I'm
right,
gonna go
thank
and move on. You guys have a good rest of your evening.
Thanks,
All right,
Dean.
you
You
as
too.
well, Dean. I appreciate the respectful communication we had today.
I appreciate the respectful dialogue as well. All right, everybody. You know, that's what conversation should look like. That was very refreshing. I hope that they consider my views. You know, when I talk to people like that, I feel like that's like the setup for like being politically based in the future. You know, like just like, unfortunately, unfucking fortunately, in America, there are social systems in which make people right wing. Family, friends, hive mind, propaganda, misinformation, targeted ignorance, and this produces like millions of people that are right wing. But I feel like when you're able to catch on it early, like they were like around my age, 20s or so, and they're willing to hear out another opinion, and I am optimistic in the sense that I think truth will prevail. And when I hear somebody, and when I meet somebody and I talk to somebody that is allowing that possibility in, you know, I think in the future, you know, they could get things right. And I'm really hoping that they do. So, I mean, if you two are still listening, please consider, you know, a lot of the things that I said and continue to do your research, you know, because there's a lot that I didn't say that is probably also relevant to you, especially on like racism, for instance. We didn't even like get to racism there, but I feel like if we were, like we've all heard shit that like we vehemently disagree with. You should open up your mind there too, and explore these concepts a little bit more. Anyways, for everybody watching the live, we have been on for 5 hours. I typically only run these streams for 4 hours, but I was just having such a good time today. 1 second. Okay. Before we hop off, I do want to thank Megan for the $50 super chat over on YouTube, saying I need to hit my anxiety pin after this. Bro, me too, Megan. Thank you so much for the $50, Megan. You're awesome. Show some love to Megan down below. And for everybody else, I'm going to go ahead and hop off for the evening. Mr. Parker is going to be on doing debates here in 17 minutes. So if you're still in the mood for more debates, here in 17 minutes, Parker will be on, and that'll be great. But we've run an hour over. So now we're going to hop off now. I love you all. I will see you all tomorrow on your way out. If you haven't already, make sure to hit that follow button. Today is actually like one of the most enjoyable streams I've had in a long time. I won't lie. You know, there's a handful of bad eggs, like that dude that said he loved Hitler. I'm going to be thinking about that for a while. And I'm sure like probably many more that my subconscious has already, you know, made me forget. But, you know, overall, I think that there's a couple good conversations today. I'm going to go ahead and end. I love you all. Parker will be on in 16 minutes and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.